Yep, time. Hello, everyone. I am Hactical, and we are here for the start of Dragon Quest VI in true relay fashion. We are jumping right into the next game. So this is Dragon Quest VI. This is the third entry in the Zenithian trilogy. I'm sure that people who've been watching and know Dragon Quest know that the trilogy is all kind of loosely related, so this isn't necessarily a direct sequel or prequel to Dragon Quest V, but these Zenithian entries are tied together through some common elements like the Zenithian castle and stuff like that. So we'll be seeing a lot of that later.
Well,
But
some
for now-
people say that there is a little bit of story. At least when it comes to the castle, there's an order, at least, right?
There definitely are some ideas or timelines out there. I don't really know the continuity of the trilogy. But in
Well,
terms
from
of-
my knowledge, at least, this is actually the
ちょっと緊張してますかね
prequel, I believe.
I think that's right. I
'Cause
think
it starts
DQ5
in-
is
よ
the
ろし
last
くお
one.
願いします。
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is actually what happens at the beginning of the story
さ
for
っ
the
き
Zenithian
夢を見
trilogy.
ましてね。
When it pertains basically to the tower. That's literally the only thing
Yeah.
that connects this entire
これを
trilogy
やっ
is
て
that
まし
tower.
た。
Right.
And hi everyone, I'm High Spirits in case you didn't know, and I'll be joining Hactical tonight while we go through Dragon Quest VI.
High Spirits actually knows this game.
I know the DS
で
version
も
of
よ
this
って
game, which is
ファイ
mostly
ナル
this
ファンタジー気にな
Yeah.
った
So
ん
I'm
ですよ。
I've run a fair number of the SSC games. I know a lot of the Japanese runs. I've run some other Japanese games that are not SFC, so I'm able to, kind of watch and follow along. I'd say I know about half the route decently well, and then the second half of the route, I'm a little bit sketchy on it. I've started to learn the game a couple times, but
やるイベ
yeah,
ントでしたね。
we got some notes. We know what's going on.
I have a good idea what's
リア
going
ル
on
な
at
イベン
least.
ト。
I don't know the Japanese names for all of the towns and stuff, but
近くに
Sure.
みんな
Yeah,
で
and I don't know the DS names for all of them, so
びっく
but the
り。
good news is we got notes to tell us what the name of these towns are in Japanese, so it helps us out.
yeah.
This game is always, I would say, out of the trilogy, this is probably the most controversial one, just because the story can be very difficult to get into and understand, especially when you're playing.
Yeah, the story is
もしか
pretty
して
different
さっき
feeling.
喋れて
The
なかった
music feels pretty different from the other
まあよく
Super
あること
Famicom
です。
entries. The class system is completely new. It's a similar class system to that used
多
in
少の郵
Dragon
便
Quest
物
VII,
回
if
はご
people
容
are
赦い
familiar
た
with
だ
that
ける
game.
と幸いです。
Um,
読み
but
間違い
after DQ4 and DQ5, like, this game has a very different feel to it. So it's not one of my favorites, but it's grown on me a lot over the years. So
But one of the things it does have in common with Dragon Quest V, oh, the poor hero just can't stay out of trouble. As we start off our adventuring party here, going after the dread fiend Mudo.
yeah, the game starts off kind of in medias res, where it's like in the middle of the story that you're going to fight Mudo. It's not really like that, but it's similar. This
Well,
is actually
you can see they're going to fight Mudo, and it's not going to end very well.
yeah.
We can already cold as a cod. Let's get the caskets flow. Let's get the cod caskets started.
随所にヒットポイントがある
Yeah, chat. Let me know if I stay quiet. If I'm too quiet, I can turn myself up a little
引っ
bit,
かからないように頑張り
Don't worry, Chad. I won't get quiet.
or if they can do it on their end. But yeah,
Uh,
I'll probably get quieter as it goes on and gets more into the early morning hours. It's pretty late for me. So yeah, the attempt against Mudo did not go very well.
oh, did it happen though? It looks to me like it was just a dream.
that's how it looks. I don't know. The characters were fighting Mudo. They all got split up, and suddenly they're waking up here in Life COD.
Just a nice little peaceful mountaintop.
Waking up with your sister Tanya.
Yes, the text-to-speech stuff you see is 3 lists giving commentary. Since they don't speak English very well, they have a text-to-speech program which allow people both in the Japanese restream and our stream to at least get an idea of what they're thinking.
So the start of the run here is, it's a pretty slow intro. There's some stuff here in the opening town to pick up. A leather hat, just got a seat of defense, but, the idea is that there's some kind of, like, yearly festival celebration thing going on, and they send you off to the nearby town to sell some goods from the village and get the ceremonial crown that's needed for the ceremony. So, we get the intro scene with Mudo, we wake up, pick up some stuff, and immediately we're off into monster battles. Nothing really is fought here in this opening section. There's some things that you can fight if you run into like a single enemy. Lissan just picked up a club in that chest, so that allows him to fight if he wants to, but typically you just run from everything here. The battling doesn't get going until a little bit later.
Yep, the beginning is just about getting a bunch of money, setting up, and then getting the story going. Get a bunch of herbs and some gear and stuff when they get to the next town, which is Siena, I believe.
Yep.
See, this town for me is Haggleton, because obviously you're trying to haggle for the goods.
Yeah, of course. So, gonna bring the village goods to the town here, and there's a couple people that want to buy them, and I think they're brothers. They're both horned hat guys, and they kind of go back and forth between them, playing them off of each other, and they keep saying, "Oh, I'll give you more than the other guy." There's Boga and Doga, and
yeah, they're just competing with each other, trying to get the goods to try to get the sale, but they just keep upping the price until it gets to, what is it, like 600?
480.
Oh, 480.
Yep. 480 is the most it can be, and we need that money in order to get the Thief's Key. In a lot of Dragon Quest games, most Dragon Quest games have kind of 3 main keys, right? You get the Thief Key, the Magic Key, the Ultimate Key, and this will follow a similar theme, but normally the Thief Key is like locked in a dungeon or behind a quest or something. Here we can just buy a Thief Key from the merchant. And that lets us break into some buildings here in town and pick up some equipment. So there's some scale armor here in this inn. Scale shield. And then we pick up an agility seed here behind Doga, and then dive into the bank. And, just walk in the bank's back door and pick up 250 gold and a Chimera wing.
And what's funny is we're going to sell that Thief Key right after we use it.
Yeah.
There's really only one other place in the game that you can really use that Thief Key in a town later on, but that's, the only thing hidden behind it is like one set of clothes that you can pick up.
Yep, and I think that Thief Key is picked up later rebought later in the run for that. But yeah, you can sell the Thief Key back just like you can buy it, so sold most of the gear, stuck the agility seed in the bag. Agility seeds will be, there's turn order in most VQ games, but in this one in particular is kind of a funny thing. So some agility seeds will be used, some will be saved for later party members.
Yeah. So when you get to this town, one of the things you're also looking for is you're looking for the person who can make you the crown. And if you go around asking, well, they're not here. They're just hanging around somewhere else. So we need to go look for them.
Yep. So he bought a little bit of armor. He bought some scale armor before leaving town. But no encounters on the walk up here to this weird, large hole in the ground.
With a guy hanging off of it. So you try to help him up, because he's the crown maker, actually. And, down the hole you go. I think that's the second COD now, right? Because once you land, you are now a ghost. You do not exist. No one will talk to you because no one can see you. In fact, the only thing that can see you is a dog that kind of barks a little bit when you get near him. So, yeah, you're running around as a ghost right now.
Picked up a life force nut in the inn. Just grabbed a wooden hat. Because despite the fact that we're a ghost and no one can see us, we can still interact with things. So even though people don't see us opening doors and all that, don't worry about that. We're still rummaging through shelves and pots and everything else, and stocking up on some useful items.
Yeah, for the most part, this game starts out with like a lot of other Dragon Quest speedruns where you're just scrounging for every gold piece that you can get at the start, usually to buy a boomerang, just like in this case. Yep. And if you can get a little bit of gear out of it or whatever, but the important thing is scrounging for every penny so you can buy a boomerang.
And then here we have the main gimmick of DQ6, which is the well. So there's you overhear some people talking about this dreaming well that's north of town, and you go up there and it brings you back to, we'll say, the starting world. The starting world in this case is actually...
You're not a ghost anymore.
Yeah. So this world here that we're currently in, I will get them mixed up throughout the run, but this is the dream world. So despite the fact that we're not a ghost here, this is the dream. Don't think about it too hard.
That's the confusing part for a lot of people is there is two mostly identical worlds, and you have to there are points in the game where your characters will be like, wait a second, we were supposed to go talk to this person in the other world, because even your characters get confused on the difference between the two worlds.
Yeah, and just wait till we get to the mess that is Rydok and everything going on with the royal family there.
Oh. Good old Somnia.
So, back in Life COD, we got the crown from we got back to the dream world, found the crown maker, we're back in town, we can deliver that. Pick up a couple more items here, another agility seed, some money, some herbs, and now it's going to be time for the festival.
Yeah, beginning part of this game is a lot of being dragged around and going through cutscenes and stuff. Until after the all of these nights' festivities here, and then after that, that's when the game really starts to open up.
Yeah, in general, this game is pretty cutscene heavy. I'd say probably even more so than DQ5. DQ5 has a lot of front-loaded and cutscenes in between each chapter. This game really kind of intersperses a lot of story and monster areas. So it'll be a kind of a constant thing throughout the run, but as High Spirit said, it starts off a little bit slow until we get the boomerang and start getting some characters.
So what is her name in this version? Tanya. Okay, Tanya, so she kept the choice Tanya, the name Tanya. Okay. So yeah, this is Tanya, the girl on fire. And you're gonna go into this church here, and there's well, the ceremony is supposed to basically be talking to the mountain spirit to hear its words, and it's gonna give some words, all right. Basically, yeah, go stop the Dread Fiend Mudo before the world ends.
And we're going to get this nice little Super Famicom overlay here in a second. It's you can definitely tell some of the stuff they did with this game was meant to try to show off some of the functionality of the Super Famicom. And give me a second now. Here we go. I am Zoma. Wait. Wrong game.
This is the good person. This is the mountain spirit. This is the nice one. Anyways, there's no trumpet, so it can't be Zoma.
That's true.
Zoma only appears when there's trumpets.
Yeah, he's not really a fan. So yeah, the spirit shows up, and as High Spirit says, tells you to take out the Dreadfiend Mudo. Wouldn't it be a DQ game without having some kind of Archfiend that the hero needs to take out? Who's definitely going to be the actual bad guy of the game.
Mudo is actually really terrifying. No joke. He is truly the Dreadfiend. He is a terrifying fight, but
He sure is.
that's something we get there when we get there. For now, we get fireworks.
And then everybody's partying. Look at them dance around the fire.
Well, everyone except for one person. So in this version, apparently his name is Lando, but in the DS version, his name is Buddy, and he, well, poor Buddy. But this right here is, you go to the mayor and you say, I want to go stop the Mudo. I want to do what the spirit says. I want to join the military. So the mayor gives you permission to join the military. But yeah, here's your buddy, Titania, getting rejected. Poor guy.
Yeah. And then here we are just kind of spying on them. They're having this really personal moment. We're hiding out behind the tree, like, what's going on over there?
So Tanya is our sister, I guess you could say, but we're kind of not like real family. We're adopted, I guess, or orphan, exact way that they are.
Yeah, we'll find out a little bit more about who the hero really is a little bit later on. But for all intents and purposes, she's treated as your sister for now.
Yeah. As far as you know, she's your sister. All that partying's over. Now it's time to get a good night's sleep and head down to Rydok, where we can try to become a soldier, because soldiers are not something that are easy to come by, apparently, in this game.
At least not good ones.
No.
So, one thing that Lisan did earlier in Sienna was buy some Chimera wings, and I want to point this out just because it's something that's kind of this game sort of acts as like an intermediary between some of the old school and new school DQ mechanics. So this game is the first one to introduce a bag where you can actually store effectively unlimited items. There's always room in your bag. So the game takes away the bank, the vault, but you still buy items one at a time, and you can't use items from the bag. So I bring it up because there's a specific amount of Chimera wings that you buy directly to the hero's inventory, and that'll be kind of a recurring theme for the early game when wings are used, that you have to use them from your inventory. So even though you have a bag, and it's useful, it's not as useful as it can be in later DQ entries. So
yeah, here you go up, you try to join the castle to become a soldier, and he's like, we're not ready yet. Wait till the bell tolls, and then come back. And in the meanwhile, that's where we buy our boomerang, and we meet Hassan in the church briefly before the bell goes off. And it's time to go back and actually find out how to become a soldier.
Yep, and the boomerang, you may have noticed, Lisan had exactly enough gold at 421, and the boomerang costs 420. The gold routing is pretty specific at the early part of the game. There is backup gold if you wipe, but the routing is very close.
Yeah, that's, like I said, that's a staple of a lot of Dragon Quest speedruns, is nickel and diming the start of the game to buy a boomerang or a weapon just to get by. But yeah, so in order to become a soldier, there is a tower down here, a Tower of Trials. And the person who gets the object out of the top wins. That's it. One soldier. You just got to get the item first. But before we can go in there, you need to gain level 3, because there is a tricky early boss inside the tower.
Yep, and you can technically take one fight out here, and if it's not enough for level 3, you can sometimes take another fight in the tower for level 3, but typically you just get level 3 out here.
Yeah, the onions are great because they don't do a lot of damage and they actually give good experience. So, like, I always like a big group of onions is what you want.
So I'll talk about encounters a little bit. It'll come up a couple times throughout the run, but this game, like a lot of DQ games, uses a depletion system. So whenever you kind of enter a new area or leave a fight, the game will generate a random number, and that's basically how many steps you get in order until you find an encounter. So every step you take lowers that number, and grass tiles are safer than forest tiles, which are safer than mountain tiles. So mountains have the highest depletion rate. So you can see, a couple times Lisanne has taken a few extra steps on the mountains in order to just get that encounter a little bit faster. But it's abused in both directions. Sometimes you want to be in high depletion areas to get fights quickly, and in other cases you want to be ducking in and out of like caves and staircases and things like that in order to reset your depletion, and therefore skip a lot of encounters. And that's something that will be, staircases and doors will be abused throughout the entire run in order to minimize the number of encounters.
Yep, and what you just saw right there is us giving up. We lose. Yep, by going in the tower and exiting it, you automatically lose at the top of the tower, which is actually a really good thing, because it doesn't matter if you win or lose, because if you try to win, you're going to fight a boss that you're not going to beat, because the boss at the top is someone you need to grind to several levels and a bit of gear to beat, because it is it is much worse than this boss you're going to see right now. So they purposely leave the tower in order to lose and let Carver win.
Yep, and at the top of the tower there is this tower guard fight. Pretty easy fight. It's kind of just a standard attack and heal. You don't really have any abilities at this point. So the idea is that turn order is pretty random, so you always want to have enough HP that you can survive kind of 2 hits. Like, you don't want to take half your HP and then get outsped on the next turn. So 18 is the heal line. If you're at 18 or lower, you need to heal. And this boss can charge up power 1/3 of the time, and in that case 22 is your heal line. But it's just, attack, and if you're under your heal line, use an herb. Sometimes if you get, unlucky and he doesn't build up power very often, or you get like really bad damage rolls where you're kind of on the line, you can, herbs can technically be a limiting factor, but this boss is super simple.
Yeah, he does. Like I said, this is, for level 3, you're barely scraping by on this fight.
Yeah, and he can build up power twice in a row sometimes, which is super nice, because the second one is just a wasted turn.
Yep, that's what really helps you win the fight too, if things are not going your way.
You come in here with a lot of herbs, though, so pretty much a full inventory. Lisanne used 1 on the way up in order to have room in the inventory to pick up the Camerling from the treasure chest, but...
Yep. But yeah, that's basically going to be the boss of this tower, because since we left and gave up, we don't have to fight the one at the top, so... Carver's already ahead of us. Spent too much time.
Yep. He deserves it anyway. Really, Hassan is the true hero of this game.
So there is one thing you're going to notice about this game is about to pick up is this is one of the few Dragon Quest games where mini medals are actually part of the route. In fact, we're going to collect a lot of them for the item that they give.
Yeah, there are 2 kind of main mini medal routes for the run. You can either get 60 or 70 of them, and this run will get 70. It's a lot of mini medals, so this is kind of the first, I kind of mentioned it being an in-between entry in the series. This is sort of the first entry where you get rewards at certain thresholds rather than, like DW4, you can buy stuff with them. They're like a currency. Like, you can spend 1 for a staff or whatever. But in this case, it's specific thresholds. So 60 mini medals will be obtained pretty early. I say early, kind of throughout the run. The last 10 are going to be pretty late in the game, but I forget the exact item at 60. There's a number of things that they get from
60
mini
is
medal
sacred
wars.
armor, I believe.
Um,
And then 70 would be, I don't know, do they Sage's Stone in this one?
They don't. Nope. Sage's Stone they don't get. That's through the style contest. 70 is the Metal King helm, though. Yeah,
Yeah,
60
the Metal
is
King
sacred
helmet.
armor. 60
Yeah.
is sacred armor.
But most of that, like I believe 50 is what we're gonna get before we even get to Mudo, which is the first
I don't
chunk
think it's
of the
that
game.
many. Because you don't get access to the Metal
Or
King
is it
anyway
30? It
until
might
later.
be 30. Yeah, it's 30 that we get before then. So so we're gonna get like the first small part of the game. We're gonna get half of the mini medals already.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of picking them up, and even though it seems like it's a lot of time to go out of your way to pick up these medals,
It's needed.
it's needed. Yeah, this game is very, very difficult. So any edge you can get is very important.
Like right there was one. So yeah, so what happened is you got to the top because you were too slow. Hassan won, and Hassan gets to become a soldier. And then when you try to leave, all dejected, he's like, "Hey, I need to go tame a horse, and you look like a strong person. Want to go help me?" So either way, whether if you would have got to the top or not, it all leads to the same outcome. Hassan joins your party, and you're going after a horsey.
And the horse in this game is Falchion. I don't know what the name of the horse is in the DS version. It's probably some kind of pun.
It's only a pun if you know the entire game, okay?
Yep.
Her name is Peggy Sue.
That sounds like a pretty normal horse name to me.
Yeah,
I don't think that can mean
normal horse
anything.
and everything. Peggy Sue.
Just like Dr. Agon from DQ5. I'm just a normal doctor
The
name.
name means absolutely nothing. But yeah, so you just chase this horse around. You get to see your team. You get to see how smart Hassan is and teamwork and all that. Because obviously the horse is outsmarting him right now.
I'm sure if they keep just chasing it in a circle, they'll catch it eventually.
Exactly. It'll tire out before them, right?
So the horse is cornered here, and can bring it back to Rydok, and then turn it into the guy who's got there's a guy in the courtyard of the castle who's got a wagon, but no horse to pull it, basically. So we'll bring the horse there, drop it off.
And he gives us the wagon.
Yep. And then we'll have
a wagon. But yeah, so Felshon / Peggy Sue joins the party, and suddenly you're basically a full-time soldier now. Because now they just let you into the castle and treat you like you're one of them now.
I mean, if capturing a horse isn't good enough to make you a soldier, then what is? I mean...
I know. We won't mention the part where we ran around in a circle 3 times before we caught it. Like that part, we don't need to say that part.
There's no video proof of that.
The stories are written by the victors. We won, the horse lost. That's all that matters. But yeah, so now that we're honorary members of the military, I guess, we're going to go meet the king, and the king is going to say, go stop Mudo. Which, hey, that works out great, because that's why we're here.
Yep. This gives Hassan a good reason to help fight Mudo too. And you may have noticed back in the intro, there were 2 characters with the hero, and Hassan was one of them in that opening scene. But despite that, Hassan doesn't recognize the hero here or anything like that, so...
Nope.
Not really sure what's going on with that yet. We'll find out more later.
Oh, I'm sure we'll not figure out a single thing. Come on. We'll stay strangers. We'll beat up Mudo. Totally not die like we did at the beginning cutscene.
Well, maybe.
But yeah, so we are on our way. I believe we're looking for All Trades Abbey, or what is it called in this version?
We're not going, I don't think, there yet.
Well, we're trying to find a way to get to Mudo, is what we're trying to do.
Right.
And we were told something about, I don't know what they called All Trades Abbey in this version, but...
Dharma.
Dharma, that's it. So we're told to look for, basically, Dharma for information. Now, I don't know how they do it in this game, but I'll tell you how they do it in the English version when we get there. Because, you know, let's be honest, the sole reason I'm here is for puns and pointing them out, okay? Tactical is much more analytical and smarter than I am, so...
I'm a big fan of the nitty-gritty numbers and details, so if I ever go off on like a random rant about boss patterns and corner cases of how AI works or anything like that, feel free to just tune me out.
Oh, we'll get to boss patterns when we get to Deathmore. Have fun with that one.
Yep. But yeah, so at the moment, kind of just wandering around. We learned a little bit. There's a... We're gonna be coming up on this woodcutter's house here soon. I don't remember exactly the story around this. I think there's a...
I can tell you what the English story is for it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's a joke or a pun in the Japanese version, but I can tell you the reason why what happens in this, and you'll love it if you don't know the reason.
Oh boy.
But yeah, we gotta find the woodcutter because the woodcutter apparently has information. But first, we gotta stop and heal up a little bit because we are trying to get some levels now. We're trying to get some experience. But yeah, the first place to go to is the woodcutter's house, who supposedly has information on where Dharma is. And so the reason is, so like I said, I'm going to base this off the English version where it's called All Trades Abbey. And, oh wait, no, we're looking for the Mirror of Ra. That's what we're looking for, duh.
Yeah, I was going to say the All Trades is later, but I wasn't really sure what the specific plot beat was.
Okay, so yeah, we're looking for a Mirror of Ra, my bad. I'm a little rusty on the story too. So we come and ask him, and he's going to say, yeah, I have some information about it, but before I tell you, I want you to build me a shed.
And it just so happens that Hassan here is happens to be a carpenter.
By the way, just 3list just said he almost died in that last fight. Or could have died if it didn't run away. Made a mistake. Oops. But yeah, Hassan, you know, English name being Carver, of course. This is why, because he carves up a shed in a hurry.
And this scene here, some of the Japanese runners, at least I've seen Pop do it, have like a little song that they sing during this shed building animation. We won't be getting that right now, but it's kind of fun to listen to.
Yeah, it's like, so basically it's Hiro and the woodcutter like, how do we go about making a shed? I don't know. And Carver's just getting irritated, so he's like, fine, and I'll show you how to do it, and he just like single-handedly builds a shed.
In no time at all.
When you ask about the Mirror of Ra, he says, of course I got information about it. Wait, there's this place called All Trades Abbey. They both have R-A in the name, right? So that's obviously where you need to go. Mirror of Ra, All Trades Abbey. So that's why he points you in the direction of All Trades Abbey, is because both the Mirror and All Trades have R-A in the name.
That is incredibly awful. I'm not sure what if that was original or if that was new or not.
idea what the original is. Like, what's the hook to go to the cave over there?
似てる
I don't know. I was trying to see if I could get anything from the text, but I don't know enough Japanese to have any idea. It's talking about the river, because there's a
hidden cave
secret
over
path over here by the river.
Yep.
And he was talking about Dharma, but I didn't really catch anything else.
Yeah, Dharma's on the other side of this pet cavern. That's what is
Right.
basically what it is. So we'll stop down here, get a bronze shield.
These babbles are kind of scary. They hit pretty hard and they can poison you.
Yeah, and
欲しいので
they
Speaking
probably
of.
has 1 or 2 antidotes on them right now to cure poison. So
Yeah, one I think.
1 was in the woodcutters. So it depends if they picked up 1 earlier in the game and sold it or not.
Yeah. Looks like he's just leaving the poison for now, though. And then grabbing a bronze shield from this treasure chest.
Yep.
But I was mentioning earlier that there's another poison. That this game was like really trying to show off some of the stuff the Super Famicom can do, and the battle entry is another example of that with the like kind of mode 7 rotation, transition screen, and then the enemies in this game are animated. There's a lot of like additional visual technical stuff that got added for this version that wasn't present in Dragon Quest V. So for the Super Famicom, there were 4 mainline games that came out. There's Dragon Quest V, and then a remake of Dragon Quest 1 and 2 built on DQ5's engine. Then this game, and then a remake of Dragon Quest 3 built on this engine. And with every release, you can see like the engine tweaks and the improvements that were made.
Yep.
But this is the biggest jump from 5 to 6.
And then after 6, they went to a new engine on the PlayStation.
Yep.
For 7 and 4, which... Hey, coming 2002. Dragon Quest 4 on the PlayStation, coming in the West.
Yep.
Says it on my instruction manual for Dragon Warrior 7, so I know it's coming. 2002, y'all. The future is upon us.
レベル6はちょっと遠いので
It's really a shame because the Dragon Quest 4 PlayStation is super good. Like I speedrun the Japanese version, and it's a great version of the game, but sadly, not to be.
So we come over here to Dharma, and well,
Wait, what
there's
Dharma?
no Dharma. There's just a hole again.
効率がいいので
And you know what? You know what we like doing with holes? Yeah, let's go.
Whee!
Whee! So there's the real
は
Dharma.
い
It's in the not dream world. Basically, we wanted to make sure to get the return point there. But also, I believe a Deathmore takes you right to San Marino.
Yep, that is correct. So the sun was definitely, not staying fully healed at the end of that walk because he knew that the death warp here was going to be needed, and he took some extra damage on the poison tiles inside Dharma.
Yep. Plus,
Speed
you're
it
going
up
to
a
get
little
a heal anyway. So.
Yep.
So this is San Marino, and you're a
を
ghost.
治療しまして
Again.
Again.
So this is the real world where we're
You
the
can
ghost.
save, by the way. Because if you go to the priest, you'd be like, I don't know who's there, but I feel a presence. Shall I hear your story? It's like the only person you can interact with is the priest.
Yep. More stuff to loot. Got an iron claw for Hassan. There's a pretty good weapon. And that bamboo pole will end up going back to the hero. And the bamboo pole isn't really that good, but I'll mention it because we might see it in a little bit. The bamboo pole is like a single target damage attack. And it's not as good as the boomerang, but it'll be useful if we see any metal slimes show up.
Yeah.
Because then you can single target the metal slimes versus the boomerang, which is not reliable damage against them.
So the scene in San Marino here, you notice we went over there and we saw a conversation. There's a
弁当
there's this family here, and the maid is kind of in love with the son up here, but the son is betrothed to someone else.
そうですか。
And so we're gonna see this little cutscene here where her name in English is Poison, by the way. Or Ivy, sorry, Ivy. And she poisons Mr. Barkington's food bowl. So she could blame it on the maid and get her in trouble. This is the most traumatic. I'm sorry y'all about this, but this is very traumatic. This is really sad, okay? Just poor Mr. Barkington.
Yep, and her name in the Japanese version is just Amanda. It's just her name.
No pun.
1回目。
Nope.
There's Mr. Barkington. Look how happy Mr. Barkington is. But wait,
Pedo.
what's wrong? Mr. Barkington! No! So yeah, we see the whole thing. Like that Amanda, I guess you said?
Yeah.
Poisoned the bowl and blamed it on the maid. And we really want to tell them the truth of what happened. But we're ghosts. We can't talk about poor Pero. So we need to find a way to not be ghosts so we can kind of settle the situation here.
And yeah, it's interesting. So Lisan provided so Maru, who's a well-known Japanese runner, he's run a ton of DQ games, has a chart for this, which is what Lisan uses, and provided a translated version, and a lot of it's kind of like Google translated, but there's some extra commentary on here. And the translated chart says, "Go outside and defeat Pero," which is the dog.
Oh, gee, I see that. Poor Pero. But yeah, walking around town, we find this one person who can see us and talk to us. Her name is Malayu.
And she looks kind of familiar too. Haven't we seen her somewhere before?
No, obviously not, because none of that ever happened, right?
Right. Well, I mean, we, the player, have seen her before.
Yes. She was also one of the 3 that we saw in the opening cutscene. And she's basically going to say, hey, I know someone who can help you with your problem. And problem being, you're a ghost.
2つ。
Yep. So we're gonna follow her over here to Grandma's house. She's some kind of
Grand Mars.
yeah, some kind of like witch, basically. I don't actually know how they describe her in English, but
I think it's just basically that. But yeah, she's like, hey, I know how to turn you human. Same thing I did for Malayu here. You have to go to the dream cave and grab some dew from there and bring it back to me. And that will help you with your invisibility problem.
間違えた。
and here in her house, we're gonna she's trying to help us out, but we're gonna loot her house too. There was an NPC, and more importantly, this here,
先に使います。
star fragment, Lucida shard, I think is the English name.
Yeah,
So
this is going to be
Lucida
very
sh-
important to get by the next boss.
Yeah,
is the star fragment.
and it's used a few times throughout the run, but especially in this next boss. So it does a few things depending on which DQ game you're talking about. In this game, you can use it as an item to confuse an enemy. In some games, it cures confusion, but in this game, it causes confusion.
Yep, so Malayu joins you, and you're going to the dream cave. Oh yeah, Grand Mars gives you 10 herbs too, because it's nice of her. You're probably
sure
going to
you
need
got some
it.
healing.
The baby goils here suck. This cave is also, the bottom floor of this cave is the first chance that you get in the game to find metal slimes too. Remember that bamboo pole that we still have?
50枚もらって。じゃんけんですね。
This levels for this cave aren't really important. If you happen to find stuff you can fight or find a metal slime, it's useful, of course, but the next dungeon will be the one where levels, will have an actual requirement, we'll have another party member and stuff. Right now, it's just Hassan and
そうです
the
か
hero here that are getting XP from these fights. So
So I just saw something 3less mentioned. That's a difference that I didn't know about between this and the DS version. In this version, Malayu doesn't fight.
yeah,
And DS version, well, you can't control her, but you can at least she helps you out in combat. Usually, she tries to cast buff on when you're fighting a metal slime, but she still does help.
interesting.
Yeah, she buff her AI is to cast buff on your party if you see a metal slime. I don't know why, but she does. But yeah, it's
They're
not until
very
the bottom floor that you can find metal slimes here. The rest of this cave is pretty dangerous. There's a lot of casters in here, casting ice spells, casting sizz on your party. I guess fireball, or I don't know all the Japanese names for the spells.
買いたくないけど使わないとダメ
Yeah, Gira is Fireball.
Ira.
Yeah, these baby goyles in particular are not
They're
so nice
tough.
sometimes.
And I know in the DS version you can get groups of 4 of them, which is like if you don't run away, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the groups are like here off the top of my head, but
Now this is the metal slime floor also. But yeah, you can see right there, Gira, just huge chunk of health.
yeah, because like a lot of DQ games, we've kind of powered up our armor early on, but armor doesn't help against spells. So spellcasters in the early game are always a scary thing to see.
Yeah.
Another thing that you see during some of these fights, some of the enemies will lower your defense. This game has metal slimes.
Yeah.
This game has a bug or a technique where if you go into the equip menu in combat, it will recalculate your stats. So if you have stat increasing or decreasing effects on you, going into the equip menu will reset them. So anytime defense gets lowered, you'll see Lisan going into the equip menu to reset the defense back to normal and basically nullify that.
There we go. It's like they were sitting on 3 damage for so long. I was like, are they going to get that 4 damage? No, it's sticking around.
Yeah, getting that metal slime early is...
Any levels that you can get early are still good, because even if it might overlevel you a little bit in some areas, when you get to Mudo, sometimes having that extra level really does make a difference. It helps you survive. It could help you survive his nasty combo.
It's true. Levels in the early game for this are a very peculiar thing, though, because you do need levels, and you want them also for Malayu before the next boss.
Yeah, the problem is she's not getting any. That's what really stinks right now.
Right, and the other problem is that after Mudo, you do some class grinding, and you can overlevel for the area where you need to class grind.
Yeah.
If you get too much, one
Yeah,
metal slime shouldn't be enough. But
yeah, we can talk about class grinding, lady. This is Bloody Paul. The whole goal of this fight is to confuse him with that star fragment and let him kill himself.
And actually, hopefully, he will run away.
Yeah, he can run away too. There's also that.
Yep, so Confusion has a 50% chance to hit. He can attack. He can paralyze himself sometimes, which if he paralyzes himself, it's annoying because you kind of just need to physically hit him until he dies. He can upper himself, which he just did, which increases his defense, so you see he's doing a lot less damage to himself. And if he gets multiple uppers off on himself and then paralyzes himself, it becomes like ultra slow because you kind of just have to hit him down 1 damage at a time.
Yeah, the DS strategy in this fight is actually to grind the hero till he learns Sap. Because the confusion doesn't work on the DS version. So you have to just pray that he doesn't spam upper, otherwise you can't win.
Yeah. So yeah, the idea is to use the confusion and then typically just try to run away, which is the fastest way. If you need healing, take the turn to heal up. If you don't need healing, just run away. It's the quickest way to end the turn, and if you physically attack him, it increases the chance that you're going to break his confusion, so it doesn't really make sense to attack, even though sometimes the fight does come down to damage. That's not what we're relying on here, so...
Yeah, 370 health, and he's doing 7 damage a turn to him right now.
And the chance of him running away is pretty low. I've got it here somewhere. I think it's like, there we go, he just ran. 6% or something. Yeah. It sometimes takes a while, but...
Now, if Purple Mario was here, you'd have to remind him to pick up the Dream Dew. But yeah, as, Three-List is mentioning he's out of herbs now. So that was a fur cape, I believe, or something? Something for
hood.
Fur hood?
Actually, no, it might have been a cape.
It's a fur something.
Yeah, I think it's a cape.
Fur cloak. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, some of the translations are wrong, but I think that one's right.
Yeah. And I think he's just taking the death warp now.
Yeah, there's no real easy way out of this cave, so death warping is
left.
Death warping's the pretty typical strat.
Yeah. I don't know if death warp is a strat. Is you normal for this one? Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
There's the line in the notes that say Death Ra, so...
Yeah, there it is.
Death Rura. Rura is the return spell, and so you'll often see Death Rura as like a death warp. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in there that's like a little bit sketchy the way it translated, but... Hey,
we take it. It's helpful. They're helping us out, we're helping them out. Everyone's helping out.
I've read enough Google translated Dragon Quest stuff that I know what most of it means.
But yeah, so now we become real. And Millie is going to join our party. Since her name is similar in English, I'm just going to say Millie, because it's better than saying Malayu every time. I'm probably butchering it.
Malayu, yeah.
Malayu, Millie, they're basically the same thing.
Yeah, they're actually really close.
I mean, it's not like Ashlyn and Barbara, right?
That is true. Or Hassan and Carver, or...
Like, Barbara's not punny enough, so we gotta name her Ashlyn. Which is a pun, by the way. It's like a pun for one specific part of the game.
Oh, is it really? I didn't realize that.
The dream ashes.
Oh, okay.
You know, when you're getting...
Yeah. Oh, man. the long game.
I know, that's the long game. So first thing we do is we tell them about the story. Got to advance the event, as Three-List says. And then we're going to hop on a boat and go back to Rydok.
And you might be wondering, weren't we in Rydok earlier? Can't we just wing back? But reminder that we are now in the real world, not the dream world, and we've only been to Dream World Rydok, so the game keeps track of separate return lists for each world. So even though we've been to Dream World Rydok, we're trying to get back there in the real world now that we're down here.
Yeah, that's one of the things where the game starts to get confusing, is because we're going to Rydok, which is the same exact thing, but it has a completely different story when we get there.
Yeah, but in the same place, same town, same characters, just kind of, mostly. That one's actually got a couple.
He's going to get the fur cape, I believe, to make money. Because there is a fur item in there, cape, or I think that one is the cape that you can get in there and pick up.
Maybe. Let's see. Small metal, selling some stuff. Fur hood. That's what the notes say. And then buy some tickets to get on the boat to set sail to Rydok. Sold some of the extra gear that we don't need anymore in order to be able to afford the tickets. We'll see if herbs end up being an issue or not. Not really sure how many herbs you're supposed to have at this point. I know there's a couple places where you can pick up one here or there as like a backup in pots and stuff like that, but
リカバリーしましょう。
it'll be fine. Usan knows what he's doing, so.
薬草のことしか考えてなかったよ。
I think 3list forgot a mini medal somewhere too. Oops. The whole herb thing. There is a couple of mini medals that you can go out of your way and get to recover, but
Do you know which one he forgot? Because he should only have 3 at this point.
I think he's, let's see. So there's the one, two.
There were 2 in the original Rydok, and there was 1 in the San Marino where he just was.
You got San Marino. So you get 2 and
Yeah, one was in the kitchen earlier, and
did he? Is it in the well or the kitchen in this game?
well, there's one in the kitchen that he got earlier.
Yeah. What about the one in the well in the first town he fell into? Might have forgot that one.
I don't think you get one there. No,
Thought that's where the first one is.
the first one was in the tower, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is in the tower.
So
So yeah, for some weird reason, the plot to advance the story in this game is to talk to that prisoner. So what happens is we came to this town. We bought some royal clothing, is what happened, and we put it on, and we came to this tower, and everyone was away currently, so we had to wait till they came back. So talking to that prisoner is the story trigger to get this cutscene to happen. And they're like, "Don't you know who this is? This is the prince." So you come up here and you see that apparently the king and the queen are asleep and not waking up. And everyone is convinced that you're the prince just because you put these noble clothes on. But not the minister. The minister has snuffed you out.
他のところで忘れると余裕がなくなるんで。
the king and the queen are sleeping, huh? Sleeping royalty, dream world. I wonder.
覚えてるところを
Get it.
見ましょう。
I'm just saying there could be a connection there somewhere, you know?
もしかしたら忘れ
And
る
in
かもし
the
れない
dream world version of Rydok, the queen is missing, right?
Yes, the queen is missing. And here, both of them are asleep and not waking up.
Yep.
セット
But no one's missing.
So yeah, you never get in trouble in this game, by the way. Literally, you impersonated the prince, broke into the castle, went to the king and queen, got caught, and all they tell you is, get out and never come back.
And don't worry, we'll end up in a jail cell at some point.
Yeah.
It's a Dragon Quest game.
But that's basically what they do, is they just boot you out the door. Isn't there a mini medal in this town that you can get, though?
I'm not 100% sure. There might be, and it might be gotten later. There's a lot of like
Yeah.
ミレイユ
There's a lot of like subtle routing, like if you're back in the town later and you're just in a building that's closer, you pick it up later. Sometimes you get things earlier because you want them to fill up your inventory so stuff goes to a different character or the bag. Yeah, I'm not really sure if we get to see. It's tough without being like check his inventory.
So he actually re-entered the town and came to this specific merchant, because this merchant sells another thieves' key,
わからない
which we're going to use to go into this door to get one item. And then silver bracelets, which are just high defense accessories, plus 20 defense accessories.
Yep, and he grabbed a poison knife. I think was the item in that.
And it's time to go to Amore.
やることが増えますね。
They kept the name of this the same in English, Amore,
鏡
Yeah.
の
because it's based around love.
メタルと逆走りですね。
Yep, the origin of Love Water. From anyone who's played the Monsters games. Love Water also exists in this.
Oh yeah.
So is there a specific reason that we're going to Amore? Is there did they tell us about?
There's nowhere else to go, I think.
Okay.
So you pretty much follow the path. You come to this cave first, which is completely blocked off. And then you continue on to the next town. So you're pretty much stuck going in this direction because there's just nothing else left. Because you got booted out of the castle, so...
Yep.
You go to the next town, and you go to this town, and there is a bunch of story triggers. You got to talk to a bunch of people about learning about basically the old lady in the church who is really grouchy, but apparently has a tragic love story where she lost the love of her life on an expedition looking for the Mirror of Ra. And then you're going to learn a bunch about her, and then you're going to go visit her, and she's going to let you sleep in her bed. In the church. In the church.
And there is another mini medal here.
Yep.
So this should be number 4 if he's remembered all of them. It's very easy to accidentally forget a mini medal
There are.
or
yes,
two.
Thankfully, the first 5 are really slow, and then there's 25 that are just bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
Because the DS version, well, we used to in the original DS version until we found out a way to actually beat the game without having to get many medals by manipulating.
By cheating.
Well, we have to. Our Deathmore in English is a lot harder than the Super Famicom version.
This version is very, very difficult.
Yeah, but the DS version gave Kazing to both hands.
In this version, it bi-kills itself in Phase 2, and it never wears off.
Yeah. I think that's the same thing that happens in DS, too.
Oh, maybe.
It's just the DS version forces you to kill both hands at the same time.
Yeah.
And they have different health totals. It's such a pain. But anyways, we take a nap, we wake up, and suddenly... everything is different, and there's a lot of Kool-Aid coming down that waterfall. A lot of Kool-Aid.
I don't want to drink that Kool-Aid.
It's just Kool-Aid.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, the 5th mini medal was in the church pot, and then you got bunny ears here. Rabbit ears. Little armor for Millie.
Picking up some love water.
And we're going to go to the cave to find out why there's Kool-Aid coming from that cave.
Yeah, so this dungeon is where XP will be needed. The XP is really only needed for the hero. So we'll see. Usually you get the XP with Millie in your party. You want to get the hero to level 7 to get sap. That one metal slime that Lisan killed earlier is actually just enough XP for that, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be an issue that Millie's missed out on it or not. So we'll see.
Does she have exit yet, or warp yet, or zoom or whatever?
I have no idea.
I think she needs a level 6 for that.
Yeah.
So you need to get at least a little experience for that. But yeah, so you came here and you noticed that there was a warrior there washing Kool-Aid off of her body. And that's what's causing all the blood red to appear.
Yeah, this dungeon's pretty confusing. There's these there are these logs that when you stand on them they kind of float downhill and land at wherever they land. And there's a lot of treasure and stuff you can get if you like that blade boomerang that was just picked up. So if you know kind of the right path to take, you can get some cool stuff. But when you're playing casually, you're standing on the wrong log and backtracking and ending up where you don't want to end up, and it's easy to get a little lost in here.
But yeah, so I think they are hopefully trying to find one metal slime kill, but...
Ooh?
I think your stream is like slightly ahead of mine. Oh, nice Kaishin. There's the metal.
Yep. That So at this point, I don't think he wants to get any more metal slimes. I think he will actually avoid more metals to not risk overleveling.
Yeah.
But yeah, there we go. Millie just learned outside at level 7.
Yeah. That's what it was. It was outside at 7. Okay.
Yep. I think there are a couple places where if you don't have it, you can just take a death warp instead.
Yeah, you just don't want to keep going through all your money is all.
Yeah, of course.
If you got outside and you can use it.
Alright, so now he's going to be going off to the boss of this area, which is the Horror Beast. Horror Beast is on a 3-turn rotation, so he can, on turn 1, will either do Confuse Dance or Strong Attack. Second turn will either do Bright Lights or Confuse Dance, and then the third turn is a Strong Attack or a regular attack. And there's a couple interesting things to note. His AI with the physical attacks will target the lowest HP character, and additionally, Millie is immune to confusion. So there's kind of a couple moving parts to this fight, but the general idea is that the hero's going to be using Sap, and Millie's going to be using Upper, and on every character, once on everybody, twice on herself, and then just kind of do damage.
Yeah. So the story basically behind this is you went into the cave and you saw, like I said, you saw the woman at the top, and she says, "My beloved, he's gone. He protected me fighting this monster." And you come down here and you see them fighting. So now you're gonna save him. And
well, if I can just chime in for a second, one thing I want to note here. So Hassan is confused, and it's unfortunate because you really, as I mentioned, the physical attacks target the lowest HP character, but since Hassan has the most HP and is confused, he's not going to break out of it unless he happens to hit himself. So it's kind of like the worst target for confusion. You typically want to just, whoever gets confused, let them get low to get targeted out of it.
Yeah, you can't target your own party members in this game manually, so...
Yeah, now Hero was also confused for a turn there. Anyway, continue on, sorry.
I call this boss Mini Whack-A-Mole, because the real Whack-A-Mole boss is coming much later on.
Yep.
The test that spams nothing but dance every turn.
Yep. 80%.
But yeah, I don't think you can cast outside in this version either, because you saved her beloved. Now you have to actually go and see the cutscene at the top.
Yep. The other thing that I didn't talk about during that fight that you'll see more and more as the game goes on is the game makes heavy use of using AI tactics. The AI tactics in this version are actually like really good. So it's common to use AI tactics, especially early on, both to accelerate menuing, so you don't have to give their inputs, and also they can make their decisions after the enemy goes if they go later. So that can sometimes be useful to get, a heal after an enemy attacks or something along those lines. So this is kind of the first fight where tactics get some use, and you kind of switch them on and off depending on if you need to manually heal somebody. But just kind of keep an eye on it throughout the various fights. I'll talk about it when it's more relevant, but it's kind of the first use of it was on that Bloody Paw.
But yeah, now that once you kill that boss, there's no more random encounters. So now 3less is going around looting a whole bunch of chests. And then when you return them, you do get a prize for returning them together. They give you the agility ring, which is a pretty good boost to your speed, something that you're going to be using the rest of the game.
Yep, the rest of the game.
Plus, you brought this lovely couple back together.
Yeah, but that's less important than the ring, right? I mean...
Yeah, the loot is what we came here for.
Yeah.
Although we still haven't made any progress because these two, they tell us that this all happened looking for the Mirror of Ra, but they didn't tell us anything.
It's true. But...
So we just brought them back together, rescued them, got this ring, and well, I guess we're pretty tired after we do a little shopping.
Yeah, I mean, we fixed this problem in the dream world, but haven't really gotten anywhere in the real world out of this, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Maybe changing stuff in the dream world has some kind of impact on the real world, right? Like,
You're not supposed to do that. That's playing with the timeline.
I know.
You're messing with the timeline.
このお金がギリギリだから
Parallel universes.
But yeah, so when we did lay in that bed and everything that's happened here so far is happening in the dream world.
Yeah, and you can tell that when you first go to sleep and you wake up and this guy is here instead of the old lady.
余裕がなかったんです
So when we go back, we're going to see the old lady again. Except, well, something's going to change. Remember that old grouchy woman, her tragic past of losing her lover, searching for that darned mirror of Ra? Well, he comes through. One just happens to come through today. Like, are you Iria? Or I think Iria, whatever. And it's like, oh, I missed you so much. And we find out that we went back in the past and we basically saved her beloved. And now she's no longer grumpy. And she gives us the means to get to the mirror of Ra now.
Gina and Iria. Yep, so she gives the key, right? The Kagami key?
Yeah, the mirror tower key.
Yep.
Yep.
It's kind of an interesting aside I find always fascinating is in Japanese, Kagami is mirror, and typically it's written out with hiragana, which is like an actual Japanese word. But for some reason in this game they use katakana for Kagami for both the key and for the mirror. I don't know why. They just decide to
大回収
use a different alphabet, which is usually for like loan words or there's
Yeah.
certain like subsets of Japanese words that use them.
後にします
So this tower actually starts off with the boss. It's
Yep.
these 3 poison zombies that basically all they're going to do is poison. So you basically set Millie to, I don't know what the name of the tactic is in this one, but basically will make it clean, I guess is. And just picked up an iron breastplate, so now she has a ton of defense. So you just buff up, I think you cast upper once, and then set the tactic, and she will clear off anyone who's envenomed. And you'll just...
The make it clean is the manual control.
Okay.
But yeah, so you start off with manual control to cast upper on everybody, and then you can switch later to
Yeah.
the do your best. I think
That's
is
it.
the
But she will clean away the important poison from people.
yeah. At the start of the fight, getting upper is more important than
Yeah.
curing poison. And the goal
Well, then
here,
you have to clear the poison because it hurts.
right, yeah. So this fight has both a poison and an envenom, and
Yeah.
envenom is the strong poison, and that one really does hurt. The start of the fight is also important for Hero to start using sap, and the goal is to kind of get sap to hit one of the zombies twice. It's an even chance to hit them. And then you can kind of start going in and doing damage. This fight's pretty slow. They have a lot of HP, but once your upper is set up, it's not really dangerous.
Yeah, they are very tanky. They're 350 health each, so, and they have the ability to cast heal, I believe. So
Yeah.
they don't cast it often, but you know, it's when you heal out when you have a ton of health. It's like this is a lot of damage you have to go through. So
Yeah, so these enemies are actually on a fixed rotation, so they heal 1 in 6, but it's a rotation that's shared amongst the group. So, they'll heal on turn 2, for example, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then as you take out one of the zombies, like now it's once every 3 turns, and then for the last one it'll be once every 6 turns, because their rotation is shared. But it's all attacks and poison and a heal.
yeah,
Like there's nothing really to speak of with it.
as long as you cure the envenom and you have upper on, it's not a hard fight.
Yep.
Just a restroom break.
It's sort of interesting how they do that, how they throw the boss fight at the start of the tower instead. Dragon Quest always kind of likes to play around with its dungeon layouts and the flow of the dungeon, whether it's putting bosses at different points, or DQ2 where you climb a tower only to go back down the tower. DQ always has some like really interesting dungeon setups. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think this is a good example of that.
But yeah, so you get the boss out of the way, and then you have to go through the entire 2 towers. Because 1 tower was just not enough fun. You need 2.
2 is always better than 1.
ちょっとエンカウントが良くなかったのと
So so this kind of turns into
操作ミスで遅れています
a little bit of like, I hesitate to call it a puzzle dungeon, but like there's a kind of a puzzle that you need to go through. There's this floating room in between those 2 towers that's being held up by these tethers that are coming from each of the towers, and you need to go up each tower and push there's like an orb that's standing in front of a mirror, and you kind of need to push it out of the way in order to break the tethers, and you need to repeat that for each of the tethers, which will cause that room to fall down, and that's
hopefully
where
not break the mirror.
Yeah, hopefully not break the mirror. It's a magical mirror. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, there's a couple of seeds they're going to pick up in here, and then they're going to pick up someone else in here too. Which is not important, don't worry.
Wonder who that could be. So yeah, before this encounter, you could kind of see her at the edge of the screen, and she's
Go quick, kill it.
Yeah, she's kind of in a ghosty form. Which is very similar to how you were when you entered the real world. And this is also in the real world, I think. So
Yes, we are currently in the real world.
Yeah.
See, this is where the game gets confusing. Is trying to keep track of which world you're in.
Yep. Sometimes it's easy. Sometimes things are too silly to be the real world. And that's kind of like the main way you can tell, honestly, is like if something just seems absurd, like the entire river turning red, for example, like it's the dream world. That's
When
saying
you
it couldn't
see
happen in
what
the real
our
world.
vehicles of movement are, you can figure out which one's the real world and which one's the dream world.
Yeah, that's the main one I had in mind when I was saying that. We'll see those a little bit later, though. Don't want to give away the surprise for anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah. Hence why I said vehicles of movement.
So here we got the first of the those tethers I was talking about being broken. That's kind of what it looks like. So there's 4 of them. The encounters here are not useful to fight. They're not super threatening, but some of them can be a problem. I didn't talk about run chances in this game. I'm not 100% sure what they are, but I am reasonably sure that the first time you try to run away, it's a 50% chance. The second time, it's also a 50%. Third time, it's a 75%. And then from there on, I think it's a 87.5 forever. I don't think running away in this version is ever guaranteed.
Yeah, I think it's the same as the numbers for 5, basically.
Yep, exactly. Some games, the fourth run is guaranteed, but in this game, I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So
Duran is making a comment about there's a place coming up that please be kind to monsters because you can die if you can't run away. I'm guessing that's going to be the on our way to Mudo. Because that area is really nasty.
Yeah. But really, I mean, at any point in the run, here he's pretty safe. I mean, he's got 2 Metal Slimes worth of experience, but really at any point in the run, like if you fail to run enough, there are monsters that can probably kill you.
Well, I mean, that's like the first part of the game where you got tier 2 AoE spells.
Yeah, and monsters on the way to Mudo will have beat.
Yeah. So when your party's getting hit for 50 plus damage, Yeah, that it can get deadly.
Yep. But I think some of the upper floors of this tower also have, like, not
It's
really
light
scary.
magic. It's like ice breath. You know, it's nothing too terribly hard.
Yeah, but
It's
if you fail
actually
to
a
run
pretty
enough,
easy tower.
if you fail to run enough, though, like, this
Oh,
game
yeah,
can be
anything.
scary anywhere.
Oh, you could die to a slime if you fail to run enough times.
I guess that's true.
Slime-chan.
60は回復したいけど。
Actually getting, like, a fair number of encounters for this tower.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. It's
The steps should reset your depletion, so, like, sometimes you can kind of just cruise through this tower without getting a ton, but
this game
Other-
naturally has a high encounter rate. It's just
it-
the fact
it
that
does.
it resets every time you go through stairs and whatnot is the only reason why it's not as bad as you think it is.
exactly. And we'll talk about a little bit more about that later too once we start getting some more abilities. But for now, really taking a lot of damage there. Hidden staircase.
Yeah.
No use of the mirror effect.
Well, the mirror said it was there, so it had to be true.
Yep.
And still, somehow, we're gonna drop this giant room off from way up at the top of the tower, and it's not gonna break the mirror.
So the question is Barbara really there? Or is she only... Do we only think she's there because of the mirror? Oh, I guess she wasn't in the
Barbara. What are you
mirror.
talking about?
Oh, I mean, that weird ghost that we went by. Was that
I didn't
really
see
a
no
ghost?
ghost. I didn't see nothing here.
Okay. Maybe I'm just, like, seeing things, you know? You can never quite tell if, like, you're seeing a ghost out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah, I don't even think you need to talk to her in this version, do you? Like, she'll just join you when you get to the mirror.
I think when you get to the mirror, I don't know if you have to talk to her or if you have to actually... I think you actually have to use the...
Well, yeah, but I mean, like,
do.
you don't actually have to have her talk to her and join your party the first time you pass her.
No.
In this version.
Right.
Dia's version, you're forced to talk to her, give her the dream do, yada, yada, yada. And then when you get down to get the mirror, she's like, you know what? Can I just come with y'all?
Gotcha. Yeah, you don't have to talk to her on the way up here.
You just get to ignore the ghost. And a little bit of a wee all the way down.
水をかける。
And here she is.
Yep, there she is. She's trying to become real because no one can see her.
And
just-
it turns out we have the solution to that.
We just walk up behind her and dump a bunch of water on top of her.
Grandma's gave us a little bit extra when she healed us up earlier. And she
But yeah, we'll
revivified
have
us.
the Mirror of Ra, so which means we can fight the Dreadfiend.
Yeah. So why was the mirror supposed to help us fight the Dreadfiend? Did they give us a reason why, or?
Is to stop his illusions.
Ah, okay.
So he's a master of illusions, is what he is. So apparently, what they're suggesting is in the first fight at the beginning of the game, the reason why you're still running around, even though all that happened, is because you were subjected to his illusions.
メダルを取る。
So the only way to really fight on equal footing with him is to dispel his fake illusions.
I see.
さっき忘れたからね。
So yeah, back to Dharma here. Dharma makes a really convenient spot once you locate it because there's a well here. So it's a really convenient place to just, like, get back to the dream
Yeah.
world if you need to.
鍵を取った後。
Because you gotta remember, the person who gave us the quest to go fight Mudo was in the dream world.
Exactly.
Because the king in the real world is currently sleeping and not waking up.
And now we get to buy herbs one at a time. They hadn't yet invented.
Actually,
multiple
that mini
purchases.
medal they picked, 3 lists picked up was an extra mini medal, so I think they're convinced they missed one somewhere.
Yeah, that could be.
Because that's just an extra one that you go out of your way to get if you either now or later or whatever. Could have just gotten it out of order.
た分を回収します。
Because we'll be back to that Dharma there eventually.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We'll find out. There are 4 different spots, thresholds for mini medals in the run. So I think 30, 50, 60, and 70 are all useful turn-in
こっち
points.
だよ。
So we'll find out when we get to the first one, which is going to be, still another probably hour and a half before we get there.
Guy's here defending this chest with his life.
The
Look at
Dark
that.
Hobbit.
Such a good soul. Oh. Well, if it was one-on-one, he'd have a chance.
So from that we get a ring, the aunt's ring, which we then, give to the lady up here.
ここまでやっといて
And she gives us a strength seed for the trouble, which is useful for give Hassan a little bit more strength. It's technically optional,
取ります。
but the strength seed's nice.
Yeah, it looks like they only do it if like not level 9, so.
Yeah, but I'm sure the hero's level 9 after those 2 metal slimes.
Oh, it should be level 10, probably.
Yeah, I think either 10 or 11. I think 10.
Yeah, I think that might just be the threshold to fight, because it might be a little too hard or difficult at that point.
I think it's I think it just chose to do it for the strength seed.
Yeah,
This is like
could be marathon safety too.
exactly.
But yeah, so we give the king, show the king, yay, we got the mirror. The effect of the seed of power is high. See, there's 3 lists answering all of our questions. So things start to get
Weird.
weird. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. This is where the game really goes off the deep rails. So, yeah, we're going to take a midnight stroll and we want to talk to the king. But the king just doesn't seem to be, reacting. There's just not completely there.
Yeah, kind of disheveled, kind of out of it.
Yeah.
あんまりないこと
We're gonna use this mirror here and be like, hey, look what we found.
Yeah, we show the mirror to the king, and remember, it dispels illusions, so...
Drum roll.
The dramatic pause.
そういうことがあるから
And we find out that the king is really
できる限
When
り
the world could that be?
the queen.
種を取るように
Yep, the king was the queen all along.
So now
Which
where's
means
the
the
king?
queen wasn't missing, the king really was missing.
Now I'm curious, if you go back to the real world at this point, does the queen wake up when you do this?
You can't get into the castle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're barred from the
Oh,
castle.
right. Yeah, they kicked us out.
Yep. So she's basically, yep, you need to go stop Mudo. Stop the Dread Fiend. We still have no idea what's, she comes with you too, by the way. We still don't know what's going on with the king, why the king was the queen. We just know that we need to go stop Mudo. So that's where we're going to go.
And Lissan's just doing a little bit of menuing to trade around some healing items, some equipment, some extra seeds. This game is really menu heavy. There's a lot of stuff, like small metals. We'll end up with tons of small metals in in their inventory, and there's a lot of this game makes pretty heavy use of tools, so like using like a weapon or shield or something like that as an item in battle, a lot of consumable items, a lot of accessories that'll get swapped around, or equipment, weapons that'll get swapped around in combat based on the situation. So menuing and keeping your menu in a consistent layout is like super important for the speedrun. We're getting a safety save here.
Oh yeah, gotta save before the Dread Fiend. I mean, this is this is the big bad guy coming up here. We're going to the whole
Nothing
reason for our
wrong.
journey.
It's just a Dread Fiend. Nothing can go wrong.
Well, you know, in some series of games, Mudo is what they use when you're gonna get hit by an instant death spell.
It's true.
You'll find out more about that. Digital Devil Saga 2. Coming up later, well, tomorrow, today, depending on where you are in the country.
Just need DQ6 to have a Hama boss also.
Yeah, we gotta have a Hama boss. I know, run is almost over already. What is with that crazy estimate? Obviously, it's DLC.
I mean, the boss could just be that difficult. Maybe we're gonna grind for like 5
6
hours.
hours trying to kill Mudo. So I don't know about all of the glitches in this game, but the DS version does have one glitch outside of casino manipulation. Yeah, this is the first prayer dungeon because once it gets to a certain part of this dungeon, aggro sculptures, gargoyles can appear. And they're the ones that can cast the tier 2 flame magic.
Oh yes, and we'll be seeing them for a large portion of the game.
Yes, they don't go away for a while. But yeah, so there is one glitch that we can use in a couple areas in the English version of the DS game, which allows us to basically clip into the layer, or like the second layer of the screen. Like for example, we can... What was that?
I said like the volcano in 5.
Yeah. But yeah, so what we do is we can use the quick save, the save and reset feature, to basically load ourselves, not on that ladder, but on a ladder coming up here. On this ladder right here, if we do it at the top of the ladder on the exact right pixel, when we reload the game, we'll be behind the ladder, and we can go out of bounds and skip a small chunk of this section here that includes those gargoyles. And go right to the exit. Like, and it only saves like a minute in this area, but there's a dungeon later on that it saves several minutes if you can pull it off. Because you basically skip like 2/3 of Grakos' dungeon.
Yeah, none of that in the SFC version, obviously, and
no save and quit to be able to even try to pull it off. So,
and in general, the Japanese runs tend to disallow glitches like that.
Oh yeah,
but there's sometimes like weird definitions for what they do and don't allow. So like I mentioned earlier, they allow the equipment reset glitch.
Yeah.
In some ways, probably just because you can't really avoid it. Like you rely on going into the equipment menu to swap around equipment during fights as part of the strategy. So they probably just say, we can't ban using the equipment menu, so we just allow the glitch. But
those gargoyles there, by the way, are the terrible ones, the big blue things.
Yeah.
So what I was told is from a Japanese runner a long time ago, the definition of if they can use a glitch or not is if it skips any of the story.
Yeah.
So if it skips any part of the story, then it's a glitch that is usually not allowed. That's
the decent rule of thumb. It's like not always quite
probably
that
not
dry.
very specific, yeah, in some cases.
Yeah.
But this is also an any % glitchless run, so.
Yeah, true.
It is in the title, right on the layout.
And that is sometimes something they'll do, like for the DS games. I know for DQ5 at least, they'd have 2 categories: one that allows the volcano out of bounds, and one that doesn't.
Yeah,
it's like that one glitch in that one place is just a whole new category.
So this area is actually pretty long. You're supposed to go up and down a whole bunch of stairs and light up this entire area, because that is a giant pit right there with a very small walkway. And you can't really see it unless you like open up the shutters to give light. But if you know the walkway,
ちょっと待って
and it's really tricky because it kind of snakes. So it's not as bad in this version as the DS version. DS version, you have to like go down all the way to the right, up all the way back to the left. But yeah, you can skip most of this dungeon by just knowing where to walk. And that brings us to the Dread Fiend.
Mudo. So, Mudo has a 3-turn rotation. Turn 1 is a Flame Breath or attack. Turn 2, he can do an upper or attack. And third turn, he can do a Blazemore, or he can randomize your character's strategy. So
That's
something
always
to watch.
the worst.
Yeah, it's something to watch out for. Just you got to make sure you set your strategy back afterwards. It's better than eating a Blazemore to the face, but sometimes it can interfere with whatever your characters do afterwards. So there, it was a strategy change.
Yeah, like they might not sap that turn, or they might not heal. Like it could mess up what you got going on, but it's more of an inconvenience more than anything. But yeah.
So the strategy for this fight's actually like fairly simple: sap to lower his defense, upper to raise yours, and just kind of do healing as needed. You hope for not too much Flame Breath. If he does Flame Breath, then you kind of have to spread around the healing with various party members. But
And he has 900 health, so it takes a little bit of time to chunk through all of it.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a boss fitting for the final boss of the game.
Right. Yeah. Just nice, easy boss.
Looks a little, I don't know. Maybe he needs to like Stairmaster a little bit more. I think he's getting a little chunky.
There's
oh wait, that's me. I'm talking about myself. My bad. Nah. I don't know. He's not. Doesn't seem that intimidating for like the Dread Fiend Mudo. You know, the destroyer of the world.
Yeah. So here we have a big recovery because he did a Blazemore into a Fire Breath. So that's a lot of damage at once, but really it's not too bad to keep up with most of the time. Unless he's like repeatedly doing the worst patterns, it's not usually too bad. Biggest issue is just the high HP. Barbara's HP is really low. Her max HP is really low for this fight, but she does have resistance to Blaze spells. So even though her HP is actually less than the max a Blazemore can do, she won't get one shot by it if she's at full.
Yep.
But it is a priority to kind of keep her nearly topped up because of that, though. Yeah, 900 HP is like a lot for this point in the game. So if you remember those poison zombies we fought earlier that were really slow, they had 350 each. So it's more than 900 in total, but it had boomerangs and AoE abilities and that sort of thing. This is one guy with 900.
Yeah, there we go. There's Mudo beat. GG.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be the end, right? That was our goal. That was our quest.
I mean, we didn't even need that Mirror of Ra. We just walked in and just.
But this is Dragon Quest. I mean, this guy's not really a dragon. We haven't really seen any dragons yet. There's got to be some somewhere, right?
Well, now he starts to use his illusion, so we pull out the Mirror of Ra, and remember how we said this? You know, the game is starting to get weird. Well,
king.
The king was the queen, and the king was Mudo. So we found the king. He was Mudo for some reason.
Yep, so our quest all along was actually to defeat the king.
Yeah, the Dread Fiend king.
What was terrorizing the world.
What a plot twist.
But, I don't know, the queen and the Rydok soldiers and Soldi, they all just kind of show up and bring the king back home.
Like, that was simple. Very dramatic.
I don't know why they didn't, help out in the fight if they were all just conveniently nearby, but...
They were slow. See, they had to go through the entire puzzle dungeon. We just skipped right through it.
Oh, that's true.
So they were, trying to light up the stairs, and then they had to get through it single file because it's just, one passageway. It's really difficult for a bunch of soldiers.
So now we get a little bit of story here. Kind of got to figure out, what do we do now? Like, we defeated the Archfiend, demon, whatever he's referred to, Dreadlord.
I think he's the Dread Fiend is what he's considered.
But
he could be the Archfiend. I don't know.
Probably problems, right? Like,
oh no, we saved the king, the queen, got rid of the big mean guy.
The dream world, though, like, let's see what's going on in the real world. Maybe there's still some problems there. The king and queen were sleeping; they wouldn't wake up. Maybe we fixed some problems in Amore by doing stuff in the dream world. Maybe we fixed something here too.
So back to the real world we go. By falling down a hole.
Same one from earlier.
This hole's got our name on it. By the way, the crown maker? Do you know what he's called in the English version?
Oh no.
His name is Cliff.
Oh, of course it is. That's actually kind of funny.
Oh, see, that's the mini medal that he forgot to get earlier in the game. See, I told you he missed a mini medal.
No, he gets that now. In the notes, it's got it.
I guess you can get it now. I mean, you could get it earlier too.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the reason they wait is for inventory management.
Maybe.
Because you get a bunch of herbs early on, and you don't want that clogging up your inventory and have to throw it in the bank right away. It's faster to.
Yeah. So we're doing a small side quest now to get a bunch of money. So this side quest is pretty hilarious. So apparently people have kidnapped this guy's daughter, I guess. And they're holding her ransom for 5,000 gold pieces. And then we left and didn't finish the quest. So we'll get back to that story when we get there. Just remember, there's these robbers who have ransoming off this guy's daughter for 5,000 gold pieces. And basically he's like, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to go give him the money. And that's why he walked out the door. But that's the setup of the quest. We have to go confront the bullies, but that's later. Here we come here and we get thrown in jail because, they told us we would get thrown in jail if we came back to this castle.
Yep, and this time they actually, we actually do get in trouble for coming back.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's a very brief stint in jail. We don't even have to break ourselves out of it.
How boring.
They don't take all our stuff.
But the guy that was there that we had to talk to earlier is like, ha ha! See, you got yourselves caught.
It's true. So even though we still have all our stuff, we have the shame of being thrown in jail.
Well, we're only thrown in jail for impersonating the prince, okay? So what happens is now, yes, the king and the queen are awake. And after we get thrown into jail, they come back like, wait, you really are the prince! And they let us out of jail, and that's where you, dun dun dun, find out that you're the prince of real-world Rydok.
So as a recap, in the dream world, the king was actually the queen, the Dreadfiend was actually the king, and then in the real world, you were thrown in jail for impersonating the prince, but then you were actually the prince, even though you didn't know you were the prince, you were just trying to sneak in.
So this part's hilarious, by the way. So this is literally how the king became Mudo. He's like, yeah, I was just sitting on the boat, sailing on the boat, and the next thing I know, I'm Mudo. That's literally the entire story.
Yep. And I think that there's some dialogue about how, like, because he was changed into Mudo or thought he was Mudo, like, he was having tendencies of what Mudo would be doing. Like, he was being a bad guy because he was, like in the form of a bad guy. But that's okay. He's the royalty here is now returned to their normal state of being.
Yep, and this is where they tell you, oh, you dealt with Mudo in the dream world. You didn't fight the real Mudo yet. So she sends us on the quest to go fight the real Dread Fiend.
Yeah, but the real Dread Fiend happens to be on an island that we can't get to. At least not without some form of water transportation.
Yep, so we're going to head to a town. I don't even know. Gent. I guess it's still called Gent in this one.
Yeah.
Where we're supposed to get a ship. The Providence. The sacred ship. We're supposed to go up and say, hey, the king gave us a letter. It says, the queen gave us a letter. It said, let us borrow this ship. So that's what we're going to go do.
And from there, we'll also we'll meet a certain member of the town, Chamorro, Nevin, as he's called in the DS version. He'll join us as another party member.
And his only use is the staff that comes with him.
That's not true.
Please, you know that's true.
He's actually very important on the final boss fight.
Is he the one that gets the Kerplunk brace?
No. He's got heal all.
Okay.
So he's used for healing on the final boss fight.
I was like, is he the one that gets the Kerplunk brace?
That'd be pretty funny. But yeah,
that's our DS strategy.
Yeah. We only get one in this version, though, so...
We just have to learn to cheat the casino, that's all.
Chamorro is he's very important, but he also really likes to just kind of let you down.
Yeah. So basically, Chamorro here is... We're told that we're not allowed to have the ship, and then Chamorro is like, oh wait, I met with the mountain spirit right here. And the mountain spirit tells it, you need to help these people. So now it's like, okay, we need to take the ship. And then we have access to the ship. Thanks, mountain spirit, for keeping an eye on us.
And yeah, so Chamorro also comes with, as High Spirits mentioned, the Staff of Ghent, which is an item that will be used in combat to cast Heal More for free. That can go on anybody. Anybody can use it. And will be used throughout the entire run. It's an exceptionally good item. As I mentioned earlier, this game relies really heavily on tools, and that is one of the ones that immediately comes to mind.
Oh, that's going to be one of the items that's going to be crucial for just getting through Mudo.
Yep. And well beyond that, too.
So yeah, that first Mudo fight you saw, by the way, y'all, yeah, there's a reason why it was the Dream World Mudo. Because it was a dream. The real Mudo, that's no dream. That one is worthy of being considered a final boss.
It's also noteworthy that the elder here in that house will heal and revive the party member for free. So, if there's some extra, obviously you still have like the money penalty of if you die you lose half your gold, but reviving isn't really an issue in this section. If you end up dying or taking a death warp or whatever, you're not going to worry about not having money to revive because the elder of the town can just kind of do it for you.
I think Amos is part of the Super Famicom route here.
Yeah, we'll see Amos later.
Yep. An optional character. It's a little, drags on to go get him a little bit, but it's worth it.
One that's pretty easy to miss casually too. I know when I first played the game, I did not correctly do the triggers needed to get him to join.
So we're going to Mudo's Island, and this one, well, not only is the Dread Fiend a much better adversary in this world, this island is much worse than the dungeon we had to go through to get to the fake Mudo.
For sure. Yeah, I think this is the one I was thinking of when I said that the enemies can cast beat. I think it's
Yep, it's
The
the
fir-
little mud rippers or whatever.
yeah, the cave that's on the way here.
Yep, they're part of the cave of water. So there's actually two caves here. There's the cave of fire and then the cave of water. The cave of fire can actually be completed in a couple of rooms if you don't go out of the way to get stuff. So it gets really short. Just a jaunt through a bunch of lava.
Yep.
And then the cave of water is much bigger, but it has some really you got basically the enemies that can instant kill you.
And then making it to Mudo's castle.
And there's metal slimes here too.
Looks like he's still gonna go for the metal slime, so I guess he's not worried about over leveling.
Yeah, I think they grind outside Dharma, right?
They first grind in the dream cave.
Okay, that's like level 14 to 16 range. I can tell you that off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So there's still room for wiggle room to get some more experience.
I remember it being an issue in one of Tonic's runs where he got too much XP and wasn't getting class levels from it. And I don't remember how many medals he killed, but I do remember it was an issue.
It's minimum level 14, if not 16. I can tell that from my own experience.
14 sounds familiar.
And right now they just reached 12, so they're not going to reach 14 by the unless they keep killing metal slimes. They're not reaching 14.
Asan is 13. And there is XP from Mudo.
Yeah, it could be closer to 16 too. So I could look it up, but
we'll see what happens. I'm sure that even if it happens, Asan probably has a backup of somewhere that he can grind or just do it outside Dharma or something.
Yeah, outside Dharma is easy too. Yeah, this is an annoying fight. If they start spamming their sizzles.
So, anyway, once they get through this cave and you actually make it to Mudo's castle, I think Mudo's castle becomes a return point directly, right? Once you get to the entryway. So they only need to go through these caves here once, hopefully.
16. Okay, so 16 is the
as
long as you're below 16 in the dream cave. See, 3list is listening to us. So yeah, like there's no way, like the experience you gain at this point in the dream cave, there's no way you're gaining 3 levels.
Yeah. So anyway, once we get to Mudo's castle, like I said, it has the advantage of being registered as a return point. But additionally, we're actually going to be double dipping Mudo's castle. So even though Lee-san is going there right now, the first trip to Mudo's castle is going to be diving in to pick up some key items, and then actually leaving to do a little bit more preparation, make some safety saves, etc., before actually going to do the fight. So
yeah, as of right now, we are not ready to fight Mudo.
No.
We are not ready.
Yeah,
so these guys are the ones with instant death, the little mud rackers or rakers or whatever they're called. But you're going to notice something that's very familiar.
What could that be?
Maybe it's the scene at the beginning of the game, plus one character.
Familiar.
I don't know if 3list is asking me a question about wanting to go underground to 16. I don't know exactly how much class grinding they do in this game.
I think the total number of fights is somewhere around 60. I think they do like 34-ish.
Yeah, I'm actually
36
on the way to to an area later.
No, not really. So they do like 34 or 36 in the Dream Cave. Then they do some class changing again. Then they'll take one fight. They'll do another class change.
Yeah.
And then they do like another 28-ish, 24, and then that's it. So it's one like 15 to 20 minute section of about 60 fights.
Yeah.
we'll see that shortly. It'll probably be fine. Worst case, like Lisan is obviously aware of the levels that matter, so if he ends up hitting the cutoff, like he'll know.
But yeah, so what we're talking about is there is class is in this game. It's just not there yet. We'll get to the reason why it's not there yet later. But classes, you gain ranks and abilities by fighting fights. But in order to discourage you, going back to the beginning area of the game and grinding classes on blue slimes, each zone in the game has a level cap that you can grind to before the fights no longer count towards your classes. So ideally you want to go to the place that's the lowest you can possibly fight.
Right.
So you can leave Mudo's castle first, but you have to talk to I'm never gonna remember his Kamaro or whatever. Chamaro. What is his name again?
Tomorrow.
Chamaro, okay. Nevin. So doing that, he'll You think there's a grace period with the second floor? So yeah, I think once you talk to him, he unlocks the ability to use this as a return point. I'm pretty sure. You might do it automatically in this version, though.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know if the Super Famicom version is automatic or if you have to talk to him. DS, you have to talk to him.
Okay. And there's the easiest way out of the castle. I mean, we'll see the easiest way out of the castle in just a minute.
Oh yeah. Top left chest is a trap chest. Okay, so it's automatic Super Famicom. Got it. So yeah, there is some terrifying enemies in here. Like the wizards there have by kill.
Yep. So in that first room he was just in, he picked up an iron mask and 1,800 gold. And the other key item that's going to be collected here is the Fire Claw. So the Fire Claw it's a really strong weapon, but more importantly, it's an item that anybody can use in combat to cast the Blazemore spell for free, which is a lot of damage at this point in the game. Again, anybody can use it. It costs no MP, and it'll again get use potentially through like the entire game.
Oh yeah.
Even
in order
on the
to
final
get it,
boss
though,
occasionally.
In order to get it, though, you got to go through some of these statues.
Yep. And these statues aren't too bad.
They're just tricky to get around until you sap them.
Yep.
But I believe they have Kasnooze. That's the annoying thing. Is you have to sap them, and then they have Kasnooze, and you have to hope that like Carver stays awake, or Hassan stays awake.
Yep.
But yeah, you have to go through like 3 of
went to
these hell
sleep.
beasts in order to get the Fire Claw.
I think just 2 in this version.
Well, there's 2 on this floor and then 1 guarding it, maybe? Yeah, there's... Oh no, we got 1 on the first floor, 1 on the second floor. Okay.
But either way, yeah, it's a little bit slow. They got 350 hit points each, which, like, not a lot, but it's not nothing either. Not doing a whole lot of damage, even with sap.
Yeah, if you're not doing any damage, then it's definitely... So double sap now and doing damage, so get through this.
That one turn earlier, everybody went to sleep.
Yeah. Okay, so they make it so you don't have to fight that second one in this version. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm much more
might be able
familiar.
to, but
Yeah, I'm much more familiar with the DS version of this game. So. That's my knowledge, is the DS version.
there's a lot of like subtle changes like that between the versions where they'll put things in like different places, and sometimes it means forcing an extra enemy or an extra encounter, or vice versa. Sometimes you can walk around something that you maybe can't avoid or whatever. I don't know about for 6 specifically, but just in general, the remake versions.
Oh, the bolt.
Okay, so far, everyone went to sleep.
Also, I believe.
Yep, the last one put everyone to sleep. And they're all back asleep again.
Yeah.
Okay, one of them woke up. 2 of them woke up. Hassan's fighting.
Someone's fighting. Just ran away. There we go.
Alright, here is statue number 2. Same thing as the other one. I think at this point, though... Well, I think at this point he's okay with, taking a little bit of damage on some characters.
Oh, yeah.
Because right after this, there's going to be the Fire Claw, and then the fastest way out of this castle is actually going to be a Death Warp.
Well, what I was gonna say is I heard people in this world are attracted to bright lights, flashing bright lights, and well, this devious area just happens to have all of this bright orange lights, flashing lights everywhere, and just like a bug zapper. It's really a Dragon Quest hero trap.
Alright, so all those agility seeds from earlier in the game, they're now all going to Chamorro, all 3 of them, and an MP seed also. Chamorro is going to be pretty important for the Mudo fight. Typically, Chamorro will go first in combat, so Chamorro will kind of act as like a healer. Supplemental healer, and again, he always kind of lets you down. So whenever we'll see how much turn order ends up trolling the outcome of that fight, but the agility seeds definitely give it some more consistency. Although they didn't all roll very well. I saw at least one in there. I didn't see what they all were though. Quick death warp out of Mudo's castle. Gonna talk to that elder I mentioned earlier, and he's just gonna revive the team for free. And then
we got a side quest we gotta finish.
Yeah, that ransom.
That ransom quest.
So even though we've got the Fire Claw, even though we've gotten some more seeds, the Iron Mask, might be strong enough to fight Mudo now, but it's going to be a little bit safer to get a little bit of extra gear. So actually the fastest runs will skip this side quest. But any kind of like race or one-shot run will do this.
Yeah, basically you come up here to the kidnappers, and you tell them you're not going to pay them. Or no, you tell them you have the money, and they bring her, and then you don't pay them, so obviously if you don't pay them, you're going to try to rough you up a little bit.
Yep, so we've got Big and Smock, and they're both on kind of fixed turn rotations. They're really nothing to speak of.
Also some use from that Fire Claw now.
Yep. They can do a little bit of damage, so like there can be a chance that you might need to heal. People take some damage, but in general, this fight is like super easy for considering that at this point in the game it gets you the 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
It definitely is not difficult enough to justify 5,000 gold. I mean, Mudo's castle had a chest for 1,800, and Mudo's castle is a lot harder than fighting these two goons.
So there is a reason why, though, you get 5,000 gold for this quest, though.
And what reason is that?
Oh, just waiting. Waiting for the fight to finish. This guy has a little bit more health than Smock, so... Oh no, this one is Smock. The other one is big.
No, that was big. First
that
one
was big? I thought that was Smock.
I think. I don't know.
So when you talk to... So obviously you rescued the girl. You scared them off.
話しかける。丸
And you talk to her, and then suddenly her dad comes, and she convinces her dad that you paid the ransom. So he's like, "Oh, well then you paid 5,000 out of your pocket. Well, here's 5,000 to make up for it. Thank you for saving my daughter," and then runs off.
Boink.
So she helps you lie to him to give you the money. And we're going to take that money all the way back to the very beginning of the game to Life Cod, because they have a nice special armor that's on sale. It even sparkles. It's that cool.
Yeah, look
For
at this thing.
7,000 smackaroos.
Not even in the actual shop menu. It's just like shining on this
Yeah.
mannequin over on the side.
But yeah, this is the magic armor, I think they call it in this game.
Sacred armor
Spirit armor.
or holy armor or something like that.
Yeah, it says spirit armor. So
Spirit armor, yeah.
But it is
yeah.
magic resistance. It's very high defense. It's definitely worth it.
Yeah, the sacred armor is the later one. I keep getting the spirit armor and the sacred armor mixed up in my
Yeah.
head. But yeah.
Sacred armor's the one you get from the mini medals.
But yeah, it's a very good piece of equipment with the breath resistance. And good defense.
And then it's Mudo time.
Yeah.
After a little bit more story inside the castle. We haven't done really like any of the story in the castle yet.
It's true. That goes by pretty quick though, so I'm actually going to start talking a little bit about the Mudo fight, just because it's going to be kind of hard to keep up with it once we actually get into the fight itself. So,
Good news is we got 2 phases.
Exactly. So, Mudo 2, the first phase, is got a random pattern of... So, he comes with 2 clowns, 2 Pierrots. He's got 500 HP, he recovers 20 per turn. He comes with 2 Pierrots, and then he's got random actions of Flame Breath, Attack, calling reinforcements. If the Pierrots are dead, he can either summon more Pierrots or some Devil Armors, or he can cast Defense to lower your defense. It's all kind of random. They're all pretty even chances, except he's got a higher chance of Flame Breath. Enemies in this game have 6 action slots, and there's different like AI weightings. So this guy, Mudo 2, can kind of pull even weightings, and there's just 2 slots with Flame Breath. There are a couple different strategies for dealing with it. Some people prefer to buff up their defense really high, leave the Pierrots for last, and just take out Mudo right away. The chart that Lisanne is doing does not do that. It actually takes out the Pierrots first, and then as reinforcements get potentially called in, he'll continue to take those out until later on in the fight. Because Mudo 3 is where things are incredibly dangerous. So a lot of the fight for Mudo 2 is going to be setting up for going into Mudo 3 with as much resources as possible. So yeah, the general strategy is going to be to take out the clowns, which usually can be done with the Fire Claw plus an Ice Bolt from Millie plus an Infernos from Chamorro. Hassan is going to have the Staff of Ghent, which is that item that we talked about earlier that casts Heal More, and Hassan will actually be, for a large part of the fight, the healer, just using it on whoever needs healing. After the first turn, it's not really very scripted, right? So The idea is to kill the second clown and then start fighting Mudo. If you get the opportunity to use upper, you can do that to boost your defense. It's pretty common that Millie and Chamorro will need to do some spot healing to cover flame breaths. The hero also potentially. The Fire Claw is going to be the main source of damage in Phase 1 and Phase 2. And really, Mudo 2 isn't that bad as long as he's not spamming Fire Breath. If he does too much Fire Breath, like, you just don't really have the healing to keep up with it. But that's I'll talk about Mudo 3 when we get there, but that's going to be what Mudo 2 is going to be like.
Okay, story-wise, what happened is you'll notice they came across a statue of Hassan, and basically you found out Hassan was basically his real self was knocked out of his body. And you combined his body with his spirit, and that gave him a new ability and powered him up a bunch. So basically, you found out what happened in the first fight is Mudo used his illusion powers to basically rip the spirits out of all three of you. And yeah, you got someone back. Millie already got hers back earlier in the game. You figure that out from Grandma's. And now there's only one person left that still needs to get their spirit returned. And then when you came, oops, go ahead.
I'm just going to comment on the fight, but finish up what you're saying.
Yep. And then when you came into this fight, you'll notice the first thing that happened is he tried to use his illusions on you, and then except for you had the Mirror of Ra, which you dispelled the illusions, and now you got this fight. So this is Mudo.
Yeah, so pretty rough turn 1. Unfortunately, the Fire Claw plus the Ice Bolt plus the Infernos did not kill the first clown, and Mudo also did a Flame Breath. Mudo did a Flame Breath again on the next turn, or maybe it was turn 3. I think there was a physical in the middle. But was able to, Lisan was able to recover, use some of that Love Water that was picked up earlier in Amore to do a little bit of extra healing. It does more than a regular Hoimi heal spell. So these are the Devil Armors that just showed up that Mudo can summon. The Devil Armors early in the fight will just be cleared. Later in the fight, Lisan might actually end up leaving one alive. That way Mudo can be focused down without fully ending the fight in order to give an opportunity to do some recovery before Phase 3. Right now it looks like Mudo's being pretty nice. The first couple turns were rough with the Flame Breath, but got some calling for help and got some physical attacks here. A little bit more flame. Again, 500 HP with 20 per turn regen. I'm going to start talking a little bit about Phase 3 because, you know, once it comes, it's going to come quick. It comes immediately after this fight. There's nothing in between. So just kind of keep an eye on for how much Flame Breath Mudo's doing here. Lisan's going to try to be keeping in mind MP and resource management, but obviously staying alive is the most important thing, especially for Hero and Hassan. So in Phase 3, Millie, another Flame Breath. Millie and Chamorro can both die in Phase 3, and it's not necessarily like run ending. You kind of expect them to die actually during the fight. More Flame Breath.
Yeah, this is really rough. It's so much Flame Breath.
So when he spams Flame Breath like this, a lot of times it comes down to like turn order and making sure that, you know, Millie was in death range there, and it was, you know, Chamorro had to go first, and he did. But yeah, so anyway, Phase 3 is going to have 900 HP. No regen, but 900. He can act 1 to 2 times per turn, so it'll be the first case of a boss acting twice per turn. He's on a 3-action pattern. So action 1, he can either do an Ice Breath or an attack. Action 2, he can do a Lightning attack, which is another strong AoE or attack. And turn 3, he can either put someone to sleep or he can do Bright Lights, which we don't care about. Bright Lights is great. You really hope Mudo 3 does as many physicals as possible and Bright Lights. If he does back-to-back Ice Breath and Lightning, that's very scary. It's a ton of AoE damage. And if he puts Hassan to sleep, with his guaranteed sleep ability, Hassan is the healer. And that is the worst possible situation. To comment on the fight, so Mudo is down. He left the devil armor up, so he's going to be using the Staff of Ghent to top everyone up before going into Mudo 3 here.
Isn't that adorable? Summoned a heal slime. Aww.
And a second one.
Hey, they just show up in pairs, apparently.
So the damage on Mudo 3 is going to be strictly with the Fire Claw. Most runners will actually use a calculator to count HP. There's a few fights in this game where counting HP is very common. I don't know if Lisan uses a calculator or not, but you know the Fire Claw does relatively consistent damage, so I think it's usually about 12 turns.
Yeah, it's about 11 or 12 attacks.
So yeah,
this is one of the most terrifying fights in the entire run.
Yep.
So we don't want to see lightning and ice and lightning. Keep that away.
And you hope that Chamorro and Millie survive at least the first few turns to be able to top up healing. Hassan is basically going to be alternating healing with the Ghent staff between the hero and himself based on who needs the healing more. The hero's going to be spamming the Fire Claw, starting off with an Ice Breath. Just the one action. Again, he can
really a heal slime all along.
Again, he can take 1 to 2 per turn. There will be some defensive play, so the hero's defending here on turn 2, I think. Oh no, he's using the Fire Claw. But you can do some defensive play if you need to. A lot of reordering to try to make it so, like, if you think a character is going to need healing, you might want them to be targeted with a physical, so it gets healed. If a character's asleep, so the hero's asleep right now, the sleeping character goes to the front to hope that it knocks him out of sleep. There's that lightning attack. Thankfully combined with a physical and not combined with the Ice Breath. Pretty good start. Millie and Chamorro are both still alive doing good damage. Okay, Hassan is asleep. This is the scariest situation. Thankfully Millie and Chamorro are alive. But Hassan being the healer, being asleep means that, like, if he doesn't get woken up ASAP, things can just end.
Got an ice and a melee there, but melee the wrong person.
Yep. Yeah, you can see Lisan now being very thoughtful in terms of what sort of actions he's taking to give him the best chance. More ice. Okay, Asana is awake now, though. Chamorro, gotta go fast. Looks like he's backing out of that decision. Nope. Mind. Yeah, sometimes you gotta just put your trust in Chamorro's heal more, outspeeding Mudo.
He's usually fast enough that it's not an issue, so you just know.
Yeah.
When that important time might not do it.
It's like probably like a 90% for him to go first or something like that.
Yeah.
It's really high, but it's not. It's not guaranteed.
Well, he did ice and lightning back to back, but thankfully they were offset turns. So.
Yeah, and Chamorro got put to sleep, which is fine. Chamorro's dead, which is fine. This is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Hassan's really hurt here.
You don't have Chamorro to heal him now.
Yep. And then Hassan got zapped by lightning, so... Unfortunately, that's
It just slipped.
It's a wrap on that attempt.
That is Mudo for you, unfortunately. And you have to fight phase 2 all over again, too.
Yeah, the fights have to be done back to back. You do get the free revive in the middle, but a safety save will be taken here, so that way you don't lose more money if you wipe again.
Well, the good news is broke anyways.
Oh, yeah.
Probably just save time to, like, having to heal and...
Yeah, true. You can just reset if you know that you're if the attempt is done.
I already spent all your money on the spirit armor.
Got a couple hundred left. I don't know exactly how tight the money is after the fight.
Well, after the fight, they grind. So.
Oh, that's true. That is a good point. So yeah, back through Mudo's castle, back through these encounters, all the story triggers. Everyone put to sleep in one cast again.
Jeez.
All the story triggers have been cleared now, at least, so I won't have to go through that again. Thankfully, the castle itself is like pretty short once that's all cleared. But Mudo at the end makes up for however short the castle might be. And somebody asked earlier about the strategy about killing the Pierrots, and yeah, killing the Pierrots first is the more common strategy. The other strategy revolves around a lot of uppers, and it's going to depend on whether he uses defense a lot. And
yeah, I guess in this version, I can see just going for the Pierrots better because you're also like getting rid of the saps that he does to you with the equip glitch. So
exactly, like that right there started off this action with a defense, which it hurts a little bit because the Pierrots are still going to get their hits in, but can just cancel it right away, and it really doesn't have an impact. You can see this time the first Pierrot died in one turn, which didn't happen the first attempt. Mudo immediately calling more of them, though. See how kind Mudo 2 is. Like I said, Mudo 2 usually isn't like something you're going to wipe to unless he gets really, really spicy with the flame breath. It's mostly just going to affect like the time and what your situation is like going into Mudo 3.
Yeah. I mean, the last fight, you had a good situation because it was just a heal slime left over, so didn't have to worry about taking any damage going into that phase.
Right, exactly. And usually the devil armors aren't really too bad, so it's pretty common for those to be left. One of those to be left for the end. And you can see, like, I can't overstate how, like, complicated this menuing is to do quickly. Like, he's reordering his party on a regular basis. You're menuing equip glitches, you're menuing spells, attacks, abilities, items, and you're doing it in a different order as you reorder your party. Menuing in this game it's tough to do fast, and Lisan is doing a great job.
That's where the real meat and potatoes of an RPG speedrun is. Going through menus.
Sure is. And this game doesn't have, again, it's sort of in between in terms of some of the menu niceties of other DQ games. So, like Dragon Quest III, for example, on the same engine, if you go into the item use screen, like, or the equip screen, it like defaults the cursor to past your equipped items. But, in this game, it doesn't. In this game, your cursor starts at like the top of your inventory, regardless of what you have equipped. So you have to like menu if your inventory starts with a bunch of herbs, like equipment and then herbs. You have to menu to the herb. You can't just like turbo through the item screen and just you're using an herb. So So the menuing in this game's like actually, more complicated than DQ3 or some other games. This game also uses a different button layout. This game likes using Y for a lot of confirmation. Sort of awkward to get used to. Because Lisan has also run DQ2 and DQ3 and some other SFC games. So all that muscle memory is getting in the way too. I mean, obviously not getting in the way, but could be getting in the way. So, Mudo's down. He's got this Piero left, trying to put him to sleep to be as full HP as possible. Not really having much luck landing to sleep. Keeps trying to just chip away and hoping that Millie gets hit here instead of Hassan or Hero. Alright, finishes off the Piero from Chamorro. Back onto Mudo 3.
Probably another reason for the save is they stopped getting experience from killing all these Mudos.
That's true too.
Just saw the level up. I'm like, oh yeah, you're still getting experience with that Mudo fight.
Yeah. Starting off with the Ice Breath. And the Lightning.
Yeah, as you can see, one lightning, one ice, and everyone is in the yellow.
Yeah, and he's in a really tough spot right now in terms of like you don't really care about Malayu and Chamorro. The support characters, like, you expect them to die, but you really do want them alive early on. And so sometimes it can be kind of hard to judge of like how much effort should you put into trying to keep them alive versus, preemptively healing somebody who's like Hero or Hassan in the main team. So you can see there's a couple times where he's kind of like hesitating on these heal menus to determine, where's he at in the fight and what's the best possible play.
Yeah, keeping Chamorro alive for the heals is always good. Ooh, the
Ice
nasty
and
combo.
lightning.
But like Malayu, keeping her alive at least for a little bit so she can maybe buff or something a couple of turns, but her magic doesn't last very long, so.
Yeah, she's out of MP now.
Yeah. She can do a regular heal.
Okay, good turn order. Millie outsped.
Yeah.
Probably, I think that was the 5th turn, so almost halfway through the fight. I think that was the 5th fire claw. I'm not
Also,
really counting.
Hassan is asleep, I think.
Nope, Chamorro's asleep.
Oh, that's Chamorro, okay. Not used to all the names.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, he put Chamorro back. Chamorro got put to sleep, and then he put Chamorro into the front in order to try to get knocked out of it. But
there goes the helpers.
yep. Doing some preemptive healing with the Hero. The Hero does have MP and has a regular heal spell, so
Yeah.
the Hero can sometimes contribute a little bit of healing. But that means you're not doing damage. So, keeping momentum in the fight. Hassan's asleep now. That's what, turn 7, I think? Like, maybe 8? It's not.
He hasn't been attacking every turn, though, so.
Well, I meant in terms of attack turns.
Still asleep. Oh.
Yeah. This might be,
Yeah, what's that exactly?
well,
Defending. This is tough.
nope.
No. Dang. Mudo is not playing nice today.
Reset and do it again. Yeah, so High Spirits was saying earlier about, there's a reason why the Dream World Mudo was the Dream World Mudo. This is the real Mudo.
Well, you don't want to overlevel Suppy for the grind, because overleveling can make the grind later on harder. So after killing a bunch of metal slimes, that's a play mistake. I mean,
Yeah,
that's a tough play to say it was a play mistake, because
yeah, it can be really tough. Like sometimes the mistakes end up saving you, and sometimes like the correct play gets punished. You're always at the mercy of RNG a little bit. So
yeah.
Or a lot of it. It is DQ after all.
I think Listen is just praying, it sounds like, that it was hoping that the ice damage wasn't going to do as much as it did.
Yeah.
With the defense. That's what it sounds like.
Easy to beat yourself up over whether it was a mistake or not, or an odds play or whatever. Like, easy to beat yourself up over it, but all you can do is jump back in.
Yep.
I think we've seen this guy once or twice before.
Never seen him before in my life.
Such audacity. Oh wait, that's DQ2. Argon, never heard of him. Ooh, summon 2 friends. If I remember right, one kind of interesting quirk of summoning friends is that I think if he summons 2 of the same type, they get put into the same group. So sometimes that actually kind of messes with targeting a little bit.
Yeah.
It's okay if they're like different types, because they'll end up in different groups, but you can end up splitting your attacks since you can't target within the group.
Yeah, one thing I've learned is AI loves splitting attacks.
Yep.
They'd rather kill everything at the same time, and then instead of taking one out.
Yeah, I don't know how it works in this game specifically, but the AI is like it's tweaked a little bit in like every DQ game, where sometimes they focus the highest HP enemy, sometimes they focus the lowest HP enemy within a group, and sometimes it's like they'll focus the lower one, but if they think somebody else on the team is going to kill that lower one, then they'll target a higher one. Like,
now we're getting the layers of AI here. What the heck?
Yeah. And it actually does in DQ3. Like, that is very much a thing. Even though this is the same engine, I don't know if the AI is quite as complex as DQ3's or not, but it is interesting. Kind of unfortunate when Mudo summons too many friends early on, because again, he is regenerating 20 per turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, the
AI outsmarted us all.
The DQ6 AI, specifically the tactic, is nerfed. There's a do your best tactic. That's very strong in this. I don't know what I was more referring to right here is like when you're targeting a group of enemies, you can't manually target within that group, but there's still like AI that's happening in the background, which is separate from any kind of like this tactic decision making. So the tactics are definitely very strong. I'm not sure about the actual like group targeting AI. This is why I was saying earlier that I like to get into like all these nitty-gritty technical details.
I'm here to tell the story. You're here to tell us why the story works.
Yep. This Mudo 2 fight's being pretty rough right now.
Lots of friends and lots of fire.
Yeah. More fire. Really just doesn't feel like he's making any progress to actually
No.
damaging down Mudo. Okay. Couple nice turns there, defense and a physical. Starts to get the damage caught back up. Once the setup is going, one thing I didn't mention is that you tend to put upper on Millie and stick her in the front. And you, like, if you're watching really closely, you might notice that after a defense, he's not always recasting, or not always equipment glitch canceling the defense on Millie because of those upper stacks.
Yeah.
It's kind of easier just to stick her in the front. So if you've been watching the DQ relays, or DQ in general, the way your party order actually affects like the way they're targeted specifically by physical attacks by enemies. So I'm not sure exactly in this game. I'm assuming it's the same as DQ3. So typically it's 40% for the first person to be targeted, 30 for the second, 20, and then 10%. So putting somebody in the front just means they're going to get hit the most.
We didn't want.
Yeah, Chamorro being down early is not good, but it's not deal breaking necessarily.
I mean, Mudo 3 could just be a giant puppy. It just melees and blinds you every turn.
He can be, absolutely.
I've seen it. I've seen him spam nothing but his AoE abilities every turn in runs. So,
yeah, this is a common point of like people who want to learn the run frequently get to Mudo 3 and just like quit. Just because you're really just bashing your head against an RNG wall, and like it is a pretty complex fight. Like it's simple and it's not. Like there's a lot of little thresholds and little decision makings that you can do with like turn order and who you heal and who you keep alive and preemptively healing or playing defensively. There is a lot of little decision making being made here, but in the end, like even if you make the best decisions, you can just die. So it can be a pretty frustrating experience.
Well, let's see if he gives us a little bit of a break this time. Has he gotten enough innard feasting on thine innards?
Oh, okay.
Melee. Single melee is about the best start you can hope for.
Able to use some upper with Millie here. Hero's asleep. Got bopped out of it though. Nice.
Yep, Millie getting... Look at that, no damage. Millie can get some uppers out. Definitely makes the melees even more desirable when you take no damage.
Hassan asleep.
Yep. Time for Millie to pull out those heals.
Okay, Hassan got hit.
And awake.
I'm not sure if being hit is guaranteed to wake you up or if it's like a 50-50.
Probably gotta be 50-50, because didn't they not wake up one time in the last fight?
I'm honestly not sure. It's only physicals that do it. I mean, you definitely
Yeah,
don't wake
I mean,
up to
magic's
AoE.
not gonna do it. Wow, look at all these physicals. This is definitely smooth. Don't want to jinx it, but
Hero's asleep. And awake.
there's
Nice,
a lot of
nice.
melees, single melees.
Lightning. That's okay. Lightning is much better than the Ice Breath.
Oh yeah. Blind is great because you're not physically attacking.
But we're getting pretty close. Millie's starting to do damage, so Lisa knows that it's close.
Yep. Well, she tried.
She got an Ice Bolt off.
she did 12 damage. She's like, I'm here.
It might save a turn, though. It's possible.
Just defend. Or are you gonna attack?
Oh, Sleeping Hero.
Oops,
Okay.
sleep hero. That's fine. Hero sleeping is fine. It's not the end if he sleeps.
There goes Sasan. Ah,
Yes.
whew.
Whew. So he was nice for a while, but he was nice long enough to survive. Ugh. You saw how quickly that fight could go just down the drain.
Yeah,
Because that
can
was
really
such a great fight for like 2/3 of it, 3/4 of it. Just melee flashes, and then suddenly everyone starts dropping dead.
yeah, trying
Beat
to
the
like
game.
trying to keep momentum is such a challenge in that fight.
Yeah, I know. There, we beat the game. See? GG. Now
Yep.
it's time for the 5-hour victory tour.
Man,
So
I know
basically, you beat the Dread Fiend, and then you find out that now the hero needs to go find his other half. So that's the quest now, is to find the other half for the hero. Because Carver got his, Mileu's got hers. You're still half a person. So she gives you a lightning staff. It says, get on out there and find your other half. And that's what the story is now, is you saved the world from the Dread Fiend, and now you're just trying to complete yourself.
Yep, and you're not really given much of a direction to do so. You know, what you might commonly think is, well, we started off the game in Life COD, maybe we should go back to Life COD, right? That's kind of a potential thought, and you're right near there anyway, but if you try to go back, you can't get back there yet.
Yeah, you find out that it's getting back to real world Life COD is kind of blocked by terrain.
Yep. So instead, it's time to explore the world.
Yep. So, gonna pick up some mini medals and stuff. Gonna pick up our next party member, which is Amos. This is a side quest character, is not required. But this town has a monster problem.
ちょっと急ぐか。
And forgot exactly the story here. I think it's you're trying to exterminate the monster or whatever, but
Yeah, I don't know that I don't think you're trying to necessarily exterminate it. You know, there's kind of two things going on. On one hand, at night, a monster comes out and rampages the town, but no one really sees it. Everyone just kind of boards themselves up inside.
yeah.
And simultaneously, during the day, Amos is not doing so well in bed. And there's some rumors of, I don't know if he's like sick or insane or like what the deal
He's always
is.
injured is what it is.
But yeah, that's right. But there's rumors of this strange herb or something like that on this nearby mountain that has some special properties to it. So coming over here to grab that, and maybe we can use that to help figure out what's going on with this monster.
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I've done the Amos storyline. Fought a monster and was injured. That's the story. Okay.
たかな。
A little better defensively.
They know it's him, but they don't want to hurt him. They might. I don't think they tell you that it's him necessarily, but maybe they do. I don't really remember.
Yeah, I don't know the last time I actually got Amos playing around with this game. So I don't remember the entire story.
But the idea is that if you stay in the inn in that town, you'll wake up at night and there'll be a monster rampaging outside, and Lisan will do that shortly. And then you can jump out of the inn and you can actually fight the monster. And if you defeat the monster, you take out Amos and you can't recruit him in your party anymore. So even if you have the herb, don't beat him up. Or maybe something automatically triggers if you have the herb. I'm not sure exactly how the triggering works, but the plot triggers work there. But yeah, so when you play casually, it's really easy to just stay at the end and then go out and defeat the monster, because it's not really that tough. But then you lock yourself out of the party member.
Well, I guess people are saying you can recruit him, so... yeah, this is a storyline we haven't done in a while, so... We're definitely doing this off of memory.
Yeah, I'm seeming to remember that's not the case. But maybe I'm wrong. Can't tell him he's the monster? Okay, maybe that's what it is then. Regardless,
well, Amos, you're not a monster in our book. You're much worse, but we still love you.
Regardless, the idea is to come here to get this plant that's up here, this herb, and bring it back and to cure his ailment.
Yeah, after we collect Amos, we're going to start the class grind for a bit.
Yep.
About 15 to 20 minutes or so.
And the plan is to stay here and rest the night, but it is to intentionally lose the fight, which is why I was thinking that you had to lose it, that you couldn't beat him up, but I guess it's just faster. So, solo Barbara coming into the team here.
Hey, she's trying to prove her worth.
Big old gulp beast. I think that's what these things are, right?
Yep. Or Drackles, or whatever the heck version of the game it is. Come on, Barbara, you got this. Barbara don't got this.
Just a Monstora in Japanese, I guess. Alright, so we lose to the monster, and then now we can give the herb.
Yeah, Monstora or something is the name of the town.
And we have a new party member. And Amos is really good. Like, he starts off pretty strong. He'll lose some of his usefulness later on in the run, but starts off as, like, pretty good attacker and pretty tanky. Yeah, as High Spirit said, now we get to do some grinding. So this is why we were talking so much earlier about what levels Lisan was getting off of the metal slimes and what the level requirements for certain areas are, is because that's what this grind is going to affect. So
one thing you'll notice, though, Dharma here is actually appeared on that Dream World slot, where there was just a hole in the world. So suddenly, this Dharma here is here, and there is no longer a hole here. They don't necessarily tell you the reason why this happened yet, but you just know that, hey, there's Dharma here. I can class change now.
Yeah, it's pretty rude of the game to not give you, like, a core mechanic like this, like the whole class system, before fighting what is one of the hardest bosses of the game.
Yeah, but there is a story reason for that, though.
Yeah, of course. But it's still rude from like a mechanic standpoint that you've got to get through Mudo without doing any of this, because you're probably going to
prove your worth for these classes, okay?
You're going to do a bunch of grinding to get through Mudo, then you're going to come out here and they're going to be like, hey, do some more grinding.
Yes, but I have played, okay, Dragon Quest XI, and I do know that there is a reason why you had to do all of that before you can class grind. Because you have to prove your worth before all of the old men in the country try to turn themselves into bunny girls.
Oh, no.
Don't you know bunny girl is the top profession for old men in this world?
It's not true. No one treat those as canon.
It happened in Dragon Quest XI when you went back into time past. It must have happened.
No, I refuse.
You just don't want to admit that you want to be a bunny girl, and that's fine. Haggleton,
I'm not an old man.
Okay, then I will admit that I would like to be a bunny girl. Okay, if I could class change, but
that's fair.
No one has defeated Mudo yet, so I can't go class change. I'm stuck as a disgruntled old man. A hairy old bearded man.
So regarding this class change, or this class grind here that we're going to be doing, it's, I just had the number, then I forgot it. It is 36 encounters, and then 1, and then 24. So, setting up the first set of classes, which is Barbara as a jester, Hero as a cleric, Hassan as a cleric, Malayu as a fighter, Chamorro as a thief, and Emos as a warrior. And they're going to take 36 fights with this class setup. And the idea is that after a certain number of fights, you level up your job rank, and at different job ranks, you earn new abilities. So that's how many kills are needed to get to encounters, I should say, are needed. It's not enemy kills, it's encounters cleared. That's how many encounters are needed in order to get their first set of skills before they do some more class changing. And there's a couple different kind of goals with these class changes. So Barbara as a jester, what that does is it gives her the whistle ability, which allows you to just summon an encounter without having to move to waste a bunch of steps. So it actually makes the grinding faster. It's the only purpose to her getting jester, really. Hero and Hassan get cleric to learn the upper spell, which will be used to increase the defense, which is key to just kind of keeping general strategies for the next few bosses. You make yourself so tanky that they can't kill you. Malayu as a fighter gets some abilities, mostly Wind Slash, which is useful for dealing some damage during a couple specific later fights. She doesn't really have much of a better use right now. And anyway, Chamorro as a thief, because he will learn the tiptoe ability, which will decrease your depletion rate and allow you to go farther, more steps without getting encounters. The tiptoe ability also is super useful. So we were talking earlier about encounter depletion and how encounter rates seem lower than they are because you can duck in and out of stairs or doorways, and that gets super amplified once you get the tiptoe ability. It allows you to go even farther without an encounter and then reset it all on those steps. So even though in DQ3 it halves your depletion, I think it's the same in DQ6, but even though it's half the depletion, it's more than half effective at reducing encounters because of those encounter resets. I don't know if I'm thinking of this version or DS or both, because I think it's different between them. Tiptoe also has a side effect of increasing your rate of being ambushed by enemies, and maybe also affecting your preemptive chance.
I have
Maybe
no
it
idea. I haven't heard of that before.
Maybe it increases both. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing in one of the two versions of this game. Not 100% sure, but I think there is at least one of them has a secondary effect of Tiptoe. And then Amos is the warrior to gain, damaging
skills. I love how that's how useful Barbara is in this run, yo. She is a jester.
Yep. She does get a little
her invisible.
She does get some use later on in the run, but she is not.
Oh, she's got one very specific use.
Yep.
For one area. And I'm not going to spoil that yet.
A little more than one area. It gets used a couple times, but
mainly one area. Okay.
Yeah. She's not part of the dream team, sadly.
No, she's literally a dream, but not part of the dream team. But yeah, so going off of that class system, you heard Haggleton say, first we're going to do 36 fights, and then we're going to do one fight. Well, it's because when you class change, you actually class change to level 0, and there's 8 levels for each class. So once you class change and fight one fight, you become level 1, and level 1 has abilities for every character. So like one of the more powerful ones, which I think like Malayu is going to take advantage of, is Mage. One fight of Mage gives you Blazemore.
Yep.
That's it. Like it's an extremely powerful way to get like a really strong fire spell, is just to fight one fight as a Mage. That's something we have used a lot on the DS version too, because we don't really do much for a class grind in the DS version. So one of the things we do is we change a bunch of people to Mage, step outside, fight a fight, then change classes and continue the run.
Yep, and the other feature of classes is that every class has a stat adjustment, so it'll raise or lower stats by a percentage based on what classes you are. So like a mage, for example, will have a penalty to max HP. So once the class grinding is done, some of the characters are actually going to lose their classes in order to get rid of those stat penalties that are undesirable, especially the HP is really the critical stat that you don't want characters to be carrying negative HP classes into late game.
Yep, and the class changes are there's a whole 3 tiers of classes and everything, but we're not going to see anything near that in the speedrun. But you can combine different classes to make other ones. But you're to tag on real quick about what you said with like the hit points and getting rid of classes. That's what Dragon Quest VII speedrun. After all of our class grinding is done, we turn everyone into mariners.
Yep.
Because they have the best overall stats. Purely turned into a bunch of fishermen just because they have the best stats.
Yeah, this system is one that this is like the reason that I'm not a big DQ6 fan, and one of the downsides. I've never finished DQ7 for a variety of reasons, but also another reason I'm not a big fan of DQ7 is I don't really love the concept personally of like, let's find the lowest area I can grind and mindlessly mash through a bunch of low-level encounters. It doesn't reward you for fighting harder enemies. It's just purely a number of encounters. And the number of encounters
keep playing, you don't have to go back and grind. You can just keep playing and fight everything along the way.
You can, but you just don't get enough encounters to especially deal with like the hybrid classes if you're just fighting stuff you run into along the way.
That's because you haven't played the 3DS version yet.
Well, I mean of this game. DQ7, I've played the 3DS version, but not enough to get to the class system. I quit before then.
That encounter rate is enough that like you can grind a lot of classes just going through the game.
But a lot of really key abilities are locked behind those hybrid classes that High Spirits mentioned. We won't see them in the run, but the notable one is that the only way to get Revive, well, there's technically two ways to get it. The only way to get Revive is a Sage. So you have to max out Mage, max out Cleric, and then max out or basically max out the Sage class. That's the only way to get Revive. There's also, there is a monster job, a monster recruitment kind of job. It's different between SSC and DS. I know in the DS you can recruit slime monsters, and one of them has Revive. It works a little bit different in this game. It's a little bit more similar to DQ5, where like monsters can join your team and they'll go to the all trades and you can swap into your party. I don't really know how it works in this game, so I don't know how.
Slimes that will join you. Like you can have a slime knight, you can have a blue slime, you can have a king slime.
It's different in SFC though. In SFC, it's more monsters than just the slimes.
Okay, yeah, I know I know it's different. I just don't remember exactly what.
Yeah, it's closer to DQ5's recruitment, but not exactly. But it still requires the Beastmaster or whatever equivalent class to do
you gotta have the Tamer. All you need is Pierre, waiting for us outside the trials. After the trials. I don't know if Pierre is in the same spot in this version as the DS version. DS version, after you do the trials, the 3 tests, you can recruit Pierre.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure.
Like, I don't know what the name of it. It's Howland Castle in the English version. It's where you get the magic key. That's what it is.
Holstock, I think.
Yeah, Holstock might be it. Once you do all of that and you get the magic key, then you can recruit Pierre in the DS version.
Alright, so looks like class grind number 1 is done. So next up here is going to be changing Hassan to warrior, hero to warrior. Malaya is going to be a mage, as High Spirits mentioned, for that Blazemore cast, and Barbara is going to become a cleric. Hero and Hassan are going to learn offensive abilities as warrior, obviously. And Barbara gets cleric for healing, and upper for just like, you know, a little bit of extra utility. Again, she doesn't really get a whole lot of use, but that extra utility is... And I think upper is actually useful for her on a few specific fights too, but... I'm not sure... Does Malayu just stay mage for now? Oh no. Okay, so after that one fight, Malayu's gonna remove her job. It looks like. And just go jobless.
Yeah.
And then everyone else is gonna stay as
Malayu's gonna stop eating.
Their chosen jobs. Yeah.
That's one of the translations on our notes, is Malayu is gonna stop eating. Stop eating already, Malay.
Yeah, I was looking at that and I was getting a little bit confused because when it refers to whistle for Barbara, it refers to whistle as like use the mouth or something like that is how that translates. And I was getting that confused with the stop eating line.
Forgot to pick up the mini medal in here, I'm guessing?
There's a life seed in here that you pick up a little bit later. There was a mini medal too.
Yeah, I know there's a mini medal there. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's 2 seeds in the outside, and then the mini medal hidden up there.
Yeah, I think you can just grab them at any time, but might have forgotten the first time. There's
and
the
then
life
there's
seed.
2 seeds down here. Well, they might not go for the seed of magic though.
Well, they did. They got that one earlier.
Oh, they did get it earlier.
I don't really know. I don't really know why they pick things up in like kind of a weird order here.
It just said it as forgot something, so.
Oh, okay.
So I'm guessing that's what it was. Forgot to grab it. But now it's 24 fights.
Well, that's interesting. So he's going back to the Dream Cave.
Did he forget something in there then?
That
Because
must
he
have been what he
mentioned
meant by
something about
forget
forgetting
something.
something, so I'm not sure.
No, he's doing more fights here. Normally you do the fights here outside of Dharma. Basically, you take a step, you whistle, you take a step, whistle, and you just kind of count out 24 of them. So I don't know if somebody wasn't high enough job level, or if the way his XP is working out, or...
Don't know.
Yeah, not sure. I wasn't, like, counting and trying to keep track of how many encounters he was doing, so...
Who needs to count when you just need to know what abilities you need to learn?
Well, that's true.
Just in case.
I'm going to use this grinding as a chance to stand up for just a quick minute.
Sure. Now I can tell everyone about stories back in my day. Level 15. So I'm not sure exactly. We're not sure exactly how far we're grinding here. It'll be 15 on the way. Well, you're already 15. We got you there. Maybe he is doing the extra 24 battles here. The next place to grind after this would be outside of Arcbolt, which is where we need to go next. And those fights are a lot less fun. Plus, there's metal slimes out there, so you don't want to farm metal slimes when you're farming jobs. But yeah, once this class grind is over, that's pretty much it, I believe, for class grinding the rest of the game. After that, it's just rush through the rest of the game. Still a lot left, by the way. I mean, Mudo's surprise, shock, was not the final boss. I mean, he acted like the final boss, but he wasn't.
Yeah, just rush through the end of the game. No big deal.
Yeah, just hurry as fast as you can to get through the game.
How's the class grinding going?
I mean, we're still here. I'm guessing getting the other 24 fights now.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm seeing people get abilities, so
Yeah, I'm wondering why he's doing it this way. I wonder if it's like XP related. I wonder if like
2.
I don't know.
He must be counting. Last 7 fights.
3
He's counting up. 3. So yeah, it's plus 7 battles after he learned those last set of abilities. So as you can see, 4.
And some of the characters will learn additional abilities from like forced fights, bosses, encounters, stuff like that throughout the run. So even if he doesn't seem to end on a key ability for some characters, it's still the right number of fights.
Well, yeah, because you're gonna have like a bunch of because when we get to Arc Bolt coming up, there's actually a few boss fights going right in Arc Bolt.
Yep.
And then right after that is a couple more boss fights. So all of these count.
Although I think that's not the case for DQ7, right? I think bosses don't count in DQ7.
I think they do.
Pretty sure
Or I
Count has,
know they do.
Count has told me they didn't, at least for the PlayStation version.
Oh, maybe they don't. I don't know. Never set up the job system for that. But yeah, so 7 extra fights, and on our way to the ship to Arc Bolt. Arc Bolt has the area which is probably one of the more iconic areas and segments in all of Dragon Quest, because it gets reused many, many times in spin-offs and whatnot. But this is the area where they are looking for a fierce warrior to take out a monster. And we have to kind of prove our worth by going through a few fights to prove that we're a fierce enough warrior for them.
Yep.
And you'll also kind of notice someone is leaving as we're entering. Kind of a blue-haired looking guy. About, a lot older than what you're used to seeing him as.
Mm-hmm. And as a reward for defeating this monster, that they're calling people to defeat this monster, and they're challenging you to prove your worth, but they're offering a Thunderbolt blade to anyone who is able to bring back proof of the monster's demise.
Yep, in the coffin, because you saw Terry was dragging a coffin with him. We'll get our own coffin. It's cool.
No Prince Sama, Kanak in this one.
Yeah, we can't throw Kanak in there for fun. But yeah, here's the first test fight, I guess you could say.
Yep. So there's, I think, 3 battles in here.
Yeah, this first one's nice and easy.
Yeah, this first guy's pretty easy. 1300 HP, and just kind of has, generic attacks. Some of them do more damage than others. But this is kind of where we get initiated into the core strategy that this class grinding was used for, and that will be used for a bunch of boss fights coming up. So Amos and Hassan have the ability to charge up their attack to increase the damage of their next attack, and that's kind of just like the strategy for a while. So build up and then attack, build up and then attack. So Amos is using the lunge attack, which is like a double-edged attack, so you hurt yourself with recoil. Hassan is, I think, using his Spirit Punch with the charge up, which is a unique ability to him. And yeah, it's kind of just alternating between charge, big attack, and that's going to be kind of the strategy that carries through most of the run. It'll fall off a little bit later. Additionally, the supporting characters will be using things like Upper and the Staff of Ghent to boost defense and boost healing. You use this on your main damage dealers early, and then even if the support characters end up dying off in these fights, the main characters are tanky enough to kind of just get through it, even if the other characters die. And we'll probably see that on the third fight.
Yeah, one thing about Spirit Punch too is has a pretty high miss chance. And I believe charge up eliminates that miss chance also, including increasing the damage.
That could be right. I know different enemies have different like resistances to Spirit Punch, and that might be related to that miss chance also.
Maybe. Like, I think it's still guaranteed to hit him with charge up, but it's just not guaranteed to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, that might be right. I do know what you're talking about. I just don't remember the details.
So this is our next fight. This is Scott and Holiday. Basically, They just kind of work together. One likes to defend, while the other one is focused more on attacks. And they have their own set pattern, so it's very predictable.
Yeah, the key point of this fight is that Scott, or the one on the left, is that Scott, can use Bykill and buff up the attack. And depending on who he uses Bykill on, will kind of defend a little bit on how you do your targeting, basically. The fight's pretty well scripted. It's just that you may choose to fight them in a different order or do damage in a different order, depending on how that comes out.
But yeah, it's not too much harder than the first fight. Just a lot more health and a lot more stuff to go deal with, because you can't damage one of them every few turns when they defend, so. And then after this fight, then we get to go against the Guard of the Captain, or Captain of the Guards, or something like that. He is definitely the hardest fight of them all, but you can make it much easier if you can survive long enough to cast Upper on your entire party.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, Blast is the final guy.
And he does Blast. He's either Blast or Brast. Because I see two different names for him.
There isn't both letters in Japanese.
Oh, I know.
So, I always say Blast.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, Blast has 1800 HP, 3-step rotation, can range slash or vacuum wave, then defense or spirit punch, I guess, what this says. I don't know if that's actually right. And then Falcon Slash or Roundhouse Kick. And anyway, basically, he's got a lot of physical attacks, and then he can lower your defense. So the general strategy is to just buff up Amos and Hassan with uppers. You don't really care if Hero or Millie die once. The first two are buffed up enough, and then, it's going to be the same strategy that's been used with charge up and then use your damaging abilities. Hassan should have the Gent staff, so in the second part of the fight, once you're set up and doing damage, once Hero and Millie are kind of out of the equation, Hassan will be doing some healing occasionally to keep people topped up.
Yep, the fight is just hard at the first part of it, when he's vacuum slashing you and roundhouse kicking you into the dirt. But once you get some uppers up, then it's just, spirit punch away and heal up.
Yeah, so the fight is really just pretty stable once those buffs are up. And actually, the support characters are staying alive for kind of a long time. Millie's throwing in a Wind Slash here, it looks like. Fire Claw from the hero. Kind of a little bit of extra chip damage.
But beating Blast here will prove to you, to the king, that you're strong enough to go take out the monster. And we'll send you on your way with your own casket to go deal with the monster.
And is there any what's the deal with the monster? Is it like
So the
blocking a
monster
cave or
is
something like that, right?
I don't know, some green dinosaur. It's just a mother looking after her eggs is all. Till some jerk comes along and scrambles all those eggs. I think they made a spin-off game about that.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
But yeah, that's the leader of the monster, but there's also other monsters that are blocking the tunnel. Because it's basically a tunnel to another area. And they're blocking the tunnel. So you got to deal with the monsters blocking the tunnel, and then you got to deal with also the I guess, I don't know if it's leader of them or not, just the other one that's in the caves.
Gotcha.
Just trying to look after her children.
So blast down. Not too bad. Hero died at the very end there, but doesn't really matter. Again, you kind of expect Hero and Malayu
ちょっと手
to
間取ったな
die at the end of that fight.
Yeah, because, at the end of the game, and if you're off by a little bit of experience, they're just going to get it back when they kill the King Metal Slimes at the end.
Yep.
Because I know they're going to farm at least one at the end.
Yeah, one is the normal strategy. I guess it's possible that for a marathon, maybe they'll go for two. But one is the common strategy.
Oh, Deathmore doesn't care if you grind 15 of them.
That's sadly true. Alright, so got the special coffin needed. Now it's off to the tunnel. Cave.
Yep, to Arcbolt Cave.
There is a little battle at the start of this place you have to go through. I don't know if it's actually at the start, but
Yeah, it's the ones that are blocking the cave.
yeah. The Horror Walker and the Fighting Panther. Yeah, these two.
Yep. One of these buggers hits really freaking hard.
They should just die in 2 turns. 3 if you're unlucky, but yeah, the guy on the right there. Those guys hit really hard.
Yes, they do.
But taken out in 1 turn. No problem. Spirit Punch, Fire Claw, Blazemore. Doing some big damage. No, I didn't actually... Okay, yeah, there it is. Just say it.
Shinobi.
Yep, that fight should be when Chamorro learns Tiptoe. Just in time for...
Walking through a big dungeon.
Yeah, going to the next area with lots of random encounters, so... That's what I was saying earlier, that those 7 encounters at the end of the grind there were, pretty carefully routed, even if they didn't end on a skill. Tiptoe wears off pretty quickly in this game, so if anybody's used to watching like DQ3, Tiptoe lasts, I think, half as many steps in this game as it does in DQ3, so it'll need to be refreshed a lot more often.
Yeah, but most of the maps aren't very long, so...
No, it's true.
Doesn't take long to get through most of these maps. But yeah, so come down here, notice a few scrambled eggs, and one angry green dinosaur coming up. Some of y'all might know this name of this dinosaur as either Lizzie or Drango. pretty iconic green little dino. And we get a nice little cutscene here of Terry being a jerk.
The battle ends. Yeah, this scene makes for a pretty decent break. This game actually has, like, one thing that is always hard to judge with an RPG speedrun is you look at this run, you look at, like, oh, there's an 8-hour estimate. Like, how am I going to sit through an 8-hour speedrun? But this game has a fair number of places with, like, scenes or long dialogues. I glossed over this earlier, but, like, it is a Japanese run. Turbo is allowed. Auto fire is allowed. So, like, for a long dialogue, you can just set auto fire and, step away if you need a bathroom break or something like that. So even though this run is pretty long, there are a number of places where you can just take, like, a short mental recharge or bathroom break or whatever you need, and that's
that's my advice to people when they always say, how do you do all these long speed runs? My first number one advice to them: plan your bathroom breaks.
Yep.
Know your cutscenes.
Yeah, and even if you think you might not have time for a bathroom break, like if you have 40 seconds somewhere, if that's enough time that you can use a bathroom break and not lose that much time, right?
Yeah.
Like, you might lose a few seconds, but
go do something.
Yeah. Route all that stuff out. And this game's got pretty good opportunities for that if you're aware of it.
Yeah, so once you beat up on Drango, well, Terry beats up on Drango, no more encounters up here, so looting a couple of the boxes that are up here, nice and safe. It's sound, and you walk out, they take your casket, and then when you go back, you find out that you lost again. Just like, becoming a soldier. You lost again.
Always being one-upped.
Always second fiddle to someone else. What kind of hero are you? I mean, you're basically like the hero in 5. You're just not the hero.
I think it's just because, we haven't reunited with our true self that it's not quite good enough.
We're only half a hero right now. And
Just
2
missing
halves
that.
don't make a whole. Or wait.
メダル
Yeah, so unfortunately, despite the offered reward of a nice sword for defeating the monster,
Which you didn't get because you were last.
it goes to Terry.
Terry really is a jerk. I don't like this Terry guy.
It's true. But the cave is open now.
And that leads to a great place, by the way. Oh, yeah. You know what they call that place in the English version? The Isle of Smiles.
Of course they do.
It's paradise. I mean, it's better than calling it Jamiris Island, right?
That's true.
Who wants to go to Jamiris Island?
I don't know if it actually has, like, I don't know what the name is in Japanese. They refer to it, I think, as like the land of happiness or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's supposed to be like the paradise. You go there and yada yada. All your problems wash away. All the old men can become bunny girls if they want. Chimera sounds like a cool cat. I'm gonna go join his cult. All hail Jamiras!
Picking up some more small medals. If on the actual route, that should be number 15? No, 14. That should be number 14. So for anybody keeping count, hopefully that's right.
Also, random set of stairs just sitting there on the world map. No one has ever gone through that tunnel before to climb those set of stairs to see where it takes them. But yeah, those stairs are just another way to get between the two worlds.
And if you're not sure which world we're in, you'll figure it out shortly.
You mean a place called the Paradise, Isle of Smiles, Isle of Happiness? That's not the real world?
I mean, it could be. Jamiris seems like the kind of guy who'd be a jerk in the real world.
Oh, man, you know what that sounds like to me? My bed. That sounds like paradise. But in order to learn about that, though, you have to do a bunch of story triggers. So we got to go around and talk to half the people in the town to find out that it only appears at nighttime. And hey, we want to go. It sounds nice.
Yeah, this game has a lot of that. Has a lot of towns and places where like you just kind of need to talk to everybody, and it might not actually be everybody, but it's close to it. Like plot triggers are pretty complex. It's not just like talk to one person and move forward. That should have been medal number 16. So again, we're going for 70 mini medals. So for an indication of how far we are into the run, we're not even a quarter of the way there. For mini medals. For time we are, but for mini medals. Still got plenty of them to go. Alright. So the idea here is that I think that there's this floating island that brings you to this land of happiness, and it shows up on the full moon. And we just happen to get there on the full moon. It shows up at night of the full moon. And it just kind of happened to show up. We happen to be there right at the right time, so the story triggers make it nighttime, and then we're able to kind of hop on this floating island and ride it there. And floating islands definitely seem like a real world thing. I go on floating islands all the time. But so coming up here, this is going to bring us to the island with Jamiris. Jamiris is normally pretty easy fight. You find out that he's basically running this. I guess we can call it like a cult or something. But people are bringing these monsters here to Jamiris to be, or bringing these people here to Jamiris to be. I think like they're enslaved or something along those lines. Not 100% sure what the plot justification for all of it is, but we're going to show up and we're going to take out Jamiris, who's kind of running the show here. So he's got a biased attack pattern, so his attacks aren't incredibly equal, but basically he's got a heavy attack, flame breath, a regular attack, a fire claw. I think that's it. And
Jamiris!
And the strat is going to be, again, pretty much the same thing that's been happening. So buff up the main characters, the damage dealers with upper, and yeah, just kind of use the powered up attacks. Amos has the Gent staff now, so Hassan is going to be the main damage dealer of the fight, but Amos should hopefully be able to do some as well. Hero and Millie are not super important to survive, again, but Millie does help with speeding up the fight a little bit. If she's alive, she can chip in some healing and stuff like that, and keep Amos doing some damage. The sap failed there, so that's not great. So getting sap to lower his defense is part of the initial setup, so Hero's going to try that again. Still stacking uppers. Another sap missed. Okay, finally got one sap off. Yeah, this guy can act once or twice per turn, so Very nice. You can see he only did 10 damage with that attack. Like, the uppers are really starting to do their job. Really wants to get a second sap off. Millie's going to throw out some wind slashes here. Another sap miss. I don't know what the odds are of sap hitting, but he's like 1 for 5 now.
50%.
Another miss.
If we're going by what our notes say, 50%.
Oh yeah, it does say that in there, yep.
And Spirit Punch Zuki is 85%.
Well, we're 1 for 7 right now on sap, I think, so...
Yeah, his physical attack's not going to do a whole lot, but man, that fire breath, it hurts.
Yeah, this setup seems pretty stable now, so... Fight's going decently well.
So we really don't even have any context to why we're fighting this guy. We just kind of went to here, found out that he's enslaving a bunch of people. You know, luring them here based on the whole promise of paradise, and we're like, okay, well, we're gonna beat this burb up, and you know, kind of go from there.
I couldn't remember if there was more story to it than that or not. I was trying to...
That's this general story to get to the fight. Now, after the fight, we get a lot more story. Then we actually start to learn something else. But right now, we're just adventurers looking for the hero's other half. It's pretty much it, and we just come across this stuff that's going on.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the complaints that I've heard about this game for why some people don't necessarily like it as much, is that a lot of the middle part of this game feels kind of aimless. Like looking for the other half of the hero is not a super compelling motivation to some people, especially considering a lot of the stuff that you're doing along the way just doesn't really seem to be supporting that goal necessarily. You're kind of just wandering.
I mean, let's be fair. Half of 5 is going around looking for mom.
That's true. But you're like getting married and having kids. And
but yeah, so the whole story is people are getting lured here based on, you know, because they say it's a paradise. They're getting enslaved. So, you know, you help them out. You want to help them out. But there is an unintended side effect of this. And it's that right there. Which is popping up out of nowhere after you beat him is the Mini Metal King. And he says, "Thank you, you have freed me, and you have saved me from my imprisonment." So you find out that beating Jamiris unlocked the Mini Metal King. And that leads to you to believe that, wait, then beating Mudo unlocked Dharma. So, wait. Well, now we're fighting these so-called, I don't know, generals or whatever, and we're returning the world somehow to its, or at least the dream world, to its whole, being whole again. So now there's a little bit more going on. Now you're starting to like see that, wait, there is a bigger picture, and what else is out there.
And now this also introduces the floating island. It's always kind of silly. Another means of transportation that we have. So, you know, earlier we got the boat in the regular world, which we used to get to Mudo's castle. But in the dream world, we didn't have any water transportation. So this floating island that we have now after beating Jamiris is the our dream boat.
Our floating island! Because a floating island to a set of stairs on the middle of an island. It's not a dream world at all. But we just continue. Oh yeah, this is where we meet. Is this where we're gonna meet him? I guess not. There's no cutscene here. Where you'd meet the cutscene up here.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so we're just like, okay, cool. We Mini Metal King free. Okay, so well, this is a path. Let's keep going, and our next path brings us to Hullstock. What is his name? Holton. The kid Holton. So this place, well, it has a king and he has a son. And the son is supposed to go through some trial to prove, or, some family trial to become the next king. And he doesn't want to go through it because he's a coward. He keeps running and hiding. And we get asked to babysit him through the Cave of Trials.
I mean, if you knew the monsters that were in there, I'd be afraid too.
Yeah. So after we spend a bunch of time trying to chase him down and yell at him because he's going to run away several times, we get to the Cave of Trials to go through and try to prove that, or to get him so he can be ready to become king when he grows up. And he does not make it easy on us.
Sure doesn't.
Like, to start, we have to find him, which means we have to run to his bedroom, and his, I don't know, friend or attendant up here or whatever says, he sure loves hiding in barrels. I guess it's his friend. So we gotta go finding a random barrel that he's hiding in. Wait to the Cave of Trials, because it gets much worse.
Horus. It's the prince. Holton is the king here. Just as a name correction. They're all kind of similar.
I don't know if it's Holton or Houghton or... Yeah, Horus and Holton. There we go.
Yep.
And the Cave of Trials is annoying. And at least one of the bosses for sure is kind of really annoying. And then Horus makes it so much worse.
Yeah. It's not too bad. The third trial is actually like a pretty difficult fight. But they've all kind of got their own unique strategies for them. So one thing that's worth noting that you might have noticed here is that Malayu is the only party member right now, which, she's not really our best fighter, so it might seem like a weird choice, but it'll be clear in a minute here. But here we're gonna enter the Cave of Trials and and bring the prince along, and where's the prince going? Turned around and bolted. Guess we got to track him down again. And this time, he didn't even go back to the castle. He went to the nearby town.
I know, he tried to get in the way the best he could.
Nope, that barrel didn't have the prince. That barrel just had a mini medal.
He's actually not hiding in a barrel this time.
Disappointing.
I know. The barrel there was just, made you look. He's just cowering in a corner complaining, why do I have to be the one to go through this trial? It's scary in there.
Yeah, so trial number 1, if you remember way back earlier in the game when Horror Beast was fought, it came up that Malayu is immune to confusion attacks. So even though he did confusion dance, it wasn't able to affect her. I think that was Horror Beast. The first trial here does confusion dance about 80% of the time. So Maleu is going to fight this fight by herself. This boss is about 1,000 HP and can do some other abilities. He has one ability that's really scary, which is an intense flame breath. So, the idea is basically just to keep doing Wind Slash over and over. But if Maleu's HP drops below a certain amount, I don't know the exact number, say 80-ish, then, see, even here at 87, Lisan is, using a heal just to make sure that Maleu would be able to survive an intense flame breath if it happened. It's like a 1% chance. It's super unlikely, but Dragon Quest 1% are known to be higher than 1%, or at least feel like it sometimes. It's really easy to get superstitious with RNG in these games. And sometimes that's like the fun of it too. It can be fun to play into the superstition.
Percentages are all made up.
Yeah. There's that intense flame. I guess she. There's no way that he'll use it a second time in this fight, right? Nah, this fight's probably pretty close. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so during that fight, Horus went and hid again.
Yeah, after every trial, he runs way to the other side of the cave and hides. Basically making you go through this dungeon twice.
Yep. So, gonna leave the cave here and then reorder to have an actual party for the other trials. So trial number 2 is 1500 HP. It's this like beast monster. Has bounce up at the start of the fight, and basically just has like mostly physical attacks. So he's got an attack, he's got Wind Slash, he can build up power. He can put people to sleep, which can be kind of annoying, but the general idea is, kind of the standard strategy of uppering the main characters, and doing the powered up damage attacks, powered up lunge, powered up spirit punch. But the one thing that's noteworthy here is that Maleu is going to be using the leg sweep ability that she learned as a fighter back during the first class grind, which has a chance of making this enemy lose its turn. So hopefully it's not going to get very many actions.
And if it attacks, usually target the person with the lowest health too. So. Yep,
exactly. So the idea is actually buff up Millie's HP, not the main, not Hassan and Amos like would be normal. Millie's got the lowest HP, so buff up her defense. She'll be the one that's consistently targeted, and she'll be making it lose turns. So
we watch the second trial spin around, right round, baby, because he gets leg sweeped over and over again.
So let's see. Yep, just like that. Preemptive healing, and then he's going into damage, so. Got the uppers up, Hero's throwing out the Fire Claw. San got put to sleep.
It can't really sap him, so.
Right, yeah, he starts the fight with bounce up, so it's not really
Gotta tickle him down.
But it's fine. Don't really need it. These powered up attacks do quite a bit of damage, so.
Yeah, the third trial is the harder one, but because of the equip glitch in this game, it actually makes it much easier.
It is easier, but it is still definitely the hardest of the trials.
Yeah.
Yeah, so trial number 3 after this one is going to be like a unicorn kind of style enemy. He's got two. He acts twice per turn. His first action is always to use defense on you to lower your defense, and then the second attack can either be a strong attack, a regular attack, lightning, or bounce, I think. And the idea is going to be the same kind of. You're not gonna use upper on the fight like normal. So damage wise, it's going to be the same strategy of, doing powered up lunges with Amos. Hassan is going to be using the Gent staff to do some healing or attacking. The hero is going to be throwing out fire claws, and then Malay is going to be using wind slash or heal more. But the big thing is, again, every single turn he casts defense. So the start of every turn is going to be using the equip glitch to reset Amos and Hassan's defense. The other two aren't as important, but make sure to reset those two defense every single turn. So if you like that equip glitch, if you like people to going into the equip menu, there's going to be a lot of it.
That's pretty much why this third test is probably the hardest boss in the DS speedrun. Because we don't really class grind. So we're going into the fight without a good way to deal with that defense spell being cast every turn. And what happens is once he lowers your party's defense to 0, he stops using defense and starts double attacking.
Yeah, and
you have to buff your defense just to keep him from not double attacking you.
Yeah, and similarly, if he has bounce up, he won't use bounce on the second turn. So if he puts bounce up, the hero will actually...
Freebie
if the
turn.
hero's... What's that?
That's a freebie turn.
It's a freebie turn, and also if the hero's alive, hero can use Expel in order to kind of just eat up the bounce and give him a chance of recasting it again, which we'll see on another fight again later, too. There's defense, and there's...
Bounce.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I guess there's two different versions of bounce in this game, huh? Because that's, Mahotoron? It's different than, Mahokanta, which is normally bounce. So there must be two different versions of bounce. One that you can eat up and one that you can't.
Not too sure about that.
Because
maybe.
Because I don't think you can dispel it with Expel on the second trial, but you can eat it up with Expel here. I think the full bounce you can only dispel with waves or something. I don't know. Not 100% sure.
Not too sure either.
I noticed.
Sounds good to me.
I noticed the spell name was different. That's the only reason I commented on it.
I accept your critique on it, and sounds good to me.
Yeah. So Malaya's
I'll
down.
go to heaven.
Malaya's down, which isn't necessarily a huge deal. Amos and Hassan are through this part of the game, your main team. So, as long as they stay alive.
Yeah, this game's more about just outright dealing deep damage.
Yeah.
It's very easy to lose party members on a lot of the bosses.
Yeah, that'll falter a little bit in the very late game, but for most of the game, yeah, this strategy really carries you through quite a while.
Well, especially when you got Malayu or Chamaro in your party. They're just squishy.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it's made possible by the Gent staff, because your tanky characters, Amos and Hassan, can use that to cast heal more for free as tanks. So one of those two is always holding that staff, and even if everybody else dies, you don't actually lose your healer. And that makes such a huge difference to the strategies that you're able to use in this fight. Or in the whole game, I should say.
No matter which Dragon Quest game it is, once you get that heal more staff, you treasure it.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it's a vital part of every speedrun for most of the games.
Most of them. Not all, but most. Like like DW4, Dragon Quest 4, it's not really a huge deal. But
like 3, 5, 6, 7.
3, the best runs skip it if they do a King Sword cut. You can't afford it. But doesn't really matter because it goes on your sage who has the Amore spell. It just kind of means MP is an issue.
The way to save MP.
Exactly. And menuing.
7 we use it because it gets through a bounce spell.
Yep.
Because one of the strategies for the final boss on 7 is to have one of your party members soak all the attacks and then put a shield on them to bounce off magic.
Right.
The only way to heal him when he does that is with your staff.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting point too, because that comes up in this game a little bit too, that oftentimes in DQ games, even if an enemy has bounce up, tools used as items do not have that effect applied. And I'm pretty sure there's one fight later on in this game where that becomes a noteworthy thing. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. But all right, Trials Cave.
Off the top of my head.
Trials Cave is cleared. So now the prince can complete his baptism, rite of passage, whatever. I guess technically that was completed, I think, in the cave, but now we're bringing him home and he can return in his glory. I don't know.
And our reward for doing it is a feast, of course, because we always get a feast, and a magic key.
Feast and fireworks. Staples of every DQ game.
Game is not measured by how many feasts the hero gets. Not by his deeds.
Well, if that were the case, no one would ever beat DQ7.
Yeah, 7, there's so many feasts. You get a feast everywhere. And then when you come back, you get another feast in some of the areas.
Yeah. Right, there's the magic key. And then, I'm not really sure. No, another mini medal. That should be number 23.
So now we're just continuing the path. Like, oh, there's only one way we can really go. Takes us to this well, and hey, we like wells because, you know, they take us to the dream world and back and forth. Except for this one comes with a surprise.
Yeah,
just wishing you a well wishing, that's all.
Yeah, eventually they like to throw monsters into the wells for some reason, but they're not
obviously he's stuck, look. You can tell that he's stuck. That's the only reason why he's there. He's just waiting for someone to come along so he can throw rocks at him.
But
Poor guy is stuck in the well.
But is he stuck? Is this really a well?
I mean, if it looks like a well, has a well wisher in it. Sounds like a well to me.
It's true.
You know, looks like a duck, smells like a duck, tastes like a duck. You know, obviously it's a duck. Same thing with the well.
But if you're stuck in a well that goes between the real world and a dream world, are you real or are you a dream?
Well, it depends. So, like, if you're in, let's say, the real world, then like his butt is just a dream. And then if it's the other way around, then you know his head is just a dream, and then his butt is really stuck in the well. It all depends on which end of the dream world you're in. That's all.
That's fair. I can't argue with that.
So this is Clearvale. Clearvale is home to my favorite set of puns in the DS version.
Oh no.
But I can't really talk about them yet because you got to get the whole context of it.
We're taking some more overworld stairs.
Yep. So what it is you go into Clearvale and I don't know if you have to hit the trigger or not, but if you go into the church, by the way, the mini medals are like in the same exact spot in both worlds.
Yeah, they are.
But if you go into the church, you find that there's a couple, an old married couple who are, just doing a prayer for their son that they lost. And if you go talk to them, they say, "Hey, there's, my son always wanted to have this courage medal that you can only get from climbing to the top of the mountain here. And they wish that he could have gotten it while he was still alive. And you are going to be like, yeah, we'll go do that for you. I don't even think you tell them that you're going to do it. You decide that you want to help out the memory of this kid by getting this courage medal. And it just happens that while you're going through this dungeon, you pick up a golden pickaxe, which is like the most important item in the game. And then we'll just kind of go from there.
I think this part also had a Dragon Warrior 4 reference that there was like a traveling actor, comedian person called Panon who was like supposed to bring the medal to the kid.
Yeah, that's what it was. The kid, he was supposed to bring the medal to the kid. That's it.
Yeah, but then just never showed up, and then the kid passed away without ever receiving it.
The courage chip. So this is a really unique dungeon, as you can see. You kind of just climb up the rock face.
It's a really awkward dungeon. Like, you're not really used to exploring a dungeon in this way. It's really tough to like get a feel for the layout. You're like jumping off ledges at times. I don't really like it. I appreciate what they were going for, but it messes with my head a little bit, I think.
It's one of those dungeons too that if you're not careful, you can fall back to the beginning.
Yeah.
This is the original getting over it, y'all, okay? You also notice a lot of spots where you have to use the golden pickaxe. Yep. But that golden pickaxe is actually going to play an important role a bit later in the game some more times too, so it's one of those item uses that Hacktigal talked about that gets used a bunch.
Does it?
Oh yeah. In fact, you need it to get one of the most important armors in the game.
All right, so top of the mountain.
Easy
use
done.
The pickaxe. Break off a piece of rock, and then we bring it back to the kid.
Now, keep in mind, we're in the real world right now. Yeah, this is where you're gonna go to the church and see the cutscene now.
Yep.
Now, I don't know what their first name is, but I can tell you what their last name is in the DS version. And that's Mr. and Mrs. Tress.
Aris and Magot? Magot?
That's less fun. Let's go with Mr. and Mrs. Tress. Seems like a nice name, doesn't it? And then I'm going to give the courage chip to them. And they're going to tell us about their son. You know what their son's name is? Matt. It's a nice name, right? Name of a little kid?
Yeah.
So Mr. and Miss Tress tell you about their son, Matt. You know, and when you bring them the courage shard, they're like, "Oh, thank you so much. How about, you know, we as our thank you, you all look tired. Why don't you take a night and rest in Matt's bed?" So we're like, "Okay, sure."
And
Nothing to
then
see here, y'all, by the way. Nothing to see here.
Totally normal bed.
Yeah. Totally not in the dream world anymore. So yeah, we're flying through on a flying
Through
bed
time and space.
through time and space and a lot of mushrooms. And we meet up with
John
Matt.
is the kid's name.
Matt Tress is his name.
I just read it on screen. It said John.
No, his name is Matt Tress, okay? And he gives you his flying bed. I told you that's like my favorite pun in the DS version.
Yep. And that's why earlier in the run we were talking about some methods of transportation that make it very obvious when you're in the dream world.
So how do you know you're in the dream world? You're on a flying bed.
Or a floating island.
And a floating island. But yes, this is our mode of transportation while in the dream world. Gotta go pick up a whole bunch of stuff now, including a bunch of mini medals. And Pylo. See, I like the originals and stuff, but man, like those puns, they tickle my fancy. What can I say?
I
like
don't
a
mind.
good pun, and I like a bad pun too.
I don't mind them sometimes. I think sometimes the modern DQ goes a little overboard with them. But
Okay, the only one that really went really overboard is 4.
That's fair.
7 3DS, you could say maybe a little bit, but at least they were themed like 11 was,
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, so we entered the town of Amore there. Those 2 kids that we saw playing, that was the 2 lovers that we helped out earlier in the game. And I never told you their name in the DS version, by the way. One is Ilya, and the other one's Alavengia.
Oh. Iria is at least the same.
And then the other one is just a play off of that word.
I forget what the second person was named in Japanese.
But yeah, so those are the 2 little kids. We see them playing around and burying something in the ground. Gia.
Yeah, and this is optional, but this is like not optional for the speedrun here. It's
Oh, so the thing they buried is a really cool thing, but you had to see the cutscene for it.
Yeah. we're gonna go back to the town here and check where they were burying stuff.
Oh, we're not going back to Amore yet. We're going
Oh.
to the next town of Phone.
That's true.
Phone has, well, it has a princess who's trapped in a crystal. And a very obsessed king who wants to get that princess out.
Well, she's trapped in a mirror, right?
A mirror crystal. It's all reflective.
That's true.
It's all reflective of your soul.
I mean, we're not playing Final Fantasy here, though, so no crystals.
Well, the crystal would easily break if we were doing that.
That's true.
大事
For a series that's all about crystals, they sure don't make durable crystals in that series. So yeah, there's a lot of triggers in this area where we had to go upstairs to the minister to find the king. The king is downstairs, so we go downstairs and talk to the king, and then the king takes us back upstairs. So basically, the king just wants us to find a way to rescue. Well, the king at first wants the Mirror of Ra, which, hey, guess what we got?
Yeah, so
And then eventually he's going to find a way to ask us to try to save the princess.
yeah, so the deal is that like this town is known for having the princess stuck in the mirror, and it used to be a thing that like they would let like tourists would come to like look at the princess and stuff, and the old king used to kind of play it up, but they don't want to do that anymore. So they're kind of reluctant to let us see the princess, but we bring the mirror, and they ask us to bring the mirror, and we say, hey, we happen to have it, and so we're gonna bring that to the princess and see if that dispels any illusion. But she's kind of trapped. It's not really an illusion. So let's see what happens.
Obviously, we've seen that monster before. We could just go climb the tower and go punch a few of them.
So that didn't work. Sadly. Princess is still
Actually,
in
I
the
think
mirror.
it just doesn't show it in this version, but it actually reveals the truth behind that. At least in the DS version.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. I wasn't
Yeah,
sure if it did that in this.
There's
or
a
not.
wizard that's trapping her,
Yeah.
basically, and now we're gonna get asked to go deal with the wizard. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't show through very well on this version.
So yeah, this is where we get told about Moralgo and how he was interfering with stuff, or he was responsible for doing it, or something like that. I'm not
He's
exactly
the one
sure.
trapping her in there.
Yeah.
So we make a quick trip back to Amore to go get the item that was buried.
The
Which just
meteorite
happens to be-
armband,
腕渡し
Meteor armband.
which in this game doubles the agility of whichever character has it equipped.
Yep.
お祈り
So it's that good.
Yeah, so a common strategy is going to be to have 2 accessories available on various party members, typically your healer, and either equip the meteorite armband if you want to go first, or unequip it if you want to go last. You can kind of play off your agility a little bit based on how you manage your
お祈
equipment.
りをお願いします
Yeah, now we want to visit the Mini Metal King
And now
and
we
turn
see
in our
if we
first 30.
now we see if we have 30. Yep. So this should give.
あり
I bet you he has at least 31, because I think I've seen him pick up an extra.
30.
30. Maybe he missed one. They got an extra one for that anyways, but...
And maybe.
So- couple of the things we're going to get is a staff that has a wind attack on it. It's not very good, but it's money. You can use it. A power ruby, which is 15 attack, which is very good.
これは
And the platinum sword, which is actually a pretty good sword for a while to
もう
have.
一つ
Yep.
And then off to Maralgo
お
Tower.
祈りポイン ントがあるので。
And just like most dungeons, we haven't really been talking a whole lot about like random encounters in this game. And it's pretty much because we don't fight any of them at this point. Like, there are some dungeons where random encounters can be more or less scary than others, but
うまくいくと
they're all pretty much just you run and you hope to run and then you heal up in between. So there's not really much to speak of. This tower is interesting because you can actually pass by it earlier on if you're playing casually and you kind of can't get in, and it's locked behind a special password that they have to tell you, and you have to basically cast the impasse spell, which is I think X-ray.
Look at the hero. He's so adorable.
And yeah, casting that spell is what allows the door to open up. So coming up at the top of this tower is going to be the Moralco boss fight. So he's kind of on a 2-action rotation. So every other action is either bounce, but the dispellable, the one-time bounce version, reflect maybe, whatever you'd want to call it. And the alternate action is either he can summon an ally, which is a magic lamp. He can do Firebolt. He can do Blaze more, or he can attack. And in general, the fight is going to be it's pretty smooth as long as he doesn't spam Firebolt. It does big AoE damage. And on alternating turns, Hero is going to be using Expel on Moralco in order to cause his Reflect to drop, because it only absorbs one spell. If you don't do that, then it's similar to the third trial boss earlier, where it'll be out of his rotation and he'll just do attacks every turn. So it's important to take out Expel or Reflect here, that thing you just did. It's important to take that out every other turn, so that way half the turns you're not dealing with the him doing back-to-back abilities. And the second thing is that tactics are used in alternating turns here too. So on the turn where he's using bounce, he's building up power, and then on the alternating turns it goes to AI tactics. And what this does is that if Moralco summons companions, the AI will actually focus the companions first, and then you don't have to deal with their actions. So things can kind of go off script if, for some reason, allies get summoned and not taken out in one turn, or if he spams Firebolt. But those are really the only things that can cause this fight, or those are the main things that can cause this fight to go wrong. I don't necessarily want to say only. And this is actually possibly the fight I was thinking of, where Fire Claw is used even though Reflect is up, and the Fire Claw is effective through that. It doesn't trigger the Reflect.
Yeah, ideally, you want him to try to do like a single target attack every other turn, just so you can deal more damage to him also. Because the more damage you're dealing to him, the less, or more damage you're dealing with his summons, the less you're doing to him. So this fight can actually be a pretty fast fight if he just never summons anything.
Yeah, exactly. The summons really do nothing but slow it down. But you also don't want him spamming Firebolt like he is right now either.
Yeah.
So
it's not helping either.
Kind of in a little bit of a rough shape, but thankfully you do get every other turn for free to catch up on healing. I say for free, like you still need to... it's kind of one of those situations where you can take the turn to catch up on healing, even from like your damage dealers, but then you're not necessarily in a situation to deal with ads. So if you get spammed Firebolt and your characters can't build up power, and then he summons a lamp, then you might not kill the lamp in one turn, and then everything kind of just starts going off script. Things are going okay at the moment. A lot of firebolt, a lot of damage, but still in an okay shape. He's got 2,400 HP, which, it's a fair amount. If you think back to, like, the Mudo fights, for example, Mudo 3 had 900 HP. Cave of Trials were all in the...
Yeah, Jameris had like 1,500.
The mid-thousands. Yeah. There was one, I think, that had more than that. But, yeah, 2,400 is like a pretty big step up in terms of HP, and it kind of can take a while, but that fight went pretty smoothly. He only summoned ads, I think, twice. So
yeah, wasn't too many ads. Which makes the fight more dangerous, but it's just faster, too.
Right. So now that Moralga's taken out, we can go back to... what's the name of that town? Phone.
And
see what's going on with the Mirror Princess. Barbara's gonna grab an MP seed. And you might wonder why Barbara's grabbing MP seeds and using them even though she's not being used in combat at all. But
making her feel special, that's why.
Well, there might be a reason for it. Or maybe she just wants to feel special.
It feels so bad that we're just not using her or anything. We gotta make her feel good about something.
And so, the reward that we're going to get for doing this side quest here is the floodgate key, which opens up one of the water barriers in the real world. And kind
one of those worlds somewhere out there.
Allows for more exploration.
Yep, just opens up another chunk of the map. This game has like several layers of like gating when it comes to like the ocean. Because now we got the floodgate, which opens up a couple more areas, but now everything else after that is blocked by like shoals. Like we need some way to get through, like, the shoals and whatnot, the shorelines and stuff.
Yeah, and there's like underwater stuff, and
yeah,
you got the real world and the dream world that both have separate things gating it.
So even though the game doesn't really give you a whole lot of directions for things, it does kind of just open things up slowly enough that you can't just get yourself completely lost looking for stuff.
Yeah, and sometimes you like the direction is just the reward, right? Like that floodgate key.
Yeah,
you've probably playing casually. You've probably run into that gate before and realized that hey, I can't go past here. So you get the key and you're like, oh, I need to go find that again.
And suddenly a little bit more of the map is open to you.
And then you kind of know that whatever your next objective is going to be is probably going to be past that thing you just opened. So, it's
which leads us to the Fisherman Village.
Great. My favorite place. Not at all.
At least it's much faster in this version than the DS version. I'm pretty sure. It's a 4.5 minute cutscene in the 3DS version.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite that long in this. But
so we got this fisherman village, and you get met by, well, what do they name him in this game, in this village? Taru or whatever. Or no, that's Rob. Okay, that's Rob. And he basically says, hey, don't poke your nose into anything. And we come in, we talk to the shopkeeper here. He's like, oop, I gotta deliver some fish to a customer, to Rob. So you follow him, and apparently Rob is collecting a lot of fish, and apparently Rob is acting a little suspicious, people in town are saying. And you kind of get that thought, like, right away when he leaves the house and then kind of starts acting a little paranoid. So we're going to follow him to a cave and through a cave to find out why he's paranoid. Now, fun fact is entering a building right there actually pushes Rod all the way to the cave. Otherwise, you'd have to watch him go there really slowly. But the idea is you got to go through a few screens of following Rob without getting caught to find out why he's acting fishy.
Yep.
See what I did there with fishy? If he catches you a single time, you go back to start and try again.
All the way back.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so much faster than the TS version.
Yeah. It's I'm personally not a patient person. I'm not really a stealthy kind of person. So I definitely got caught here a couple times when I played this casually.
Someone didn't play Metal Gear Solid.
I mean, I have, but not until after playing this. And I'm not too great at sneaking in those games either.
Come on, guns a-blazing!
Here we find the secret switch on the wall that he presses. I think it's also possible for him to go, like, if he goes off screen or goes too far off screen, I think that can also reset it.
Yeah,
so,
because you lose him.
You really have to stay with him too.
So you find out that he's been secretly housing a mermaid who was lost from her flock. And he's been trying to come up with a way to get her back to her flock. Which, thankfully, you're here.
And we just so conveniently have a boat.
And you just have a boat. So we can take her home. Although, you know, there's also a little...
To her home, not to our home, to be clear.
Yeah, to her home. I mean, you know, poor Rob is, you know, heartbroken that we're doing this, but he wants to help her, though.
Yep, just wants what's best for her.
I don't know. Mermaids might flock together. Well, they definitely won't flock together when the seagulls come. They were flocking until the flock of seagulls came. Look at that. Nice little kiss. Aww.
And goodbye forever.
And instead of driving her there, we're just gonna warp there, because teleport her through the air.
I think that he says something to the effect of, like, he'll visit her once he has his own ship or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But this is where her home is. And a thanks for returning her as we get that little harp that she's carrying. And allows us to go under the water. Lets us to get past some of the nasty shoals and also to other areas.
And even more of the map opens up. So as if the real world and the dream world weren't hard enough to keep separate, now we have the underwater world. I mean, not that there's that much there, but it's still just like another layer of map that you kind of need to keep in mind.
It does kind of force you to search a couple areas too if you want the stuff though.
Yep.
Finding a couple of things under the water is not necessarily easy. Like the first one they might go right to right now, which is... Or no, they're not going to go get the ultimate key now, are they?
Soon. There's one...
They're going to go to Snowwhere first, aren't they?
They're going to start the Snow World area, yeah.
Yeah,
but
Mount Snow.
But they're only going to start the initial triggers there, and then they'll come back later to finish it.
But yeah, the ultimate key is actually directly north of that town that we were just at, under the water.
Yeah, there are a few places underwater that are required or else just like flat out have really good stuff in them.
Well, one of them is required. There's one required dungeon we have to go to for sure.
Yep.
And then the ultimate key.
Yeah, so this sort of starts the point, like the map is pretty open now, and I don't really remember what the game is like explained to you at this point, but
pretty much what we know. Now when we get to this area though, now things are gonna open up a little bit more because we're gonna start to learn about the legendary gear, the legendary sword.
Exactly. Yeah, so like the other games in the Zenithian trilogy, this game has a set of legendary equipment, and similar to DQ4, that legendary equipment is all going to be required in order to access Zenithia, the Zenithian tower, in particular, and so the kind of general goal at this point is going to start be to collecting the different pieces of legendary equipment. And one of them is going to be in the snowy area. There's some triggers and stuff, and this isn't like a super obvious, obviously legendary piece of gear, but it'll be important later.
Yeah, so the story of this area is kind of dumb. We entered the snow town there, and you saw how everyone was a frozen popsicle except for one person. I guess his name is Goran in this version. And you would go in here, and we talk to Goran, and he tells you, hey, whatever you do, don't go to that shrine up the mountain. We went to that shrine. We met Urina, the Snow Witch. Oh, there's Terry again, by the way. And she says... Yes, I turned the town to frozen, but I'm not going to tell you, or I'm not going to tell you why. Why don't you go ask Goran? So you come back and ask Goran, and you find out from Goran that, well, he never told anyone anything. And then you go back to her, and she's like, well, I turned everyone in town frozen because he spilled the secret about me. But if he didn't tell you anything about me, then maybe I was wrong for freezing the town for 50 years. So now she unfreezes the town because the guy did not tell you about her when she punished the entire town for that guy telling someone else about her.
Yep, he's learned his lesson, so...
He learned his lesson after 50 years, apparently.
And it was, just the rest of the town that had to suffer for it.
Exactly. He had to suffer. Everyone else lived for 50, was frozen for 50 years. And now they're no longer frozen. She let it go, baby. She let it go. I mean, she does look kind of like Elsa. And she warns you never to tell anyone about her, or she'll do the same to you. But after unfreezing everyone, we come talk to this guy, and this guy is going to tell us about a legendary weapon in the mountain nearby. And how to get to it.
Who do you think she would freeze if we did spill the beans? We don't really have like a town.
You could freeze your other half.
Necessarily. That's true.
Haha, now you'll never find him because I froze him wherever he is.
Well, that'll make it even easier. Just look for the popsicle.
There's a lot of popsicles out there, though. Oh no, then obviously he'd have to freeze Tania. That'll get you in the feels.
That's true. That'd be a DQ5 move.
Oh, I was gonna say, actually, my first response is gonna freeze Bianca. That'll make everyone happy. But seriously, gonna be my first response. But yeah, so take the ship. The first thing we come under here is this sunken ship, which has a mini medal, a pair of glass slippers if he wants to get them, and the ultimate key.
さてどうするか
And he described an agility seed too.
And an agility seed.
取りますか
But yeah, the ultimate key is the last of the keys, I think.
Yes, that's the last of the keys.
I don't think I was trying to remember if there were any more like one-off things like the water gate, but I don't think so.
Are you? Is he gonna go to the mysterious cave next? Oh, that's daring. Yep. Okay, well, first off, there's this well here. This well is actually really swell because wait, no, this is not the well I'm thinking of. Crap.
Nope.
There is a well over by another town that's like the best shops in the game. That's just the mini medal. So yeah, there's a puzzle cave coming up here, filled with extremely high level enemies that has one of the legendary pieces of gear. And it's really puzzly because it's mazy. Like, this is a maze area. If you don't go the right paths, you loop around.
Yeah, with tiptoe and encounter resets, this place isn't as scary as it could be as long as you
this floor will have at least one, maybe? No?
Probably. But as long as you know like the right path. And the encounters
like
can
the bottom
be scary.
floor though of here can be really dangerous.
So blade armor in that chest.
So yeah, there's all kinds of puzzles. Like this one will have another puzzle where I think this one's the figure 8 puzzle. In order to find the secret passage, you got to do a figure 8. Or nope, you just so you had to do like a figure 8 around and then search or something, and it shows you the exit where the exit is, which you can just search. Like there's all kinds of clues and things, but you can skip over it if you know the ways. Like this one is like, I think, go down a certain amount of stairs and then go up a certain amount of stairs.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So it went down a few, now going up a couple. Just kind of puzzles all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of the legendary equipment isn't like hidden behind boss fights. It's hidden behind like this type of thing. Like there's this puzzle dungeon, there's the ice cave that we were just in, which Ice Spirits was mentioning that when you talk to the Zom, the priest in town there, he gives you some clues to kind of solve your way or answer your way through that cave.
And yeah. There's one we're gonna get that's just from cutscenes.
So that was the Sufida shield.
Yep.
And now we're back
we get the rusted sword.
Mount Snow. Yep.
This is another puzzly thing. The guy we talked to in town taught you what you had to do, the password to get in here or through this door here, which is just choose the conversation in the right order. 1, 3, 2. There you go. First option, third option, second option. There's a couple other minor puzzles. Nothing too bad.
Some ice puzzles. Everyone loves ice puzzles.
Except for you can cheese this first puzzle. You could do that in the DS version too. You could just go straight up and then skip the entire puzzle. So he falls down here purposely because I believe there's a mini medal here. We're getting close. Couple more. We'll be up to 40 mini medals.
Yep, I think 50 is the next turn-in threshold.
Actually, 40 you're going to turn in for
Oh, are we?
Miracle Sword.
Okay. I
You want the Miracle Sword before Gracchus.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that was at 50. But yeah, you're right. I like this puzzle. You have to hit all the switches without stepping on the same tile twice.
But you had to hit them in that order, though, too. So.
Yep.
And then the Rusted Sword.
And Terry shows up and is like, hey, I want this sword. Get out of my way. Ah, this thing's just a piece of junk. You can have it.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Hunk of junk.
You're not going to stop anybody with that thing.
You might, trip them up a little bit when they got to get a tetanus shot. But... So we take the sword to the Zam priest here. He's like, oh yeah, there's someone in another town that is a legendary smith, and they can forge this into the legendary sword.
Yep, we'll restore it to its former glory as the Sword of Ramias. But not yet.
Because it's not that easy. Nothing is.
Not in DQ6. Nothing's easy. So yeah, he gives us the pass needed to access I didn't see what it said the name was, Deso or Desio or something like that.
But as Lissan says, it's time to go around the world item collecting. Getting like the platinum mail here, some money in certain places, some tiny medals. Time to run around a bit with that ultimate key that we have.
Yep, in typical DQ fashion, once you start getting the better keys, every time you get a key, it's usually do I don't want to say a full world tour, but do a tour of the area you have access to catch up on all the good loot really quickly. And the platinum mail is an interesting piece because one thing that's required for this game that I guess I'll talk about now while we're collecting stuff is this game has adds a stat that's a style. And there's an area in this game that does a style competition where you need to enter various party members. Some have certain restrictions, like it needs to be a male or female character or something like that. And they'll judge you for your style, and you need to have over a certain amount to continue. And like they'll bring 3 people out on stage and choose who wins or whatever. And there's a bunch of levels to that style competition. I don't know how high it goes. I think there's like 10 in total.
8.
8? Oh, okay.
But only 3 are required to beat the game.
Right, exactly. So you need to beat level 3, and the platinum equipment, like that platinum mail, has really good style points to it. So every piece of equipment that you have has a style associated to it, and you kind of have to just play around with your equipment to try to get through there. But obviously, it's a speed run. There's a specific set of gear that's used to route it in. The second style thing has to be a male character also. So you have to make sure that all the equipment that you get with plus style is equipable by one of the male characters.
The third one is supposed to be a monster.
Then there is an alternate route. So Lissan is not going to do this in this run, I don't think. But there is I'll call it a beginner route that actually goes up through rank 7 of the style contest.
Oh, it's just 4.
No, it's higher than 4. It's like
15.
It's like 15 minutes extra.
Dang, 7 requires a lot of points to win.
I might be wrong about 7.
But what is it they're trying to get?
The Sage's Stone.
Yeah, I believe that's 4.
I
think that because that's what we used to do in the old route for DS. I think is we used to go through 4, or at
I
least
don't.
the route I was looking at.
They might have rebalanced it between SFC and DS also. Regardless, there's an alternate route that goes deeper into the style contest, and it's about a 15-minute time segment between getting more style and also doing the style competition. And that gets you the Sage's Stone, which is no one really gets that in like good runs. It's really kind of like a beginner strategy. The Sage's Stone in this version in this game isn't as good as it is in other DQ games like DQ3. It does give you a little bit of extra safety or a little bit of extra options on the final boss fight. It's not going to be gone in this run.
No, because it does require time.
Because it takes a lot of time, and it's not really good enough to make you like actually feel safe against Deathmore anyway. So.
Oh, you're right. It is 7. Ooh.
Yeah, like I said, I thought it was at least higher than 4. Because if it was only 1 rank higher, I think it would be a more viable option and not as much time investment.
But yeah, there are actually sets to get bonus points to your style. Like having all 4 platinum gears gives you like the biggest, bonus to your score. But yeah, rank 3 is all you're required to get the rug, which is actually required for this game.
Yep.
So yeah, there's Gandino. Go in there. He does the initial quest to try to find someone who can tell you where the legendary smith is. But in order to do that, you have to play a game with him, which is basically hide and seek. And so they kind of use that, since you have to go back to the start of town anyways to start it. They just kind of use that as a good point to leave and go to the Undersea Key? Or King or Poseidon's Castle? Poseidon's Castle, yeah. This is where you find out about Gracchus.
Yeah, so in the meantime, for a quick recap of some of the collection that was done while I was yammering on about style contests. The Platinum Mail, some small medals, some money. Stopped by Dharma to change some classes. Amos became a fighter. Barbara and Chamorro dropped their classes to get rid of stat penalties. The Metal King was revisited for the Sword of Miracles, which will heal you for 25% of the damage that you deal. And then the Demon Armor was acquired, which is there's armor that when you wear it sets your agility to 0, so it can be very useful for kind of influencing turn order. And I think that was mostly it. Life Seed, menuing. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Oh, and then in that Poseidon Castle area that we were just in, a really key item, the Megazaru Bracer. I don't know what the English name is, the Farewell Bracer or whatever it is.
Kerplunk Bracer.
Kerplunk, there you go. That was acquired, which is an item that if it's equipped and the character dies, it will revive everybody else in your party.
To full health, too.
To full health, yep, including wagon members. So that will be saved for the final boss. There is a key point at which it's usually used, but it is very important that is saved for the final boss.
So yeah, this is Gandino or whatever, and it's going around picking up a whole bunch of tiny medals. I think this is Millie and Malayu and Terry's hometown, I think.
Maybe. Getting blocked by an NPC in true Dragon Quest fashion. And there's this secret area off of this side jail cell. Has agility seed, another small metal, prayer ring. And then moving on.
Yeah, back to Longadescio or whatever, Longadescio to do the find the guy 3 times to get the information, and it's kind of hilarious. Like the first one is you walk here and you find out that he made a mistake about what a priest says. Instead of join my flock of sheep or whatever, is like join my flock of seagulls or whatever, and you catch them. And he's like, oops, that's the first one. So then you got to go looking for the second one, which just happens to be here in the bunny girl area.
The maid cafe.
See a couple of bunny girls talking. Remember what I said about all old men want a class change into bunny girls? So you talk to him and talk to her, and she gives you a little kiss, and you feel a scratch against your face, and he's like, "Oh no, I forgot to shave," and then runs off because that's the second time you found him. This guy's funny. He's like, "Oh, you ran into me. Get over here," and then he drags you over to his shop and tries to sell you garbage.
A town full of crooks.
Basically.
Yeah.
So this is the beauty guy, I believe. He takes your gear and he makes it more stylish. So you're upgrading a couple pieces of our gear to add more style to them, or at least one piece, I guess. To add more style to it. And then you find out that he's the bartender here when he makes a mistake with a drink order. So you found him all 3 times. But yeah, that's the style guy. He makes your gear, makes it more stylish. Mini medals are... We got about 50 mini medals now. Like, we've already gotten a whole bunch. I know. All from an old man living in a well. Don't forget the North Graveyard. So he basically says, "Oh yeah, the blacksmith is dead, but his daughter is around. You can find her usually praying at the graveyard to the north. The North Graveyard," as Lisanne said.
Also importantly, more mini medals.
Oh yeah, this is number 50, I believe. So you go up to her, you show her the sword, and she's like, "Yeah, my parents died chasing that sword. I don't want anything to do with it. Goodbye." And she refuses to smith your sword.
Sadia.
So in our anger or sadness, we're going to go to the Mini Metal King and then go fight Gracchus.
Now, can you believe that we just went into a graveyard in Dragon Quest and didn't get a single seed?
I don't know.
No life seed, nothing else. Just a mini medal.
I mean, maybe the mini medals are filled with chocolate. So it wouldn't be a seed, but at least it would be like candy still or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, chocolate kind of sounds like I'd rather have some chocolate than a mini medal, I think.
So you'll notice I actually moved to that point right there before using the harp, because that's just to avoid encounters. Because once you go underwater and whatnot, you also change the encounter rate or reset it.
Yep. And down here in this passageway, there is an item that's going to be retrieved here, the Shield of Strength, which is, the classic DQ Shield of Strength. It's an item that you can use in combat to basically heal more yourself. So it provides yet another tool for healing. Only usable on yourself. You can't target other people with this one, but still, you combine the Gen Staff with the Shield of Strength, like, it's lots of healing items.
Yep. Is he doing Gracchus before Mini Medal?
Plus the Sword of Miracles. Yeah, maybe. Looks like
a little prayer point. Yeah. So Gracchus is not that hard, but the dungeon is pretty terrible. This dungeon is long and filled with a lot of terrible enemies.
Yeah, I do think it's usually like relatively safe with the equipment set up here. But enemies here can paralyze you, so I think it's possible to like end up paralyzed wiped, because you're only entering the dungeon with, as you can see here, Hassan and Hero. It's a pretty light dungeon, so if those two characters get paralyzed, it's a wipeout.
Neon Gray, I disagree. I think I'd be able to run a much better mini medal business if it was all chocolate mini medals.
Got here. Magical skirt. So yeah, coming up here, we're gonna have at the end of this dungeon. We're gonna have the Gracchus fight. There's a couple reasons to come into this dungeon. So talk about Gracchus first. So he's got 3,000 HP, another big step up in HP values, and has kind of just a random pattern. He can do an Ice Breath, he can do Snowstorm, or he can do some attacks, some physical attacks. And the general idea is just to, buff people up with upper. Hassan has the Sword of Miracles now, so he'll gain HP back. Every time he does damage, 25% of the damage he deal, he will recover. So it's going to be kind of a, typical powered up attack strategy. And the hero can also do some healing once buffs are up with the Gent staff.
If people eat my chocolates before they give them back to me, then I'm not going to get any of the surprises. I mean, I'm sorry, but maybe my surprises will be better than the chocolate. Maybe there'll be bigger chocolates. Maybe they'll be like peanut butter filled. But yeah, so lore-wise, the reason why you're here is somewhere along the way, I don't remember where, you find out that, oh yeah, you remember Mudo and Jamiris? Yeah, they were actually just pawns to something bigger. That they were kind of like their leader, like generals to a bigger evil. And that they were, purposely created to or put in charge to lock away, seal away things. One being Dharma, one being the mini metal guy. And when you meet Poseidon, he's like, well, Gracchus is sealed away a legendary island of history. And we need to beat him in order to reveal that. By the way, don't step on that button before getting that chest. So, not only are we doing this as a request from this Poseidon to help the sea, get rid of the terror of the seas, but this is also going to unlock a legendary island of mystery or history. And that chest was very important because you needed that item.
Yeah, and I think you're told that the area that's sealed away is also like an area of like magic, right? Magic and sorcery.
Yeah, it's some magic area sealed away from history,
Yeah.
And then we also know that there's a fourth general, but I don't think they tell you much about the general yet.
All right.
So this is the grumpy old fish.
Yeah, so we're into the Gracchus fight. Starting off again, like I mentioned, with upper. Here's using the legendary shield. I don't remember what the shield does when used as an item. Is it bounce?
It's a bounce shield on you.
Okay. That's what I figured. That's what it usually is, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Yep.
So yeah, upper bounce, and now it's going to be kind of just hero heals as needed, and San does his thing. Hero can throw out some fire claws if healing isn't needed.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple fight. Just kind of got to chunk your way through 3,000 health.
Yep.
そうですか。
Yeah, like most bosses
かなり
in
厳しいね。
kind of the early and mid game of this game, like how smoothly it goes depends on how much AoE he uses and how well it goes during the first couple of setup turns. Because you rely on upper so much that magic or breath doesn't really kind of cuts through the upper, so kind of slows things down. You need to do more healing, but it's not like a scary fight or anything. It's just how quickly it's going to go, basically.
See, the DS version of this fight, we literally come in here with just one person, and we give Hassan the gent staff and put him on Show No Mercy. So he just punches, heals, punches. It's pretty hilarious in the DS version because it just literally let him do everything himself.
That's funny.
And the AI is smart enough that once he gets low enough on health, heal with the staff and then go back to punching. Since Gracchus is very weak to getting hit by Spirit Punch.
I'm not really sure if the AI, I was talked about it a couple times, is like it's really good in this game, but I don't know how good it is at using items. Not sure.
Well, we do get a reward for beating this fish, and that's his spear.
Yep, that's the other reason we come here. So obviously we want to restore the sealed away town, but Gracchus' spear is a really good item. Yet another weapon that acts as a tool in combat, and it'll cast upper on yourself. And as we've seen, like, this run relies on upper. Like, throughout the whole game, that's been the strat is, pick the person who needs to be tanky and cast upper on them. So we have yet another way of doing that.
よかった.
So let's see, where are we at?
ダンジョン
We're at
です
5 hours. It's gonna kind of
ダンジョン
this chart has like a reference of like target goal times.
Yeah.
The target isn't a marathon goal, so it's not entirely accurate. So this is a target time of 4:33 for Gracchus, so a little behind that, but that's assuming a 7:10 ending. So obviously the estimate for this is 8 hours. So
we got lists on splits here that has us on target for like a 7:45 right now.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yeah. We can. Not much you can do with Mudo. Just that Mudo being Mudo.
Yep. Alright, so Gracchus is down.
Time for the best dressed contest.
Yep. This is the style contest that I was rambling about earlier. And now it's time.
This is the break in the speedrun. I don't know how long it takes for 3 rounds to go in this version, but 3 rounds in the DS version is 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not quick, but I don't know if it's quite that slow either.
But yeah, this is required because you need the level 3 rewards and in order, because it's actually the carpet, as the sun says. It is the magic carpet. Well, will become the magic carpet.
Yeah, which is kind of equivalent to the bed from the Dream World, where or the carpet from DQ5, where it's like a hover vehicle, so it can't truly fly, it can't go over mountains and stuff, but it can go over like rivers and other small terrain. This game has a lot of vehicles.
It just gets us to new areas. More to do.
It gets really confusing too when I can't tell you right now if this is real world or dream world, for example. I'm assuming it's real world, but I don't even really know. Because you'll go to another area and be like, oh yeah, I can cross that, and then you realize that
real world because you couldn't take the bed to get here.
Oh yeah. So you'll think you can get somewhere and realize that, oh no, I only have that vehicle in the other world. And
by the way, my money's on the walking corpse. Look at that thing.
It's looking stylish.
Oh man, that face. How can you go wrong with that? Look at that. Come on. The real champ right there. You're just going to come in with your fancy platinum armor and dethrone such a lovely, lovely fellow.
My money was on the farmer dude, but at least I think he's supposed to be a farmer.
I mean, I should be team old man, but what can I do? A rotting corpse has been around for a while, too. We won! Woot!
I'm shocked.
I know.
Silver tray, what the reward for that was. Hooray. What an exciting reward.
Is it real silver? Is it filled with chocolate? Everything in this game is just filled with chocolate.
Man, this would be such a better game if everything was filled with chocolate. Not that it's like a bad game or anything, just everything's better if it's filled with chocolate. The question is, filled with milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
Please, I got pre-diabetes. We'll go with dark chocolate.
I'm a dark chocolate fan myself.
You know, growing up, I was milk chocolate. And then when I started cutting sugar out of my diet, dark chocolate started tasting a heck of a lot better. And I quickly became a dark chocolate guy.
I'm always a fan of bitter tastes, like black coffee or hoppy beer. Dark chocolate kind of just fits the bill.
Everything in this game is just filled with chocolate.
Everything's better if it's filled with chocolate. Not that it's like a bad game or anything, just everything's better if it's filled with chocolate. The question is, filled with milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
You know, I have some of those drinks in my fridge right now, but that's for another time, another place.
Yep.
Like not 2:30 in the morning.
Or 5:30 in the morning for me.
Oh, what are you talking about? It's 5 o'clock. That's allowed.
It's the wrong 5 o'clock. My phone's lighting up over here, reminding me that my alarm is supposed to go off soon to wake up for work. I took the day off, but...
See, Frog right there. 5:30 in Vietnam. So celebrate Frog. But I do appreciate Hactical helping me out here with commentary tonight. Original plan was for me to go at it myself, and glad
Yeah,
he took a day off from work to come join me.
It's been a good time. I'd have committed to it sooner if it were at a more reasonable time, but I was hoping there was going to be somebody else that wouldn't think that the middle of the night is quite so bad, but it's been fun.
You know, it works out nicely because it's nice and, as you can see, 7:30 prime time over in Japan. Look at that, 2,500 people on the Japanese restream. Hello, Japanese restream!
Konnichiwa.
Who are joining us this evening over there for Zenithian Relay.
I do think I need to stand up for a minute and wake myself up again real quick, so...
Go right ahead, I just grabbed something myself. Round 3. Ah, man. Don't know, who do I go? Hey, you know that the fourth one looks like that one lady that turned us down making the legendary weapon. Maybe she she was busy. That's why busy with this best dress contest.
2回も出た。短いセリフ。いいね。
But yeah, so as long as you have a certain style number, which is 227, I believe, you're guaranteed to win every time. It's all it is based on a number. And with that, we get a beautiful carpet, which we can take now to that island that we just helped out, or just returned. Was it Calberona, I believe it's called? Calberona is where we will finally make Barbara useful. So got to bring her along because she's kind of required. So that last chest that we picked up in Grakos' lair, the one I told you not to flood, well, it's kind of important because that chest had a sand urn in it. First, we got to pick up a magma staff and another mini metal. Money. But that sand urn is how we're going to actually make it to the elder inside the town we're going to.
Te'urn?
Te'urn. The sand urn, which is why her name is Ashlyn in the English version. There's a seed of lot magic and a mini medal hanging around here too.
Mini medals everywhere. Should be number 55.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is where I believe she goes back to her, not her parents, but the people that were raising her. Grandparents, maybe. But yeah, this is the sand urn you got to use here. Otherwise, you get stuck in an infinite loop. Also putting like the skirt on her, putting some stuff on her. We need her to have some survivability.
Yep. Yeah, she's got one main use here.
Yep.
We mentioned earlier, and
she go boom.
And it's here that she learns it, right? So
yep.
in this town, she learns Medante, or Magic Burst.
Magic Burst. So that's what they're teaching her now, is this town was sealed away because of the legendary spell Magic Burst. And then, well, so it's funny. You know what her name is in the English version? So you come in here and all you hear is her name is Eldris. And then, so what she does is she tells you, hey, we're the keepers of Magic Burst, Medante. That's why we were sealed away by Gracchos. But now I'm going to teach you Magic Burst, and she teaches it to you. And then she gets zapped by a lightning bolt thanks to Deathmore, which is the big baddie that we're starting to learn about. And her name in the English version is Eldris Is No More.
Oh, no.
Because, well, she's no more.
There isn't.
And they don't tell you her name until after she gets zapped by the lightning bolt. That's the best part.
Oh, wow.
All you know is her name is Eldris, and then when they zap, they're like, Eldris is no more! Good stuff. But here was where we're going to make the magic carpet.
Yeah, and Magic Burst is really good in this game, so it expends all of your MP to do big damage, and I think it's 3 times the MP in damage.
I think this version is 3x, yes.
Yeah.
Hence why all the magic seeds.
Exactly.
More magic she has, the more she go boom. Yeah, they nerfed it on the DS version. But now we have this magic carpet, which can fly over a bunch of things, get us to some new areas in the real world. That's why I'm here, Neon, is to make sure everyone can groan at the English translations for all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad High Spirits is here, because I'd be fumbling with trying to figure out what's even happening in the story, much less bringing in all the puns.
So this is Grace Castle in this version. This area is completely skippable. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to come back here in the dream world, go through an entire segment of like this castle getting destroyed and everything, just so you can find out that you can dig with that pickaxe in that corner of that house to come down here. Because down here is where the legendary armor is. So, like, if you play the game casually, you're supposed to go through, like, this 15 or 30-minute set of cutscenes of this castle and the castle getting destroyed and all that. And just to find out when you escape that you can escape through a hole right there. And then you come to the real world and you can dig into the hole there to get the armor. But if you already know that, you can skip all of that.
Yep, so the armor of Orgo is acquired. And additionally, now that we have the carpet, I mentioned earlier how, we can never make it back to the starting town, Life Cod, in the real world. But now we finally have enough means of transportation to be able to do that.
Yep, so we're finally to the real world home. This is the best, guess on where our other half is, where we've been searching for a while.
And surely, we're just going to get there and find our other half and everything's going to be great, right? Nothing's
Exactly.
going to, go wrong or anything.
First, we need to, pick up more seeds. Go through this obviously high level. This is, by the way, I think this is one of the first times you see blue slimes in this game.
It might be, yeah, because in the dream world, it's the spotter slime.
Hey, look! Yeah, modeled or whatever.
Yeah.
There we are. There's our other half with our buddy, our best friend. The one who got friend zoned by Tanya earlier in the game.
Lando.
But there we are, right there. There's our other half. So this segment is coming up is pretty funny. Is because we're gonna basically follow in the shadows of ourselves. So we're going to confuse a lot of people in this town. Because we're going to enter a building after our other half is left, so people are going to be like, wait, didn't you just leave? Wait, where are you?
And no one's going to question the fact that we're coming in with, an entire party full of armed adventurers, whereas, the previous us was just walking around with Lando.
So, we come to the mayor, he's like, didn't you just leave? And then, to go see your sister or whatever, and then... So, okay, well, we go over here, and we go in, and she's like, wait, we just talked. I thought you were going... Wait, why did you come back, And I think he sends you back to the mayor. And then, we catch up to ourselves, and as you can imagine, the mayor doesn't handle it very well.
he's doing a double take, even though Hassan is the only one around the wall. He can't even see us.
Yeah, he's like, I must be tired, and he jumps into bed. And then we attempt to combine finally, just like everyone else. But our other half is a coward, and he's like, oh, heck no. I'm not disappearing. Goodbye. Because he knows that you're my other half and I'm going to disappear. Or are you going to... He does one of those, is it I that disappear or is it you that disappears, who gets absorbed into who? Is his problem. Is he doesn't know if he's going to completely disappear or not.
Maybe we both disappear.
Maybe.
We both disappear and become...
When our powers combined...
Some mega hero.
And then, our town is under attack. We don't have time to mess around with combining. He jumps down a hole. And you go down the hole. So the town is under attack, and now we get to find out the one main use for Barbara this entire run.
She'll also get a little bit of time to chip in on the final boss, but...
Yeah, there's 7 or 8 fights here, and they're all, a lot of annoying higher level enemies, so we're gonna let Barbara shine.
Medante.
By basically casting, Medante in every fight. Because there's conveniently a priest in this town that will heal your magic to full.
Yep, exactly.
So we're gonna go in, fight a fight, go heal up, and go fight the next fight.
In general, these fights are all pretty safe, but there is a chance that Barbara will get bopped.
Well, they could one-shot Barbara. Most of these guys can one-shot Barbara.
Yeah. You just hope that she doesn't get targeted, basically.
Yep. Because then you have to take him down the legit way, and it takes a lot longer.
足りないんですよね。
But you can see that he's queuing up attacks to do so, just in case it happens.
Well, some of these enemies need a little bit more damage to kill.
That's true, too. Yeah, the tankiest ones
Yeah, that
look
one
like
didn't die.
Yeah, tankiest ones look like they have 400.
Yeah. So you need a little bit of extra damage to get through them all. I mean, these villagers are more courageous than the other half of the hero, aren't they, Medius? They're at least fighting. The other one's like, please don't eat me!
Back to heal up again for more magic burst. It's really funny, like, healing up after every single fight like that, but...
I know. Just blow everything up. Ask questions later.
You would think that all this magic burst would do, quite a bit of damage to the town itself, like the building that we're in, and like, how is there any town left after we've been blowing up everything? It's got to be some collateral damage,
そうですか。
Yeah, is that so?
厳しいな。
Doesn't really seem to be.
That just shows you how weak she really is.
Oh.
She can't even blow a hole into a floorboard.
321に届いてないので。
Alright, and so at the end of this, there is actually going to be one enemy that's got a little bit of a gimmick to him. So at the end of this, at the end of these encounters, we are going to finally merge with the true, or the other half of the hero here. And with that, learn Ryodyne, or Zap. And the final fight of this area is going to be the Demon at Arms, which has... You can't use a lot of skills or spells against it, but it is weak to Ryodyne specifically.
Yeah.
So,
need to zap him. Bug zapper him away.
yep. Which should be pretty soon. We should be almost done with the small fry.
逆だよ。
Yeah, there's one more left. One or two left. That's all there is.
今は85%ですね。
Not sure what the 85% is.
I'm not sure either. I
Oh,
was just wondering that.
positive fist thrust. Okay, so doing a spirit punch, I think, on that one enemy.
Oh, okay.
85%, because that's what we have in the notes. So Pecomagin. I'm guessing that's the genie or whatever.
Majin should be, yeah.
Yeah, that's what usually a Majin is, I think. So, well, the other one is boss roll, boss troll.
Yeah, boss troll, berserk orc.
Yeah, we all know. A lot of people know what boss troll is. Okay, that's a pretty iconic Dragon Quest enemy. When boss be trolling. So yeah, if you try fighting the demon at arms without talking to yourself first, you are gonna struggle to win that fight. Because you don't have access to basically his one weakness. Yeah. So you do like tickle damage and he hurts the heck out of you. But by combining, then you get easier mode demon at arms and you can actually kill him.
Yeah, he actually, I mean, he can really surprise you when you're playing casually because he just does so much damage.
Yeah. But I mean, if you don't combine first, he just does so much worse.
Yeah. I don't really know what what changes if it's just the ability to have zap or like does the fight actually change?
I don't remember if it does, but you lose out on one of your big damage dealing things. I think he's just harder too. He hits harder. But don't quote me on that. It's been a while.
Yeah. So thankfully Hassan can still use his attacks.
Yeah, you can still deal some damage to him.
And should be good here. Yep. 3 turns, normal fight. Solid segment.
I think there was something close in, but I don't remember.
So now, fully combined, we return to Rydok as the prince. And
You're back to being the prince.
And in this segment, we get the helmet, the legendary helmet.
Yeah, basically, we're going to go through the castle, remembering all the things that we've missed since we got blown up by Mudo. So this is a story segment where you basically go through and relive a lot of the memories that you've missed since you got blown up and before.
Any good puns in this story segment?
So the problem is all of the puns already happened. See, in the English version, the name of this town is Somnia. So, of course, you have the king and the queen that are asleep. Insomnia. And then queen's name is Queen Apnea. And king's name is King Somnus. So all of the puns in this area happened earlier. Oh yeah, and the guards. One of the guards is called named Rusty, and the other one is named Blade.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Soldi, I think, is the name in Japanese for at least one of them.
Yeah. So all the puns already happened.
This guy here that's talking right now is Franco. I don't know who Franco is.
But yeah, like I said, they're going to see a bunch of story about, leading up to the point where you're going to take the trip to try to take down Mudo and practicing and all that good stuff. A lot of memories that you missed.
Yep.
There's 7 of them. We're also going to get a platinum shield and more mini medals.
Yeah, and I mentioned at like the very, very, very start of the run that it kind of starts off a little bit in medias res, and this is kind of like the flashback that fills in, you know, what happened before
Yep.
before that start of the game. You know, it starts as a way of like, I don't want to necessarily say jumping into action, but jumping into a scene where it's like it's trying to hook you. It's trying to get you to jump into to be invested in like what happened versus starting off with all this boring stuff.
You don't want to see a Rocky style training or montage?
Not when I first start the game.
Around, ching, 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 ching.
You start the game, you see a training montage, and then you find out that you're actually just level 1.
I think you start the game at... Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But, you know, you're training to get to level 1, okay? That first step is hard.
That is true.
See, people don't seem to think... Like, people seem to joke, like, man, look at all this training and stuff that they went through, and they joined my party at level 1. Like, you realize some people take a long time to get to level 1? That's the first hump. Once you get over that level 0 hump, it's all downhill from there.
Once you actually have like a class and, you know, you're not just a commoner.
Some people, some of those old men have been waiting their entire life to get a class. Now, don't make fun of them just because they're level 1 bunny girls, okay?
Halfway through these cutscenes.
Yeah, this is just a cutscene heavy part of the game. After this, we got to go get the legendary sword, and then we got to go deal with the 4th Guardian, who is locking away something very special.
Yep.
Probably one of the coolest boss fights in the entire series.
So yeah, I think getting all 3 pieces of the legendary equipment is required in order for the sword to be finished.
Wanda won't agree to make your sword until Sally, I guess her name is. Or Sari or whatever. Sally, yeah. Won't agree to make your sword until you go through all of these cutscenes and get your helmet.
Yep.
Because at that point, she's convinced that, okay, you're serious about this. I'll go ahead and do it for you.
Yeah, and that'll give the Sword of Ramia's... It's kind of... I actually really like how all the legendary equipment in this game has kind of unique names to it. It's not just like, oh, the Zenithian armor and the Zenithian shield. It's like all the pieces have their own unique names. Which, I guess, as this being, you know, chronologically like the first in the series, kind of makes more sense. So there's the legendary helm. And the Sword of Ramia's is really cool because it can be used, surprise, surprise, as an item in combat, as a tool, to cast the by-kill spell. So that, you know, doubles your attack power, and you can cast it on anybody. So,
and it has like a second like explosion attack to it with it too. I don't know exactly what it hits with, but
yeah, I'm not really sure. But the by-kill cast is going to be the important part for it, the more important part for it.
Sell a bunch of stuff, get some money, because remember I told you there's a well that has some of the best gear in the game? That's where we're going next. After we get the sword. So basically says, Look into my eyes and prove to me that you're serious. Basically, you can't touch your controller for a few seconds. If you make any movement at all, she says, you're not serious, get out of here. So basically that right there is just you not touching your controller for a few seconds.
装備変更
And now you have a slightly less rusty sword.
One that Terry threw away in disdain.
You know? Shouldn't have been so impatient.
It's true.
So we're going to go down the well here, do some shopping. Some really good stuff down here. Looks like they're getting thinking helmets. Or a thinking helmet, which is actually put on... Which, yeah, I think is wisdom and a really high defense. And a shelmet. And I think a water flying clothes.
I think that's right. Mizu is definitely water, but the second word on the translation here is
Hagoromo.
not clothes. So
I don't know. I realized I just recognized the 14,800
yeah,
as being roughly the cost of the water flying clothes, the flowing dress or whatever.
yeah, it could just be a weird translation. But yeah, that should be right. And also still collecting mini medals.
Yeah,
Always
we're
mini
almost up to
medals.
60.
And that should be number 60 right there.
60
So
or 59, right? That's 60.
That was 60. Yep, we're off to the Medal King now.
ありますか
And
Do
then
you have?
these 60 medals. Yep, total of 60. So for 50 Sands of Time, I think that was.
Time? 60
And
is
then-
sacred armor.
Yep.
Or no. 60 sacred armor? Yeah, 60 sacred armor. 70 is the helmet.
Yeah. Mystic armor, I guess it's saying.
Yeah.
So the
Sacred
mystic-
armor. It heals. Basically, I believe it heals you in combat.
heals 40 to 50 per turn. So combine that also with the Sword of Miracles, which restores damage on hit, and Hassan becomes very, very difficult to kill.
And now
for a
we
little
have to head to Hell Cloud
セーブをし
Castle.
ます
Take a safety save here first.
Saving before this
次で
segment.
負けるとやばいことになるので
Because, yes, we're actually going to a boss rush is what we're going to. But
Yep.
the fourth general, so-called general or whatever, that's sealed away something, or sealed away parts of the world, is in Hell Cloud Castle. Because there's the hole.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of like a, I guess I'll call it a puzzle. There's like a little bit of a thing that you need to know how to solve.
But first, you got to deal with someone who's very angry. Or no, yeah, you got to puzzle first. Yeah, bring it down.
And
Yeah,
then
very simple puzzle.
one of the more interesting boss fights,
Mm-hmm.
we get to fight. Dun,
This
dun,
is the
dun,
best,
dun.
one of the best boss fights in all of Dragon Quest. And you'll see what it is when we get into combat. So here comes the castle. What are we going to fight? What's coming out of the castle?
What scary monster must
Well,
we
besides the
defeat?
tractor beam that's trying to zip us up.
Yoink.
Yoink.
And we're
And the castle.
fighting Hellcloud.
We are fighting the castle. This thing hurts, by the way.
Sure does.
Has strongest wind magic and hits really hard.
Yep, he can crush you, do vacuum wave, attack, magic barrier, or inframost. And a lot of it kind of does really strong damage. So,
but the thing is, it takes a ton of damage from a charged up spirit.
Yep.
We just hit it for 600 damage.
Yep, and if it does magic barrier, you can switch to high jump, which also does really good damage against it. Going to be using the Sword of Ramias to buy kill Hero and Hassan, and depending on how the fight goes, sometimes they kind of swap off. Sometimes they kind of swap off who's dealing the damage based on HP lines and everything. But it's got 3,000 HP, but when you're hitting for 700, 500
damage easily.
Yeah. Another almost 700. And this is one thing that, like, the fight was over really quickly, but one thing that really comes into play here is what I was talking about earlier. The Platinum Mail gives an agility boost, and then the Meteorite Armband that we got earlier also doubles your agility. So Amos at this point kind of becomes your healer, and it's sort of one of those deals of if you want to go first or second, you change your equipment. So you can either make yourself go first or second, depending on what your HP line is. Do you want to, heal after the enemy in order to top people up after the attack, or does somebody need emergency healing?
I don't know if there's a suplex ability in this game or not. I don't think there is.
I'm not sure.
You can do a lot of other things to it, but I don't think you can. You could jump kick it, but I don't think you can suplex the castle. So basically, we get told by the leader, Duran, that he wants to see us because Duran just wants a challenge. Yeah, you can tackle the castle. So we actually got to go through a few boss fights coming up. Now we got a mini boss, or not a mini, but a boss rush we have to go through in order to gain back the control of the castle.
Yep, so all 3 fights will be done in a row. There is a heal before the 3rd fight, but not between the first 2. So the first fight here is going to be 2 enemies that might not seem too tough, but it's a killer machine and a land armor.
Killer machine sucks.
Yeah, anybody who's played DQ knows that killer machine is a big troll, and the land armor has a guardian ability that can absorb attacks aimed at the killer machine. So what's that strategy that's actually going to come back around from earlier is the use of the Lucida shard in order to try to confuse the land armor to prevent it from using that guardian ability. And then you can kind of focus down the killer machine. And in the meantime, Hassan in the front is going to be using his own kind of guardian ability, I think. Or what is he using? I don't know. This says benevolent.
I think he's using forbearance.
Yeah. I think that's right. So, Hassan's going to be trying to tank. Going to have some magic burst here from Barbara. So that's kind of the idea, is that you get the land turtle or land armor confused, so that way it can't use defense or the protection, and then Barbara can get her magic burst off. Otherwise, the land armor can absorb it.
Yeah, like, it doesn't have a lot of health, but the killing machine can, without the guardian here, without the forbearance, he would be tearing your party apart.
Yeah. And now that it's just the land armor, now he's going to take a couple turns in order to restore HP again. You don't get a recovery between this and the next phase, so going into the next fight with good HP is pretty important. And the next fight is going to be Terry. Terry has 2,500 HP, and as makes sense from being a swordsman, has just various sword abilities. Falcon Slash, Flame Slash, etc., Vacuum Slash, Sword Rain. And it's going to be pretty typical, by kill, upper, strat.
Get wrecked?
Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate. He used a magic water on Barbara in the last phase, so she'd have a little bit of MP after that magic burst to do some buffing at the start of this fight, and didn't really get the chance.
Oh, spamming his Thunderbolt blade, it looks like.
It's going all right at this point, though. He's in pretty good shape. He's done some decent damage. Defense is pretty rough. Terry already does a lot of damage, but thankfully with the equip glitch, defense doesn't end up being that big of a deal. But it can be rough if you were playing without the equip glitch, like casually, because he does so much damage.
Still think he's the easiest of the three, though.
Yeah. As long as he's not spamming that Thunder Sword. Falcon Slash. There we go. And now on to the final battle. Duran.
Against 12-pack himself. This guy's got a lot of abs, although it doesn't show very well in the Super Famicom.
Yeah.
Look at any remake, he's got like a 12-pack of abs. He's impressive.
So this guy
must do
again
a lot of crunches.
He's got 3,000 HP, 1 to 2 actions per turn, and again, they're mostly like physical kind of attacks. Can also do freezing waves, the first enemy, first enemy in the game that really will use freezing waves to dispel your buffs. Can also block magic. He has the reflect, the one magic reflect ability, and he's going to be trying to get upper on the front party members, and I'd say hopefully keep it there, but freezing waves is wiping it out too. So it's going to kind of redo upper and kind of follow the normal power up and lunge strategy that's been using for a while, which is starting to get a little bit less strong. And then Hassan in the front is going to be absorbing all the attacks, just like on the Killer Machine fight.
I mean, I don't know if it's gotten less strong. It's still hitting for like 300 damage and plus.
Yeah, just relative to the strength of enemies, it's like...
it doesn't go up.
Yeah. It's not incredibly overpowered now like it was earlier. It's still really good. And this is where the that Mystic Armor for Hassan really shines too, just like getting the free healing every turn. Because he's pretty much absorbing all the damage with his protection. Barbara's just making sure that he's got as much upper as possible. Should be getting fairly close here. Lots of waves.
Lots of bright lights. Too early in the morning for bright lights.
Yeah, waves is okay. It kind of removes the upper that's been, that he's been stacking throughout the fight, but it doesn't do damage. It kind of depends on like how his cycles turn out, and like do you end up losing DPS healing because you take more damage after the waves. So it's like not
if you're
always
doing waves. He's not doing much damage to you, anyways.
Yeah, but when he waves and then attacks, he does more than 2 turns worth of attacks when you have a lot of upper stacks. So it kind of just all depends on the flow of the fight a little bit.
But yeah, so Duran is direct. Good. So yeah, Duran was the 4th guardian. And he was guarding this castle.
Yeah, it was a good fight. Good boss rush. And at this point, Terry will actually join the party. I don't know if it's actually like right here. I think it is.
Yeah, he does, because Millie basically slaps some sense into him.
Yeah, this
you
is
find
where...
out Millie and Terry are brother and sister.
Yep. And I think Terry's been like looking for her the whole time or something like that, like looking for his sister.
He's been looking for just how to become stronger.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't directly been looking for her. He's just been trying to become the strongest swordsman in the world.
Anyway, Terry's really good.
And
He's
Terry
fast,
also
he's
unlocks
strong.
the ability to get another character.
He does, yes.
One of the best characters.
Have we seen this character before, perhaps?
Maybe. Could be a disgruntled mother.
One last scene in a coffin.
We gotta leave the castle first so we can the fly. Go in the hole in the world.
We actually get to see the hole filling in this time.
In case you didn't believe it. There it is. So first thing, we're going to go back to Arcbolt to go get our new party member. So Durango, the angry mother dragon who is only angry because Terry scrambled all of her children. Well, she only answers to one person, someone who's stronger than her. And, well, Terry is obviously stronger than her because he bested her in combat. So she's going to be like, I'm going to follow the blue man. And now we will have Durango.
Still picking up some mini medals while we're at it.
Scrambled all the children because they were eggs. And he went and broke all the eggs. It literally says, I'll join the blue man. Yeah, scrambled. That's what I said the first time. So Lizzie is great, because Lizzie has high attack, high hit points, a lot of resistances.
Yeah, as with any DQ game, HP kind of becomes the most valuable stat at the end of the game, so it's really...
I mean, it's a dragon, too. We don't get to see many dragons in these games anymore.
It's true.
There's no such thing as dragons in Dragon Quest.
It's really interesting how and another kind of polarizing decision, I suppose, how like you get so far into the game and suddenly like here's access to two more really strong characters. Like I know personally I'm one who gets attached to my party. Like I find the team I like, I get attached to them. And like when you dump a couple more characters on me, it's like I don't want to use them. I like the team that I have.
Well, to be fair, Terry would not be useful if you were grinding. See, the appeal for Terry is he joins your party with martial artist and fight warrior already maxed.
It's true.
So that's suddenly a whole bunch of new abilities and whatnot. So this is Dr. Aegon. You might have met him in another game.
Just King Zenith. No dragon here.
Like I said, Dr. Aegon. You might have met him in another game. But he basically tells you, yep, Duran is one of the 4 generals of Deathmore, the ultimate evil, and the whole reason for those 4 generals were to seal away the 4 things that could stop him. The mini metal guy, or Dharma, the Magic Burst Island, and the Zenithian Castle. And now that you've freed all 4 of them, the only way to get to them is to go to the world of evil, which you need to climb the Zenithian Tower in order to get the legendary beast that will let you fly to the Dark World.
I love how the 4 things that can stop him are like, you know, oh, this most powerful magic, this legendary castle, and then it's like the mini metal guy.
The mini metal guy who likes chocolate mini metals. And a place where a bunch of old men change into bunny girls. I fear the army of bunny girls will one day rise up to challenge my evil.
Yeah, I'm not saying the mini metal guy doesn't have good stuff. It's just like, you know, doesn't exactly strike the same fear into me when I hear mini metal guy as any of those other things. Even if the mini metal guy is probably more useful than Magic Burst, for example.
I am the things I am most feared of. Let's see. Most powerful spell in the world. Check. The ability to learn abilities stronger than my own. Check. This flying castle that has a life of its own and has some random old dragon on it. Check. Oh, hey! Pizza guy! Wait! No, I didn't mean that! This seems like randomly shouting out the pizza guy who's just delivering pizza while doing that.
I just picked up a Dragon Killer, a Life Seed, and a Mini Metal.
And you know who we're gonna put the Dragon Killer on? The dragon, obviously.
Obviously. That's pretty BM right there.
That's pretty dark. Okay, that's wrong. That's just wrong. Okay. Hey Lizzie, or Drogon, enjoy this dragon shield, dragon mail, and dragon killer we got for you. Totally protect you.
At least it's not, stuff made of dragon leather.
I mean, it's made from dragon hide. I mean, it's all the same thing.
Yes.
Dragon shield made from dragon scales. Dragon arm mail made from dragon. It's like you tore apart a dragon just to give this dragon protection. That's just another level of the dark world that you belong.
No wonder we're going to the world of evil.
Yeah. You know the world of evil? Yeah, there's a world of evil for the world of evil people, and you belong there. So, yeah, we have to empower the beast, but before we do that, we're going to get attacked by a few random enemies. One of them hurts really badly, one of them will instant kill your party, and the other one's just annoying. For no reason.
Thankfully.
And magic burst.
Yep. Thankfully, Medante is a thing still. Wipes out 2 of them right from the start. And it's worth noting that it's kind of been a thing throughout the game. Like, throughout all the DQ games that have the wagon, there are certain parts where like the game will allow you to swap your party members or not.
Yeah.
But in general, almost all boss fights allow you to swap in and out your party. But there are exceptions to that. You know, Gracchus, for example. But, you know, having Barbara in the party and then just swapping her out for an actual team to finish off the last guy is no problem.
So you know that horse that we caught way back at the beginning of the game? Yeah, that horse is going to get a new set of reins and is going to be able to fly us to the Dark World.
Reminder about the horse's
Yeah,
English name.
Remember the English name of that horse? Peggy Sue? Because we're now riding on a Pegasus.
Yep. The reminder that the horse's name is actually Falchion, and we pretend that the DS version doesn't exist.
The DS version doesn't exist.
The DS version is like the Dreamworld version of DQ6. It's like really silly.
Lisan is getting in on it. Concentrate, Lisan. Don't listen to us.
So yeah, lots of like equipping and menuing. We got some new party members, so kind of need to get them geared up. Some of the, you know, tools that we're using in combat are changing around, and so big menu point here. But otherwise, we have returned the power of the Pegasus. The horses, dream version and real version are reunited.
Yep. So you can use it to fly around because there's some areas that you can only get to with the Pegasus, and one of them we'll have to go to because it's stuff. But you can also use it to fly right to the Dark World. But we gotta talk to the Dr. Aegon first before we can do that.
Picked up a couple of world leaves also along the way. There's like lots of really good stuff that you have now.
Oh yeah, the tower had a bunch of items to pick up.
Yeah. Still rocking the Fire Claw and the Cane of Ghent from, you know, back before Mudo. Still useful items now. 4 hours later into the run.
Yeah. But setting up the gear now to go to the Dark World.
Yeah. Now the Dark World is a
I hope you
place
didn't
where
forget anything.
I'm sure he'll realize it if he did.
He's got plenty of bosses left to realize it before it matters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, lots to do there. Dark World isn't just a quick jaunt to it and finish it. No. Because, well, first we gotta get to Dark World. There's a reason why it's called Dark World. Is it basically saps away all of your energy when you come here. Because it wouldn't really be a cool, evil, dark, place if it lets you have your energy. So you'll notice everyone has 1 health and 0 magic.
Yep, and it will stay that way for quite a while. And it's actually like it's pretty good. Well, yeah, not super long, but if you come here casually, like you don't really know what to do and you try to wander around, like you just get wiped out by random encounters because you're not really sure what the trigger is to progress the story forward. And
but you talk to this old man in his bed. By the way, this is Sorrow Town. No one here has everyone here is sad and depressed. And all you hear about is the hot springs off to the west.
That you have to walk through encounter areas to get to with 1 HP.
Yeah. Apparently there's a way in this hot spring to get back to the real world. But the problem is anytime anyone gets into this hot spring, they melt because it's sulfuric acid. No. They just lose all desire to do anything. So that's why everyone's just floating around. And you are taking the shortcut through the center.
Ooh, a mini medal.
A mini medal, and even more conveniently, a well.
Ooh, a piece of chocolate.
So basically, that old man we talked to is a crafter, and he says, "Oh, there's no hope. No one can escape this place. But if you do escape this place, go get me my tools to prove to me that you left." So we have to go to his hometown and get his tools. And bam, his hometown. So we're going to get him his tools to prove to him that we can escape, and he's going to make an item of our choice. Actually, you can ask him to make one of several things.
Yep.
Why is he making this item for us? Because it's the first glimmer of hope that anyone has had in this town in a long time.
It's 6:30 a.m. and I've been sitting through 6 hours of DQ6, and you're saying that, and I'm just thinking in my head of where's the pun in that comment?
Hey, not everything that comes out of my mouth is a pun, I am allowed at least one non-pun every few minutes, okay?
That's true. Just the
because I did say glimmer of hope in the town of sorrow.
It's true.
It was subtle.
Is that what the name is in DS also? Is Sorrow Town?
It's like Depression Town or something like that.
Okay. So similar.
It's something similar. Town of Gloom or something. It's very similar.
The
Desperia, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's more of a pun because they just can't say Town of Despair. They have to say Desperia. So what do they make in this one? They do shield in this version too?
Yep. It's the shield. Yeah, if you hold turbo through that, it'll turbo into helmet.
Shield.
But,
see, Lissan just said it. Shield.
Yep.
Now, that guy, I know his English version name, but I don't know if I know the pun now.
Okay. What's his English name?
I'm trying to see. I never checked. I don't know if if I get the pun name behind him. But his name is Max Win. I don't think I ever got the joke behind that pun. Max Win. Wynne. Maybe it's Max Wine. I don't know. Like he whines a lot because it's a depression town. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Never got that one. But yeah, since he did that, he returns some hope, and that actually, like, gives everyone hope and recharges everyone's power, and suddenly you have health and magic again. And onwards to the next town, which is probably a stopover because we'll come back to it later.
Also, this Dark World looks really weird, like all the background stuff.
Maybe it does have something to do with Wax and Wane, like two sides of the moon.
Maybe,
I don't know. But even speaking of even more fun, y'all, is this lake here. You see, Deathmore has promised something amazing at the bottom of this lake. But only the first person to get there gets it. This is very depressing, by the way. So, what are all of these people going to do to try to get that amazing thing? Let's just say they're not sharing chocolate candies with each other. So they're all basically going to fight each other. And the whole point of this is to go the path where there's no one, and then open the chest while they're all busy. If you go the other path, you actually have to fight and, yeah, kill them all. Ugh, it's very depressing. But instead, you just skip past everyone, open the chest, find out there's nothing in it but a button, and a secret passage to where you gotta go next. See, it could be Max Win. Like I don't know. Like I never fully got where they were going with the Max Win.
Yeah. Like it's easy to think that, but it doesn't really make sense.
Like it doesn't make sense for the fact that they're in like Desperia, you know? There is a very nice shield in here, by the way. And I don't know if he's going to get it or not. Doesn't look like it. Because there is a silver shield in this cave. And I don't think Lissan is getting it, so...
It doesn't seem so.
Onward we go to the prison. Stop at the well here, probably to refresh the encounter rate, maybe use the inn. Nope. In case.
Not even a mini medal.
Not even a mini medal. So yeah, this is the prison. And we're greeted by a couple of giants.
The Sorrow Giant.
The Sorrow Giant. He's doing what a, prison guard's supposed to do. Keep the prisoners out, not in.
Yep. So just kind of like a mini boss kind of fight. He can do critical hits, and he can get rid of your buffs with a fog ability. But otherwise, the strategy is, mostly kind of the same as it has been for now. Hassan using Spirit Punch. Harry kind of is acting as your healer for a little while because he's so fast. And Durango has the Sword of Ramias to buff up people with By-Kill and also do some attacking of his own. So, dude's got 2800 HP. Should go down fairly quickly with the big hits. You saw Hassan hitting for mid 600s. So, every other turn, obviously, it's still the power up and then punch.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just kind of a warm-up fight before Akmar.
Yep. And speaking of that, there's also like a lot of lot of story stuff in this prison. A lot of conversations.
Yeah, so we're gonna purposely get thrown into the prison so we can help people out.
入りました。
Um,
入りました。
once we beat the guard and talk to him again, we find out that wait, you talk to the mountain spirit, so we're gonna sneak you into the prison so you can. Damn, this is where the mountain spirit tells him, hey, we're supposed to be helping this guy out, so they're gonna sneak you into jail, with a key in your pocket and everything. So you can try to rescue the sage Isaac, or whatever the name sage is in this version. And because the sage is required to get to Deathmore, or a key piece to get to Deathmore.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the name of anybody is here. The Dark World is where my really before that, like the stuff after Gracchus is where my knowledge of the game starts to falter a little bit until the Deathmore fight.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what they named. Climb. There's actually 2 sages, but yeah, I don't know what they named it in this one, but yeah, so
We'll find out.
Yep. They gave you a key in your pocket so you can escape. So one thing about this dark world is comprised of people who have been stolen by Deathmore, and this is one of the guards from your royal castle.
Yep.
This is your head guard, the royal guard from your castle.
Soldi.
Yep. And you find him working in the prison. He gives you prison guard uniforms, so you can run around and try to find out what's going on here. And what you're going to find out is one of the prisoners is going to get executed very soon. And that's going to be enough of a spark to get people to finally want to get out of here. In a means that doesn't involve execution. So there's a couple of mundane story triggers, like talking to this guard. I don't know why that specific guard. That guard and another guard is like the 2 most random triggers to get through here.
Yeah, very much just a section where the game intends for you to talk to everybody.
Need money. Well, the good news is there's a set of stairs here with some stuff in it that you can sell.
4,800 gold.
Yep, and a ruinous shield.
And a mini medal.
And a mini medal, of course. That's the
話しかけて
executioner right there. Just charging sharpening his blades. Charging his blades for the execution.
服を外して
So now we got to go around town and talk to people, tell them about the execution. They're going to come up with a plan to basically sleep all the guards and try to escape. Massarl and Clemton are the name of the sages, huh? Charging my blazers!
They're all telling you about Akbar here.
Yep. He's the one who runs this prison. For Deathmore. But we got a big shopping trip coming up here soon.
Oh,
really
yes.
big one.
Not buying a lot, but selling a lot of extra stuff.
Yeah, because they need a lot of money. So they're just doing a routine execution now. Not the person that we were going to save, just another one. Because, you got every once in a while execute someone to keep everyone in.
Fear will keep them in line. The executions will continue until morale improves.
Exactly. Executions will continue till morale improves. Obviously, we can't stand by while someone's getting executed.
Nope. Good excuse to pick a fight.
So you can win or lose this. If you win this fight, they just send in harder guards. So it's quicker to just lose. It's not worth winning that fight, getting thrown with harder guards, just to lose the next fight anyways, for like no experience.
Thankfully, they don't decide to execute you for picking the fight, though.
But they did find our key, so now we can't just like slip out the door.
Yeah.
Guards actually doing their job. What the heck?
Is this really an RPG if guards are doing their job?
Well, there is a mandatory JRPG jail segment, so... I mean, we gotta give them credit for that.
It's true.
But, remember that plan about knocking everyone out and put them all to sleep? They did it in the wine. Now everyone is asleep.
But we're still in jail.
Well... Once the commoners come and rescue us, we'll be fine.
They're doing they did pretty well against that guard.
He was trapped in between, you know, a wall and a sleeping guard. Where was he gonna go?
But he had a spear.
And they had pitchforks and wooden forks. So they free you, and now you're supposed to go and defeat Akbar.
But first, shopping.
But first, as you see, he needs 63,000 gold. Oh yeah, first you gotta talk to the guy who's about to lead the charge. So, you want to know who that little farmer guy is in the English version?
Yes.
His name is Erdrick.
Huh.
He's just a farmer leading the charge to free everyone.
Interesting.
But yeah, he's named Erdrick.
Hassan gets to chomp on 4 strength seeds here.
Yeah, because he just gave you 4 strength seeds, so. So instead of going and fighting Akbar, I'm gonna leave. Because we need to get stronger. So we're gonna walk out of town and then teleport to the last town that we just visited, which is Greed Town. And we're gonna sell a whole bunch of stuff up there, get a new fancy set of armor, and a bunch of hammers.
Yeah, so looks like 2 demon hammers, and I think 1 translated as demon and 1 translated as magic, but they might both be demon hammers.
I think they're just the same thing, but...
And then a... looks like mirror shield.
So that guy right there just gives you the dragon robe. He says, "Oh, you're leading the rebellion. Just take my robe," which is really weird considering this is Greed Town. That doesn't sound very greedy to me.
So a lot of extra stuff being sold off here, just stuff that's been collected throughout the run, stuff that's not useful anymore, stuff to clear up inventory space, kind of just some stuff we just picked up, like the Megante bracer. Yeah, like High Spirit said, the goal is 63k here.
Which is not a problem because we got a lot of money. A lot of things have been saving up for a while.
There's the the 63.
Yeah, and those hammers, those Hella hammers or magic hammers, demon arrow hammers.
Demon hammer, Majin Ono.
Yeah.
Or
Worth
not Ono,
15,000
Ono's
each.
axe, whatever hammer is.
Plus another seed of life.
And then here the mirror shield.
Which is
Mikagami.
33,000. Mikagami no Tate.
Yep. Mirror shield. Again, another point where I find it interesting just because, like, earlier when you got the mirror key and you got the mirror of Ra, Kagami was written in katakana, but here it's hiragana. Anyway, we're gonna head up now and fight Akbar to finish up this prison segment here. So Akbar comes with 2 guardians. He's got 3,300 HP. Guardians have 420 each. Takes 2 actions per turn. He's on a 3-turn rotation, so he's got first turn's an AoE, either Intense Flames or an Earth attack. Then he can do Flame Slash or Dragon Slash, and then he can do Revive or Defense. And he can be Stop Spelled, which will skip the third part of that phase. So you want to try to defeat the Guardians and Stop Spell him, basically. And also using the Lucida Shard there to confuse one of the Guardians, which hit itself and immediately came out of confusion. And so yeah, the hope is to confuse one and then take the other one out. But getting Stop Spell on Akbar is also like really important to get done sort of early. Okay. Landed the Stop Spell there, so that's pretty good.
Yep. I don't know how hard Akbar is in this version. The annoying part is the fact that he can just, he can't anymore, but he could have revived his cohorts.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know for sure how tough he is. I think it's like kind of a lot of fights in the later half of this game is like
the AoE healing is probably the tricky part.
A lot of fights in the second half of this run are like usually fine, but then like every now and then will just completely destroy you. So getting them all to line up well in a run can sometimes be tough. Fire Breath. Okay, both of the guards are down. Hassan's armor doing some work. Having trouble landing sap, but that one hit finally. I think there was at least a miss or 2 in there. Okay, another sap. So defense is down. Pretty good shape now. Should be a pretty straightforward fight from here to the end.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues with this speedrun is you don't really have much for multi-healing.
Yeah. A lot of characters have access to healing.
It's not high enough level.
Various means with the Gent staff, the shield of strength, the armor with recovery and the sword of miracles. A couple characters have heal or heal more.
Yeah. But the whole multi-target heal thing kind of.
Yeah. It is pretty common. You also do have a world do. It's fairly common to use.
That and your Kaplunk Bracer are your get out of jail card. Get out of jail free cards.
Well, the Bracer you need to save for Deathmore, but the World Do you can use on this fight and get another one. So, the World Do is a common strategy, especially during the setup phase. I didn't see for sure if Lisan used it or not. I was talking about the patterns instead. But yeah, through Akbar. So getting pretty close to the end here. Still a little bit more to go, but
ちょっと余計なことしたかな。
Do something a little excessive. Hey, if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna kill something, then overkill it. The best way to kill is to overkill. No such thing as excessive.
one of the we're seeing here, one of the trollier aspects at the end of this game is that you only have Vivify, you don't have Revive. I mentioned earlier that the only way to get Revive is with a high-level Sage. So, clearly you don't do enough class grinding to have a Sage at high enough level for it, so you get to roll those 50-50s if you want to Revive. You do collect some World Leaves, so you want to save those, obviously, for Deathmore. But you'll have access to a couple of Leafs for the end of the game, but, out of combat, Revival is going to be done with Vivify to save time going to a priest and jingles and money and all that stuff.
余計に時間かかってしまったね。
Took too much time. Not every boss fight's that fast. So now that we've beaten Akbar, we can go to the first sage, who will tell us, "Hey, thanks for saving me, but my brother is locked up in another prison, and we need both of us if we're going to get you to Deathmore."
This guy is Krimto.
The sage you seek is in another castle. So we free everyone. Everyone's happy. Everything is going swell. And then Deathmore is like, okay, I let the children play for a little too long. It's time for me to flex. And well, Deathmore is a jerk.
What gave it away? Was it the lightning, or was it the
Evil skulls.
The fog with skulls?
See, they turned him into a cat. Okay, that's not that bad. Some people got turned into stone. Some people got a cat. Okay? Even Deathmore has a soft side somewhere. But you were given an orb. And told to go get the brother in the prison.
Always another prison.
Always another prison. JRPG jail is strong. So, in order to get there, you gotta take that orb to basically teleport to another landmass here. And that next landmass we're going to with the prison actually is where you will find Metal King slimes in this game. One of the reasons I'm guessing that Lisan bought those hammers was to try to use them on a Metal King slime and get a kill at some point.
That is one of the reasons.
Because they're
Not the
basically
only reason.
50-50 crit or miss weapons. The dream.
I don't know if they're 50. Yeah, they might be 50-50.
Yeah, they're 50-50. As the games go on, they got better chances for them to hit.
Yeah.
It's not like 3 or 4 or whatever, where it's like 25%.
Well, 3 is very different.
Yeah.
3's is 1/8 to crit, 1/8 to miss.
Yeah.
And then 4's is a third to crit. And then I
And
think
then 5 it gets
is
to 50%.
50-50, yeah.
Yeah. So basically what's happening here is we come to this prison and we find that this other sage, the brother, is being mentally tortured by these two. Whatever their names are in this version. Zuikaku and Shokaku. And by basically showing him over and over again his brother's death. So they're basically trying to break him so that he'll join Deathmore's side. So we need to go get his brother so we can try to break him out of that prison that he's in, because lo and behold, he's just about to break and join Deathmore's side. Needs to calm down. There we go.
Yep. And to do that, we're actually going to have to fight those two those two guys. Yeah, the stone man and the troll. And they've got a lot of HP. 2,500 and 3,500 HP. They all have their own rotations of actions that they do.
Problem is Shokaku heals a lot.
Yep.
He will meditate and he will heal. So it's actually a lot more than 3,500 damage.
Yeah, meditate and heal more. One of them, at least one of them, also will absorb. The guy who has meditate will also absorb hits for the other one.
Yep.
So pretty standard though. Like, Sword of Rami is to buff up attacks and try to use sap, and pretty standard setup still strategically. I don't really know how incredibly scary they are.
Both of them alive can be very scary.
One of
Because
them
it is a ton of damage. But one of them I think you can leg sweep. But they are there. It is a pattern. It is a scripted fight for their patterns. But 2 of them alive is a lot of damage. And but you can get rid of the weaker, the lesser ones, Zuikaku, pretty easily. They take a ton of damage, I believe. Or they can get hit for a lot because they don't have a lot of defense. One of them doesn't have a lot of defense.
Shokaku has low defense. And Zuikaku doesn't do a ton, but his rock throw ability
It hurts,
is like the scary one. And he's the one who heals also, so.
Yeah. The idea is to get rid of the right one first, I think. To get rid of Shokaku, because it has low defense and is not going to be healing every other turn. But this is the last hurdle of bosses before we enter the big castle that's still in the sky.
Yep. There will be a little bit of setup in between, but
we're actually going to go through the castle practically 2 times, so.
Yep.
Because they need to go in, get an item, and then leave, and then come back.
And also kill that Metal King that we were talking about somewhere in there too.
Yep. So this attempt we watch, and this is where he actually says, I give up, I'll join you. Because he can't handle the torture anymore. And we're just in time to prove to him that, no, you don't have to give up. We're here to save you.
I love the Stone Man stomp animation. Yeah, let's see how this fight goes. Shouldn't be anything too crazy.
Shouldn't be too terrible, yeah. Could cause some issues if, depending on if they focus fire on certain people, but
Yeah, like we said, it's a scripted turn order, so it really all just comes down to.
And I think
targeting.
Drogon is basically immune or takes not much damage from the rock throw. I think that's the ability.
We'll find out next turn. Turn 2. Yep. Still took 90 something.
And then 900. Oh, you mean Drogon? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a lot of health.
Drogon and Hassan both took like 95 from the rock throw. Okay, doing all right. HP's starting kind of sketchy, but damage is good. The troll gets healed. Dodged an attack there. That's not great. There we go. Okay, so it should be pretty smooth sailing now that the troll's taken out.
Slow sailing, but it's smooth.
Yeah.
Like I said, it'll take some time to take this guy out.
Seeing some of these demon hammer misses. Or it might not be demon hammer, that might be evil slash from Terry.
Yeah, because a demon hammer, because it's the slash attack that's missing.
Yeah.
Demon hammer is definitely not a slash attack.
Okay. Not too bad.
There we go. This is amazing. No, you are amazing.
Yeah, there were a couple comments in there that seemed like he was maybe either made a mistake or was a little surprised at what was going on. But yeah, anyway, not too bad. I don't know if that was a particularly fast fight, but smooth enough. So now, one last set of item collection here.
Well, I think they're going to go to Deathmore Castle first and go through until they get the Dragon Scroll.
Yep.
But now we see the real power when you put the two sages together. giant lasers. See, Deathmore was smart. He put his castle on top of a giant mountain that you couldn't climb. So you have to give him credit.
続いて
A lot of people just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put my castle right here on this with like a giant gate. Come on in, heroes. This guy's like, no. I'm gonna build it on the top of a mountain.
I mean,
The only way to get it down is to shoot it with a bunch of lasers.
です
the fortress in DQ5 was also kind of a mountain, but not really a castle on top.
Yeah, but you could walk in through the front door though.
That's true.
Like there wasn't even a gate. Heck, there was not even a guard, okay?
But it was evil.
倒す必要があるんですが
It's an evil mountain. The mountain itself is the enemy. It's malevolent.
You want me to start talking about DS names for all of that?
Oh no.
Okay?
All right, so we got some more menuing here, just kind of rearranging items yet again. This is going to be a lot of the equipment setup for the
He's
end
gonna make
game.
his first trip into here is what he's going to do. So he's gonna go a good chunk of the way through the dungeon just to pick up an item called the Dragon Scroll. Why is that Dragon Scroll so important? Because it allows one of your other party members to class change into Drogon. Because so Hassan will get a big boost to attack, health, defenses. So it's worth grabbing that Dragon Scroll and then leaving to class change before going through it again. Plus, there's a couple of other goodies in here, too.
Yeah, the dragon class is really good. It'll be for Hassan.
Get the Demon Spear over here. So, going back on my other rant here. Talking Dragon Quest V, okay? You got Gemma, who is Bishop Ladja. His two cronies, which is Ron, or Blonde the Rook, and Khan the Knight.
危ない
You got Grandmaster Nimzo. And you got their final dungeon, Evil Mountain, is called Zugzawain Mountain. For those who don't know, Zugzawain is a chess move where or a chess term for when you don't have any actual move. You're in Zugzawain.
I was not familiar with that chess term, but
Yeah, most people don't know that chess term, but the entire evil Nimzo, Grandmaster Malra, all that good stuff are just named after a bunch of chess terms.
sure are. It's still the evil mountain.
It is still an evil mountain. Because you never want to get put in Zugzawain. Because you'll probably lose if you do. Yes, the red text is when the runner is talking. So there is the Dragon Scroll. Before the really irritating floor. The color changing floor.
Yep.
So we're gonna head back, get the last things that you need from the real world, and then it's gonna come back to here, grind a King Metal slime, and then try to finish the game.
Yeah, so there are some options in terms of how many king medals you grind depending on the route you're using and how safe you're being. I think you can get 2 pretty reasonably. I think Lisanne is only going to go for 1. I think some fast routes get none, or like don't intentionally grind for them, but I'm not completely sure of that. Um,
70ありますか？よかった。これで終わりですね。139。
There we go. We should be back now.
Okay. Yep, we're good. So, yeah. Anyway, I don't know where we left off, but we are gonna be going to grind the king medal soon here. Let's talk about how there's some options for how many you grind. I remember hearing an estimate once, and I think it was something like 5 minutes per king medal or 7 minutes per king medal is like an average amount of time.
Yeah,
but-
they're pretty common, but there's some pretty nasty enemies in that area.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes like you can, be stuck resetting a fight, or you can kill a king medal and then like die clearing out the other enemies that are with it. And there's like, yes, it should be fast in theory. They're not super rare. It's worth doing, but
It's a king medal. It's a metal slime.
yeah, exactly.
We've just spent the last, hold on a second, 18 hours knowing what metal slimes are throughout the day. They haven't changed yet. It's just the situation here can be a little easier. Like those those orange shadows can instant kill your party.
And with 2 demon hammers plus evil slash on Terry, you have a pretty decent shot at being able to.
As long as it sticks around, you have a good chance of killing it.
Yeah.
How ironic. A lamp with a genie. So yeah, the goal is to kill a king metal slime.
Oh. And a surprise attack.
Nice. Look at how happy he is.
Boom. Easy peasy. Just like that. 30,000.
いいでしょう。
Alright, so that's probably the last grinding. Lisanne seems confident, so one last, usually one last shopping trip here, sell off any final equipment, buy stuff like some world leaves, usually being able to afford 2 of them, to have a couple extra going into Deathmore. Again, no revive spell, so World Leaf is going to be, the revival of choice. Vivify is incredibly emergency use only. So after these level ups, it's going to be final shopping trip, and then, diving back into Deathmore's castle. There's going to be a Metal King sword in the final dungeon, which will be another weapon upgrade for Hassan. Oh, is Lasan going to go for a second Metal King, it looks like? Oh, no. I guess that was an accidental menu. Maybe getting a little bit nervous here. Menued back into Whistle by mistake. Easy to do. So yeah, this is the part of selling off the extra gear. Yeah, there was one metal slime that was one king metal slime that was defeated. So that's gonna be it for the XP. Now it is possible for them to show up in Deathmore's castle also. I don't know if he would go for one if it just like happens to show up along the way. I don't really know what formations they show up in, so
maybe if it shows up alone, but with other things that can blow you up.
Yeah,
like there's enemies in there with instant death, with kaboom.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not really sure what formations they show up in most commonly. So trying to eke out 40,000 here to buy 2 world leaves. Should be enough. And then, I'm going to start talking about Deathmore now, because there is a lot to this fight. So, and I'm very tired. So Deathmore has 3 phases. The first phase is just like his regular, like, human kind of form. Takes 1 to 2 actions per turn, and this is where DQ kind of introduces the concept of like A and B patterns typically for final bosses, but sometimes they get used in other bosses also. And they'll kind of switch between patterns at various points in the fight. So that'll be true through all 3 phases. So in the first phase, takes 1 to 2 actions per turn. His A and B patterns are both 3 action patterns. Pattern A is fire or cold breath, then an attack or a strong attack, and then he can either bounce or switch to B pattern. So he can just stay on A and cycle through A, or he can go to B. B pattern is a venom poison hit or freezing wave, then exploit it or use his 2-ball attack, and then he can either go to pattern A or he can meditate for HP back. So pattern A, it's really variable. So pattern A can go like really quickly if it goes smoothly, or it can just like really kind of wear you down and set you up not in a good place. For phase 2. Phase 2 is like the scary part of the Deathmore fight. It's all scary, but phase 2 is just absolutely brutal. So phase 2 again has an A and a B pattern, 3,000 HP on phase 2. Again, 1 to 2 actions per turn. The one thing I should have mentioned with phase 1, it also applies to phase 2, is that if he chooses to switch transition to a different phase, it also resets the action count. So even if it says 1 to 2 per turn, There are cases where you can get 3 per turn if like the second action is a transition, and then he takes 2 actions in the new pattern. In phase 2, there's actually a possibility of him taking 4 actions in a turn. So pattern A is, which he starts in, is just, it's random. Pattern A has strong attacks, it has upper, so he can boost his own defense. There's no way to sap him in this fight, in this setup, so if he buffs his defense, it's up. He can do strong D, which he'll take only 10% of the damage, or he can transition to pattern B. He also has a rush attack that does heavy damage to one target. Pattern B is a 3 attack cycle where he can use defense to lower your defense, or he can by-kill himself, doubling his attack power. And then he has attacks, and then in the third action is either a very strong flame or go back to pattern A. The middle one of pattern B, one of those actions is a priority move too, where he can go first. So already, like, no one is following what I'm saying right now, because there's just so much to it. But the point is that he has a random pattern, a fixed pattern, he rotates between them. On certain phases, he can end up taking 3 or even 4 actions per turn, and he can permanently buff his defense and permanently double his attack. So phase 2 is all about big damage quickly before he buffs his defense. If he buffs his defense too much, you gotta rely on crits from those demon hammers, and do whatever you can to get through it. Phase 3 is the body with 2 hands. One of the hands will revive the other one. The second hand only will revive the body, so the idea is you fight the left hand, then the right hand, and then the body. The hands have their own pattern, the body has the same A-B pattern with various rotations in them. Talk about that more when we get there. Usually if you can get to phase 3 in a stable way, that's not the phase you wipe to. Phase 2 is normally the big hurdle, but phase 3 is also scary.
Here we go. Deathmore fight.
Here we go.
Get your praises going.
So there's going to be a lot.
One of the hardest, if not the hardest, final boss in all of Dragon Quest speedrunning.
Absolutely the hardest, I would say. Yeah. Very complicated. Very, very dangerous. There's going to be a lot of switching around party members in order to have, when you know that there's AoE turns coming up, that key members don't get hit by the AoE. There's certain phases where you actually have only one party member out, like Hassan, to tank the big damage. You got some pretty big damage on this phase, the first couple turns. So again, phase 1 is 2,000 HP. It's not a ton. As long as he doesn't heal like that. So
thank you for giving us detail, examples with your details. No.
Every little bit helps, so even though the Fire Claw doesn't do much damage, does get some occasional use. Explodat and another heal, so he's being stuck on B pattern right now, which is, wasting some time. Still on B. Chamorro gets used in this fight, even though we haven't seen much Chamorro for the run, for like the whole run. He does have the heal all ability, and that will get a lot of use in this fight. Hopefully Chamorro will always outspeed Deathmore, but there's certainly no guarantee there. Still on B pattern. Still on B pattern. Somebody had gotten envenomated earlier. He cured that off. But buffs are removed. Fall attack. Meditate. This is not really how you necessarily want to see this phase go, because it's really just
そうですか。
healing almost all the damage that's being dealt to him. Okay, we're back on phase A now. Okay, there we go. So he actually didn't heal quite as much as I expected. That ended sooner than I thought, so
That's the easy phase, though.
that is the easy phase.
Now things get a little bit harder, but it's not the hard phase yet.
Now the big boy. Well, this is the hard phase.
Oh, this guy can hit insanely hard, is what it is.
Yeah, well, he can permanently buff his defense with no real way to cancel it, and he can permanently double his attack. So if he doesn't do upper or by kill, this phase can actually go decently well. The sooner he does those in the fight, the worse it is. So far he's rushing at people. That's fine. That's some big single target damage, but can be dealt with. And again, a big part of this is going to be trying to get as much damage early as possible. Another one action rush. It's what you want to see. It gets really scary when he gets by kill on himself, but so far he's staying in A pattern, which is good. Okay, there's an upper on himself, so that's going to mean he's going to start taking less damage, which isn't great, but one upper, is okay. Moro still doing good turn order. Oof, a lot of damage to Durango there, but still fine. Again, Shimuro has heal all, so as long as turn order cooperates, which it does. Staying on A pattern this whole time, has not switched to B yet. Another upper, so damage is going to start getting a little bit sketchier now, with two uppers on there. I think that gives him plus 200 defense, which I think basically caps it out. But you kind of got to start relying on critical hits. Okay, defense. So he's onto the B pattern. So you can see switching out. Okay, he's back on A pattern now. He did his priority move and then switch back to an A move. You would have known if he stayed on B pattern if he had done a strong flame attack. The start of this phase started really well, though, so...
He took off his robe, is what happened, Zaros here.
Took off the training weights that he was hiding underneath, too.
Took off the weights that was holding him down.
Shimuro got outsped, but thankfully it's fine. Just got a strong D there. Again, 3,000 HP on this phase, using a prayer ring to restore some MP there. Wow. Already on to phase 3. That's a really, really good phase 2.
Yeah. Things are going fast.
No buy kill. Took quite a long time for the uppers. Yeah, let's go. So, pattern A will guarantee to put somebody to sleep on turn 1. Has Blaze Most, has Freezing Waves, has Blizzard, has a Scream, can shift to pattern B, which has, again, more just like strong magical spells. This final phase is really magic heavy. And then the hands kind of do their own thing, attacks and heals and revives and such. The key is to defeat the left hand first. And that'll prevent reviving. Left hand has 2,000 HP, right hand has 1,700. but hasn't used any of his leafs, and hasn't used the Kerplunk Bracer yet. So again, the Kerplunk Bracer should be on Amos right now. It will revive the whole party, except for himself, including everybody in the wagon. Hopefully Barbara will get to be pulled in to do Medante at some point. To do Magic Burst once there's a good opportunity. And speaking of Magic Burst, once the head phase or the body phase, the head phase is under like half HP, it has a chance of using Magic Burst on you, and it can use it multiple times. So another thing to look out for. Okay, so he brought in Barbara. Did it on a freezing wave turn to hope that she doesn't get hit. There we go. There's the Magic Burst. Kind of got to, like I said, find the right moment for Barbara to be brought in.
Yeah, scheduled.
So left hand's taken about 1,500 so far. You want to try to kill the left hand before using the Kerplunk Bracer, the Megazaru no Dewa. But he's definitely on track to do that. Hey, Duran, who just got put to sleep. And the left hand's gone. And maybe he didn't get put to sleep. Maybe he got hit and woke up from it. Maybe I misread that. But yeah, still has like all the resources. Very, very good shape right now. Now it's going to be getting the right hand down. Now Chamorro just got focused down. It's not like ideal, but he's in such a good spot with like revival items and all that it's really not a problem right now. Chamorro dying in phase 2 is a lot more of an issue, usually. So pulling out the weaker characters for the stronger breath attacks, leaving in the tanky guys. Chamorro's still being a pal with his heal-alls. He has gotten outsped a couple times, but alright, second hand is down. Really, really good shape. Just 2,500 HP on this phase. Again, Magic Burst is always a concern once he gets under half HP, but with all the resources left, this should be in the bag.
Yeah, this fight has been actually very smooth.
Yeah, this is one of the nicest Deathmore fights I think I've ever seen.
Making up for what Mudo did.
Phase 1, like, maybe could have been a little faster if it didn't heal so much, but, like, it was safe. This phase does have a lot of AoE damage, so this is where, like, not having a Sage Stone or any kind of AoE healing, like, becomes more noticeable, but it's okay. Just focused on dealing damage. He knows he's got the Megazaru Bracer hanging in reserve, so not even reviving Chamorro here right now. Just focused on dealing damage. I haven't been counting. Again, for all the phases of this, a lot of runners use calculators and actually count damage precisely. I don't know if Lissan does that or not, but he knows where he's at, regardless. So, brought in... I guess he's kind of waffling on bringing in Amos or not. Sometimes you can bring in Amos even before... Like, you can leave him for everyone else to be dead, or you can bring him in a little early, which can heal people before their buffs get like taken out. Okay, so we got a Magic Burst there. no regen on this phase, I don't believe. And the hands do not automatically revive. To answer that other question, they revive each other, but they don't just get like taken out. Okay, there's the revive.
落ち着いて。終わってる。
Alright, so probably only like 1,000 damage left or less. Getting pretty close. Every little bit matters here.
あ、違うわ、落ち着いて。
Bringing in a couple of the weaker characters to just act as extra targets, Hero and Barbara. And that's it.
There we go. GG.
終わり。
GG.
お疲れ様でした。
Excellent, excellent Deathmore fight.
お疲れ様でした。
I can't stress enough how badly that fight can
危
go.
ない危ない
But
Yeah,
some
that
made that
was
look really
really
easy.
good fight. An incredibly good fight.
Yeah, it you know, there are certainly faster Deathmore fights out there, possibly, but it was just phase 2 went so well that it was very smooth. Yeah, so now we've got
がないの忘れてたよ
this is JRTA, so timing will end at the end of the credits.
ああ、よかったよかった。
So we got about 20 minutes of credits. It's a pretty long
19時
ending
間
sequence.
間に合いましたね。
There's some, you know, dialogue, some story stuff to wrap up, and then some actual credits. But
ああ、
huge shout
つな
out
げてよ
to
かった
to Lisan and the Japanese runners in general for putting together the whole Zenithian trilogy.
Yeah, it was you know, when they submitted the trilogy idea, I mean, it wasn't even me that jumped on it, actually. You know, you think, hey, the Dragon Quest guy, you know, he'd be the one that's all over Zenithian trilogy, and you know what? It was someone else in my staff that was like, this would be really cool.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, I'm glad that this got in. I had submitted DQ10 offline, the new
yeah. Oh, I
the new
remember your
DQ10, and
don't
but I
take
wanted
this if there's other choices.
yeah. Please take the runs that deserve to be in it instead of mine. Not that I didn't want to do the run, but I knew that this was out there, and I much would rather see this get in than to be playing DQ10. Just because I know how much effort these runners have put into their runs, and
yeah,
how cool it would have been to do the trilogy. So. Yeah, overall this was a great run. It was really smooth. The only real hiccup in the whole run was Mudo 3.
Yeah, he definitely was a sticking point there for a little while.
I think it was what, third try?
Yeah, it was. He wiped a couple of times.
Yeah,
Definitely caused some issues, but you know, it made up for how well everything else went for pretty much.
Yep.
Everything else was good. I don't think there's any other wipes anywhere. There was that one early wipe. Wait, was there? No, I'm not even thinking. No, I think that was really it. Just the two Mudos.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean there were occasional like character deaths here and there, but I don't think there were any other party wipes. The trials went well. The Duran gauntlet went well. Deathmore, like. It is worth noting that if Deathmore had gone really poorly, the Sands of Time was available to reset the fight rather than having to run through the whole castle again.
Yeah.
but wasn't needed. Metal King was really quick to grind.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
like-
this was overall a really good run. Just Mudo.
Yep.
Just a Mudo.
そこで使ってもいいと思ったんですけど。
So the timer is this is Japanese RTA timing, speedrun timing, which means the timer won't stop until the end screen. And then the relay timer is from all 3 games combined.
お守りですね。
So we're 18 and a half hours, a little over 18 and a half hours for the entire relay.
Yeah, and in terms of the time that's on the actual game feed, the time that's at the top left of the game feed is just the current time in JST.
That's what the time is right now in Japan.
Yeah, a lot of Japanese runners include the current time on their stream layout for races or relays or marathon events. Not all of them do it, but it's a pretty common addition, just to kind of timestamp a run. And the text overlay is like a voice recognition, text to speech kind of thing, or speech to text, I should say, because the runner is Japanese, so it recognizes their voice, puts it in text, and then translates that to English. So that's kind of what they're saying, because they're not on here on commentary with us.
Yeah. But yeah, so the text you see is just them talking. Lisan talking.
And of course, before the credits, we get the victory tour, flying around on the Pegasus to all the towns that we visited, all the towns that we helped, all the people we helped.
Everyone riding on Peggy Sue.
Yeah, so you can see, so we can see here, Lisan's scrolling through his splits and looks like he lost like 22 minutes, I think it was, on Mudo 3.
Yeah, if you take away the Mudo 3 deaths, y'all, I think this might have been a PB for...
I don't think this is PB comparison.
I don't know what 3 list is.
But it might be. A lot of Japanese runners do like target times for their splits, but I'm not actually sure what his PB is. But it was, regardless, like a really good run.
I don't know, that could be, because the sum of best, it's still an hour away.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It could be.
But yeah, so Mudo, that was it.
Yeah.
Mudo was the one casting death on this one, much like it will be casting death on another run later today.
1回は負けられる前提だったんですけど、1回。時の砂ぐらいは使える時間が残りましたね。よかった。
Yeah, these ending sequences for the Dragon Quest games are always really cool.
Yeah.
You see a lot of like major characters that you interacted with, and usually every major town.
Look at tiny Hassan is. He's like half the size of everyone. Isn't he so adorable?
Hassan is so good.
Hassan is in his parents.
携帯の一番最初がちょっと不満点ですね。凍える吹雪の時に。湿布漬けを使って。
But yeah, I'd say
湿布漬き。
things went pretty well for this trilogy. Japanese restreams. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us through this. There's quite a lot of people watching over there right now. Hopefully they enjoyed the Dragon Quest this day.
ちょっと足りなかったので
Yeah, and I need to go back and catch up on the end of Crimson's run and the start of DQ5 because I was taking a little bit of a nap during that to try to get some energy for this, but I really want to see the later parts of Crimson's run from Dragon Warrior 4 and how that route turned out.
Yeah.
And then DQ5, that whole recovery on Mirror Dress while we were setting up was
I
pretty
didn't see
incredible.
anything to do with that at all.
Yeah, it was a wild fight. Would recommend checking it out. Like, I only caught parts of it out of the corner of my eye, but
微妙ですよね。でも飛んできたら200なので。
But yeah, after this is done and everything, coming up next, we have some Tales of Zestiria
何かを通す必要が出て
being run by Hooligan. And we got some Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga 2 and Wild Arms throughout the day today, and then starting later tonight, Final Fantasy IX three-way race with 3 people who have the same exact PB. So this is basically their race to determine who's the better runner, since all 3 of them have the same exact personal best in Final Fantasy IX.
that's insane.
Yeah. So this is the grudge match race to find out which of the 3 is the best runner. So they all better not tie.
That'd be pretty amazing if they did, though.
Suddenly 2 of them tie. It's like, well, at least we got one out of there. Nice long day of some longer runs, yeah. But this is not even the last Dragon Quest this week, because Sunday morning, the last day of the marathon, you're going to see Dragon Quest 2 on the MSX. That is sure to be something most people haven't seen before.
Definitely recommend tuning in for that one. It's
そのまま出る。
it's an experience.
It is an experience. Yes, it is. It has one of the lesser known Easter eggs in Dragon Quest. And it's run on a console that doesn't even have layers. So every character has like black boxes around them because they can't multi-layer. Good old MSX. But I believe this is the final stop of our victory tour.
I think that's right. Then we get the
Because-
actual credits.
Yeah, because I won't say anything yet. Yeah, I appreciate you helping me out tonight. Not
course.
leaving me alone.
Thanks for having me. Always happy to do this commentary. It was a lot of fun.
So you noticed how we returned all of our party members and we come back here with Barbara. And, well, unfortunately, Barbara does have a place to go, and it's back to being a dream. So one thing we didn't actually talk about this run is the island, that ancient island that we restored, was actually sealed away 500 years ago, and Barbara was a resident of that island. So now that we have taken care of Mudo and everything, she gets to return to being a dream, back to 500 years in the past. So it is kind of a bittersweet ending there.
スタッフロール。いや、とても楽しかったですね。
Nope, Tales of Zestiria, not Vesperia. The Japanese restream is all crying right now.
練習の成果は出たかなと思っております。
Yes, starboard. Well, technically, it would have been restored in 4, because this game takes place before 4. Much like the first 3 games, the trilogy is not the order of games in the chronologically.
So it's a lot more blatant in the original trilogy.
Yeah, I mean, it's blatant because they flat out tell you.
To be
This one, you
continued.
just kind of have to piece it together.
Yeah.
絶対に目標タイム以内にクリアしようと思ってたんだね。お二人が繋いでくれたので、割と気楽に走ることができました。
Look at this. We did it within the estimate, too. All three Dragon Quest games somehow hit, what, a 19-hour estimate?
よかったな。
I was wondering what the estimate was for the whole thing.
For 5.5, 5.5, and 8.
長時
So
間でございますけれども。
basically, the first 2 ended on estimate equalized, and then this one, about 20 minutes ahead of estimate, but...
採用していただき、
Hey, for 19 hours of Dragon Quest to come within
Yeah,
pretty
20 minutes
close.
of an estimate, yeah.
勉強になりました。
That's pretty good. I was ready to go with a backup plan if I needed to like an hour or 2 to make up to schedule or what, but didn't need to do it.
そういうことなので、皆さんも出ましょう。
2,600 people watching on the Japanese restream too. So hopefully
Nice.
they got into that and enjoyed
楽
that.
しいですよ。
Yeah, it's always nice when you know, when these runs are scheduled at
これはとても
somewhat
長時間
inconvenient
なん
Western
です
times
け
in
ど
order to align with the Japanese, you know,
That
their
was
viewing
my plan
hours.
all along.
It's nice to see that pay off and see them actually like get into it and
Yeah.
have that support.
ありがとうご
When
ざ
I
い
made the
ました。
schedule for the event, like I'm like, okay, when is this gonna fit in Japanese time, Japanese Standard Time? And I'm like, okay, start around 3 a.m., finish around 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Yep. Especially
And,
with it being Japanese runners.
Yep. So it was actually only one run is technically inconvenient for the Western audience, which was this one.
Yep.
But it allowed it to end in prime time evening for
次
for
は
Japan, so that was worth it.
ゼスティリアですね。
Hey, look at this. Look at Lissan promoting the next run.
楽しみですね。
Oh, you're going to bed, Lissan. What are you talking about? Nah.
I'd say I know I'm going to bed, but I've been chugging Mountain Dew for the last 8 hours, so we'll see how successful that is.
Me, I'm probably gonna end up taking a shower before I try to go to bed. But I got free reign to disappear for a while,
Nice.
which, you know, we'll see how well that works, because
やらかしたところ以外
I am not someone who can sleep when the sun is out for more than like an hour or 2 at a time. So I'll probably be napping on and off all day.
Yeah, I swear you never get to sleep during these marathons.
とても
Well, today I had like all day to sleep if I wanted to. It's hard for me to do that during the day.
念のため
So like I try to avoid night shifts if I can, but the sad thing is there's only so many people
Yep.
who can cover night shifts. So sometimes I
誰かが来なかったので
have to take over them
わかりました。
without like having Magus like literally here 7 days all you know. I gotta let him do his thing too a little bit.
Well, we certainly appreciate all the work you put into running these. And the whole QFG group.
Yeah, it's fun. It's tiresome, but it's fun.
最後の操作ですね。
Getting pretty close to the end of the credits here. Another little less than 2 minutes, I think, judging by the timer. Although, it'd be closer than that. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there's a little bit more here.
メッセージを送って操作終了です。
Time should end on the end.
Yeah, right after
Whenever.
the egg or whatever. See, this is the part that shows you that this is a prequel. Because you're hatching the Zenithian dragon.
操作終了です。お疲れ様でした。
Not gonna say his name again.
Dr. Aegon! And he's a doctor and a marine biologist, so don't you dare not take his word.
Oh, wait, I see Barbara here. Does that mean they're hatching him in the dream world 500 years in the past?
It's very confusing. Try not to think about it. And waiting.
And
Thank you.
And
Bye bye.
time. Ah, my button. There.
All right.
G Zenithian Relay.
GG.
And there we have it. All three Dragon Quest games throughout the day. I didn't fat finger, okay? The thing was in the wrong spot and I couldn't grab it. Leave me alone.
And one last thing to throw out there is that if anyone's interested in learning any of the DQ games, we do have a Discord. We've got a compendium with some documents and people who know the runs. 6 less than 4 and 5 before this, but if any DQ fans are interested in learning, there is a community for it. So,
yep. Dragon Quest, yeah, it's it's an old series, been around for a while. But I joke about it, but obviously it's something that I joke about the difficulty and the things that it does and all that, but obviously I tailored my channel around it for many years, so it is always a series. It's in my heart, and I'm glad that these Japanese runners, Moko Poid and Crimson, Enlists a game, submitted the Sky Relay here, and we were glad to take it and put it on in a good time, and yeah, it was fun.
that it was.
But yeah, so I think it's time for us to get some sleep here soon, huh?
Yep.
Try
I
to,
feel
at
that.
So yeah, coming up next after this, we'll have Tales of Zestiria by Hooligan. But for myself, High Spirits, and Haggleton, who helped stay up all night and keep us both awake. Do you have any last thing you want to say?
No, just thanks to everyone for watching, and thanks for the Japanese runners to run these awesome games, and thanks again to QFG staff for choosing to put some fun Dragon Quest in the event. Always happy for it.
Well, thank you all, and we'll be back shortly with the next run. It's still setting up because we're a little ahead of time, so good chance to take a break, and we'll see you all shortly.